Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we examine what happened on December 26, 2011, in Kershaw, South Carolina. Hope Melton, 30, called her grandmother to report that she was being followed while driving down a country road. Hope was terrified and unsure of what to do. The call ended before she could provide her grandmother with any information. The police were able to identify the suspect by using CCTV footage to solve this case. The subpar performance of one of the authorities, which ultimately impacted the case's outcome, is another noteworthy feature of this case. William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe were the parents of Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, who was born in Kershaw, South Carolina, on December 4, 1981. She was a member of the Beta Club, Vocational Honor Society, Health Occupational Class, and Chorus at Chesterfield High School, where she graduated with honors in the year 2000. Hope worked as the manager of McBee, South Carolina's T&N Country Store. She was a children's church teacher at Lancaster Church of God. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for a little more than a year. Although they wanted children, their final Christmas together was in 2011. Hope was going to see her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away from her home, on December 26, 2011. Rather than showing up for lunch, she got a call on her grandmother's cell phone. Hope called out in a distressed tone. She asked for assistance after telling her grandmother that she was being followed. After the call ended, Hope's mother and grandmother got into their car and headed out to find her. They saw Hope's vehicle parked on the side of the road 5 miles away on a lengthy country road, but Hope was not there. Her grandmother dialed 911 right away, and the county sheriff's office received the call. The call was forwarded to police officers as a missing person report when it reached the sheriff's office. When a missing person report is received, it is imperative that prompt action be taken. At once, one of the sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. After examining Hope's vehicle, he ruled out the possibility of a traffic accident because it was undamaged and in good operating order. Hope's wallet was gone, but her purse was in the car. Despite searching the vehicle, a forensic team was unable to uncover any information about Hope's whereabouts. Police and volunteers started searching the area for leads. Gary, Hope's shocked and upset husband, showed up on the scene. He told the police that Hope was going to visit her grandmother and had planned to stop at a gas station. At the time, that was the detective's only lead. Hope's grandmother lived about 30 miles away from her home, and there were 4 gas stations along the way. The detectives made the decision to examine each one sequentially. Security cameras were present at the first gas station the detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance visited. The detective started watching the video in the hopes of spotting Hope. Her husband claims that she left the house at approximately 11:45 a.m. The manager was asked to show the detective the video from an hour prior to Hope calling her family in a panic. When a male customer entered the store at 12:19 p.m., everything appeared to be as usual. The investigator kept watching the footage. A woman entered the picture 3 minutes later. Hope weighed around 140 pounds, stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, and was blonde. She had on blue jeans and a pink shirt. The detective knew right away that it wasn't Hope because the woman in the video was taller than her. At 12:45 p.m., they continued to scroll through the tape, but Hope never appeared. This implied that she had most likely refilled her vehicle at a different gas station. The members of Hope's family were in shock. They looked for logical reasons why she might have vanished. There was a slim chance that she had just become stuck in the mud and gotten out of the car. Maybe someone had come to get her and taken her to a rescue location. They wished Hope well and a speedy return home. A second gas station, just 10 miles from the location where Hope's abandoned car had been discovered, was visited by the detective looking into her disappearance. Additionally, there were security cameras that might aid in the investigation. The detective informed the manager that they were searching for a missing woman when they first arrived at the gas station. The manager recalled possibly seeing Hope around 12 p.m. when the detective described her appearance and the vehicle she was driving. There was no question that Hope Melton had visited this gas station prior to her disappearance. Thanks to a security camera placed outside, she had filled up her car and nothing seemed to be bothering her at the time. Another camera captured a man holding the door open for Hope as she entered. Hope left the store after paying for her gas. She appeared content and in a positive frame of mind. She appeared to be eager to spend the remainder of the day with her grandmother. The man who held the door open for Hope was the one who caught the detective's attention when he re-watched the video. She was followed into the store by a man wearing a white cap, according to surveillance footage. He glanced over at Hope. The detective watched the man in the cap while Hope paid for her gas and walked away. The man left the store after making his payment at the counter. Regretfully, nothing in the video could be used to identify the man. In an attempt to identify this man's vehicle, the detective once more looked at the surveillance footage. Hope was seen walking toward the store to pay for gas on one of the tapes. Just then, a dark minivan arrived and a man in a white cap climbed out. Regretfully, his car's license plate was hidden. Hope was seen driving away from the gas station when the detective flipped to another outdoor camera. She made her way back to her car, and just as she was ready to leave, a gray car arrived. Hope was not followed out of the gas station by the man in the white cap, or the man who got out of it and turned to watch Hope's car drive away. The detective repeatedly viewed the segment in an attempt to capture every detail. He had to locate the other hints he was certain were concealed in the gas station video. He was right. When Hope was making her way back to her car, he flipped to the first camera. An orange Chevy appeared in the frame. The Chevy turned back toward the exit after crossing the parking lot. The detective saw something significant as Hope pulled away. The orange car was following her. Prior to Hope's disappearance, the detective believed he had seen the car following her. The police had to determine what happened after obtaining evidence that Hope had been followed from the gas station. The search team discovered alarming evidence in the meantime. They discovered a blanket covered in blood and a pink bracelet 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car. Hope's husband was able to identify the bracelet. The bracelet was a Christmas gift from him. Hope's well-being was seriously threatened by all of this. The detective had to confirm that it wasn't a coincidence after watching the gas station surveillance footage that showed the orange Chevy pursuing Hope's vehicle. Hope had to pass an office building with multiple security cameras on her way to her grandmother's house. The building was still closed for Christmas when the detective arrived by car. Finding an office manager with keys and knowledge of the CCTV system took some time. The parking lot and the road Hope could take to get to her grandmother's house were both covered by numerous security cameras on the building. The detective's primary objective was to determine whether Hope was being followed by the orange Chevy, or if it had veered off course. The cameras were programmed to record only when they detected movement because the offices were closed for Christmas. The detective started watching the video, which had been taken shortly after 12 p.m. At 12:06 p.m., the detective noticed Hope's car enter the frame. An orange car that had been spotted at the gas station earlier entered the frame 2 seconds later. The orange Chevy can be seen in the video trailing Hope's vehicle by only a few yards. Hope's car was discovered in the woods, and both cars were traveling north toward the road. Although the license plate numbers could not be seen due to the poor quality of the video, the car was identifiable, and police issued an APB. The orange car was stopped by police on a Jefferson, South Carolina street after an hour or two. Nicholas Miller, a 23-year-old local, was the driver. He was the only person in the vehicle. Perhaps because he had something to conceal, he was extremely apprehensive when the police stopped him. After being taken to the police station, he was questioned by a detective. Miller gave evasive answers to every question. Miller was asked by the detective to describe his day, including his activities and whereabouts. Miller retorted that he had gone shopping at a Walmart 30 miles away in the morning. After that, he returned to Jefferson by car. The detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller claimed to have shopped after police requested a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. His story had to be confirmed by the police. Every action on the sales floor is captured by the store's many cameras. Walmart's video surveillance footage was a relief to law enforcement since it supported Nicholas Miller's account. At around 10 in the morning, his orange Chevy pulled into the parking lot. The detective recognized Miller when the driver got out. His story had been verified thus far. Like hundreds of other customers, he entered Walmart like any other, and nothing unusual appeared to be going on. He seemed to be going about his everyday business. He didn't bring a basket or shopping cart. The detective discovered, however, that Miller was no typical shopper. As the tape continued to play, he didn't appear to be interested in the goods being sold there. He was just loitering around the store. Maybe he had a completely different reason for being in the store. At one point, the detective saw that Miller was not wandering around the store but was actually following a blonde woman who was ignoring him and going about her own business. After watching the video again, the detective was certain that his suspicion was right. Miller followed the woman everywhere. She did, however, reappear in the video a short while later, this time with a man. It would be reasonable to assume that Miller now understood that this was an impossible goal for him. The couple left the store a few minutes later. According to investigators, the woman might have been fortunate to get away. Cameras caught Miller leaving the store a few minutes later. It looked like he was upset that a possible target had escaped his grasp as he left Walmart. At this point, we can only presume that he was returning to Jefferson, probably to meet Hope at a gas station. Although Hope's family had hoped she would return home safely, it became evident that something horrible had happened to her when police were able to obtain a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. Forensic investigators discovered blood spatter on the driver's side bumper and the passenger side fender while inspecting the vehicle. Hope's wallet was also discovered in Miller's vehicle. The decision was made to question Miller once more in light of the new evidence. It's crucial to remember that Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker conducted the interrogation. Keep that name in mind, it matters. Miller initially denied any involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance during the interrogation, but after learning of the evidence, he eventually acknowledged his guilt and consented to accompany the police to Hope's body. 14 miles from the location where Hope's car was discovered, Miller guided investigators to a secluded turkey farm. She had no clothes on and was face up on her back on the ground. The scene was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing Miller could explain with regard to his actions. The discovery of Hope's body was communicated to her family. Those who knew and loved Hope Melton were forever altered by what had happened to her. Police were now able to piece together what had happened before Hope died. Miller recently broke up with his girlfriend, investigators found out. We'll never know for sure, but they think this might have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Miller noticed Hope filling up her car at the gas station. He made the decision to go after her at that crucial juncture. She was looking forward to a great day with her grandmother after having a great Christmas with her family. She was unaware that she was being followed. Hope called her grandmother as soon as they arrived at a backwoods road because she knew she was in danger. Miller acknowledged that he had pulled Hope out of her car, pushed her off the road, and pushed her into his vehicle. After he drove her into the woods and tore off her clothes, you can probably guess what he did next. Miller made an effort to hide. After bringing Hope to a turkey farm, he killed her with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. Hope's chance encounter with the monster ended tragically after she stopped for gas. It is incomprehensible to humans. Prior to the trial, Nicholas Miller was charged with several counts. Police received horrifying evidence from his ex-girlfriend's photos. Only a few hours prior to his abduction of Hope Melton, Miller had pursued her in his orange Chevy. We must now learn more about Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. He plays a crucial role in this case, as I indicated before. I'll tell you why Parker was let go from the police department. According to officials, Parker provided uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians, gave inmates preferential treatment, and took property meant for the sheriff's office for himself. In return for 2 prisoners working on his property, Parker let them live and sleep outside the jail. With the former sheriff's knowledge, the prisoners had access to phones, the internet, and an unlimited number of unattended visitors while they were sleeping in the armory. Additionally, prosecutors claimed that Parker provided special treatment to jail inmates, including alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. They were permitted to eat at restaurants and shop. The prisoners allegedly worked on the home and personal belongings of the former sheriff in return. The former sheriff was put on trial as a result. Mike Lee, who was serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against the former sheriff during Parker's trial. According to Lee's testimony, he was able to outfit his cell with a refrigerator, a new mattress, and flat-screen TVs while he was incarcerated in Chesterfield County. Lee used his own funds that were sent by family to buy the items. In addition to being permitted to buy and wear ordinary clothing rather than his jail uniform, Lee informed jurors that he would have lunch with deputies. Lee claimed to have had access to phones, the internet, and a Facebook account while working at one of the county's impound lots. Lee eventually left the jail to live in the sheriff's armory, where he hosted a birthday party where guests drank alcohol and ate filet mignon and had sex with a female visitor. Isn't it incredible that an inmate would throw a party at the sheriff's office? Post your thoughts about it in the comments section. Lee claimed that while he was in Chesterfield, he was able to visit his wife and child in Mount Pleasant by private jet from Charleston. Lee also testified that a deputy in a marked sheriff's car took him and another prisoner to Florence, South Carolina, so they could have lunch with a female friend. By working at Parker's house, attending church with Parker, and giving Parker's daughter presents, Lee described how he got to know Parker very well. Parker was convicted in 2014 of 5 counts of official misconduct, 2 counts of providing prisoners with contraband, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of release. The former sheriff broke down in tears as the judge was about to sentence Parker, expressing regret to his family, friends, and the residents of Chesterfield County. Parker expressed regret to his family for embarrassing them and to his fellow police officers following the verdict. Miller confessed to the crime and guided the police to Hope Melton's body after being questioned by Sheriff Sam Parker, as I previously stated. Miller was facing the death penalty, but prosecutors were unable to pursue it due to the sheriff's actions. In actuality, the sheriff assured Miller during the interrogation that he would not be executed if he confessed to the crime and told Hope Melton what had happened. Making such a promise to a suspect was beyond the sheriff's authority. Miller confessed to the crime because he trusted the sheriff. Sheriff Parker jeopardized the case by doing this. Former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker seriously jeopardized the case, according to a statement from Solicitor Dan Johnson. Johnson claimed that Miller's confession was obtained by Sheriff Parker under the false pretense that he would not pursue the death penalty. Johnson stated in the release that all statements made in reliance on Sam Parker's promise of leniency, which was used to coerce Nicholas Miller's confession, would be appropriately suppressed at a trial in this case due to Parker's egregious misconduct. Nicholas Miller, age 26, entered a guilty plea to all charges in March 2015. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. The former sheriff, who had been found guilty of corruption the previous year and had seriously jeopardized the case, infuriated Hope Melton's family. Elizabeth, Hope's mother, expressed their disappointment, saying they had hoped Miller would be executed. According to the family, they have yet to receive an apology from Parker. They will continue to fight for justice and preserve Hope Melton's legacy in the interim. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Michaela Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly, in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan McPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just two examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Michaela Tressler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Michaela Tressler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26-noon-middle hour. Michaela Tressler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria police a mere. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively. So you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, MacPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. MacPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that MacPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, the choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrifying discovery broke the quiet of a comfortable Goshen home on the evening of February 6, 2015. Respected policeman Daniel Green was discovered dead in his own restroom. One bullet to the forehead, 4 shots. The shots went unheard. Nobody noticed anything unusual, and there were no hints that would identify the offender. This was no coincidence. It all appeared to have been done with cold, deliberate precision. An officer had devoted his entire career to serving the community. Who could have killed him? Nobody close to him could have predicted how complicated and sinister the answers would be. In the tiny town of Goshen, encircled by orchards, the silence of the deserted house was suddenly broken. A dead man lay flat on his back on the bathroom floor. On February 6, 2015, at precisely noon, Daniel Green, a well-respected police officer, was discovered. His coworkers went to Daniel's house because they were worried that he hadn't arrived for work. They were completely shocked by what they discovered there. The 31-year-old officer was killed by 4 bullets, one of which hit his forehead. Nothing had been heard by any of the neighbors. No one had contacted the police, and there was not a single clue that identified the offender. No weapon or DNA evidence was found. The criminal left behind nothing but emptiness, as if they knew exactly what they were doing. Daniel Green had spent his whole life in Goshen. The people of the town held him in high regard during his 11 years of service with the California Police Department. He always sought to make a positive impact on the community and loved his work. His life ended so suddenly and brutally in this place, which was like a fortress in a quiet corner where everyone knew and trusted one another. As soon as the police started their investigation, they turned their attention to Daniel's private life. Following his divorce from 27-year-old Erica Sandoval, he had been living alone. It was not an easy relationship with her. Daniel's friends and co-workers were aware that Erica had not let him go and was still meddling in his affairs, even after they had split up. Despite their formal separation, she frequently attempted to manipulate him. Almost instantly after receiving a message from a friend, Erica showed up at the scene on February 6, 2015. In front of the officers, she sobbed uncontrollably as she entered the house, claiming she had nothing to do with what had happened and that she hadn't seen Daniel that day. But the investigators were suspicious of her actions. There were too many unresolved questions, she reacted too emotionally, and she got to the scene too soon. The Tulare County Sheriff's Department was rocked by Officer Green's death. His co-workers started to question whether his untimely death had anything to do with his work or if it was a personal matter. One thing was certain: despite the growing number of questions, these mysteries needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Motives, relationships, personal disputes. Investigators put in endless effort, step by step, to find the truth, looking everywhere. Daniel's twin brother and sister, Matthew and Misty, were devastated by his passing. The twin brothers had grown up together in Porterville, a small Californian town, where they had known early on that they wanted to work in law enforcement. Matthew chose to pursue a career in law after starting out in the police force. In contrast, Daniel remained in the force, becoming an officer and taking pride in his career choice. Their sister was proud of her brothers and was always there for them. Daniel Green was well known for his love of motorcycles, in addition to his work as a police officer. He enjoyed the feeling of speed and freedom while he was a member of a motorcycle club. Daniel had a special bond with James Bonds Downey, one of his closest friends. Both of them loved riding their bikes through the countryside, relishing the freedom they felt on the road. Daniel had a busy personal life. He was rarely by himself and loved going on dates. For a while, he would bring a new girlfriend to family get-togethers every month. This went on until he met 22-year-old nurse Erica Sandoval in late 2009. Everything changed for him when he met Erica. He made the decision to settle down after falling deeply in love. He was still single at that point, but his sister and brother were already married. But things were different with Erica. She captured Daniel's heart. According to Erica's close friend Angelica Ramirez, Erica was incredibly infatuated with Daniel at the start of their relationship. They appeared to be the ideal couple at first glance, and their passion was strong. But as Daniel's sister remembered, even though Erica was friendly, she could lose her temper easily if something didn't go her way. Tension in their relationship increased over time, leading to frequent disputes and arguments. Born into a middle-class family in Southern California, Erica Sandoval grew up there. David Sandoval, her brother, recalled how Erica always felt special as the only daughter. Her parents tried to give her the best of everything and spoiled her. She grew up expecting her wishes to be granted without question. and never faced hardship or mistreatment. Due to her parents' and brothers' unwavering support and attention, Erica developed a sense of entitlement and the conviction that she should be given preferential treatment. Everyone close to Daniel Green and Erica Sandoval was caught off guard when they learned of their covert Las Vegas wedding. When they made the decision to get married without telling anyone beforehand, Daniel was 26 and Erica was 23. When Daniel's brother and sister got a late-night message with a picture of the marriage certificate, they were astounded. A few weeks later, Daniel wore a black suit and Erica wore a white dress, and the newlyweds threw a small wedding celebration for their loved ones. But even though they seemed content, Daniel and Erica's relationship was anything but ideal. Daniel's friend and fellow motorcycle rider Herb Adams recalled how Daniel once told him that they had a fight even before they were married, and Erica took a razor and cut the furniture in his house. According to Herb, it was a concerning indication that shouldn't have been disregarded. Daniel's brother Matthew saw the damage firsthand and expressed concern, but Daniel maintained that it was only an emotional outburst. Within the family, the disputes persisted. One of these incidents occurred during a dispute between Matthew and Daniel's sister. Erica shouted at Daniel as she grabbed him. Daniel's brother and sister heard him sob in the adjacent room. It was one of the most agonizing times in Matthew's life, he recalled. Hearing his brother weep broke his heart. However, it was challenging to get involved in Daniel and Erica's relationship. The Green family had a difficult upbringing. Daniel's mother, brother, and sister recalled the harsh treatment they received from their stepfather. He frequently drank excessively, used illegal substances, and had a criminal history. Being older than their sister, Matthew and Daniel frequently took the brunt of the abuse in order to keep her safe. Their stepfather died shortly after their mother finally obtained a restraining order. They were all affected by these incidents. There were concerning similarities between Daniel's relationship with Erica and his early years. Family members observed that Erica verbally denigrated her husband, kept him away from friends and family, and controlled him. Even though Daniel works as a police officer and regularly deals with victims of domestic abuse, he was unable to acknowledge that he had experienced a similar circumstance. He was aware that he was turning into a victim, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was hampered by his fear, shame, and unwillingness to admit his vulnerability. For the same reasons that women do, men frequently fail to report domestic violence. In February 2011, Daniel and Erica's marital problems peaked. Daniel's neighbor overheard the couple getting into a heated argument. In an attempt to push her husband over the edge, Erica was shouting and making fun of him. Knowing that losing control could cost him his career, Daniel made an effort to maintain his composure. He once requested that the neighbor contact emergency services in order to put an end to the situation. Despite the gravity of the incident, Daniel declined to file charges against Erica, so she was quickly freed after the police took her into custody. Daniel concluded that their relationship was over after this incident became irreparable. Only a year after their formal marriage, they got divorced and separated in January 2012. Erica revealed to her friends that she was expecting Daniel's child a few months after the divorce. Daniel was informed promptly, and in spite of everything they had experienced, he made the decision to try to start over for the benefit of the unborn child. They moved back in together and resumed their relationship. The family of Daniel hoped that this time would be different and that their arguments would no longer be a problem. Daniel eagerly awaited the baby's birth and did everything he could to keep the peace at home. Nevertheless, the issues persisted. Erica frequently bemoaned Daniel's severe demeanor to her friend Angelica Ramirez. She said she was unhappy in the relationship with Daniel and that he could be cold and uncaring. Angelica remembered that Erica used to claim that Daniel had tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. One day, she feared it might end tragically. Although she was aware of her limited influence, Angelica made an effort to assist Erica. Daniel's friends and family discussed Erica's violent behavior at the same time. She demonstrated uncontrollable behavior by damaging Daniel's property by slashing couches and mattresses. Month after month, the disputes intensified, but neither side asked for assistance. Tension only increased and their relationship remained precarious. Despite their best efforts to keep the family together, Daniel and Erica were always at odds. Friends and family saw that their relationship was becoming more and more like a vicious cycle, where both parties suffered but neither dared to break free. Their story turned into a string of accusations and suffering because neither of them wanted to ask for help. Erica gave birth to a son on January 5, 2013, and they named him Aiden. Their relationship appeared to be finally getting better at that point. Daniel felt his life had a new purpose and was overjoyed to become a father. He made the decision to sell his motorcycle for the benefit of his family, realizing that their security and welfare came first. Though it was difficult for him, he made this choice for Aiden's sake and their family's stability. Daniel shared images of himself and his son on social media. These were the happy times in his life. But after only 6 months, tensions began to rise once more. Arguments and ongoing disputes increased in frequency. Erica accepted Daniel's suggestion to move out, but she took Aiden with her and severed all communication with her ex-husband. Daniel became depressed after being unable to see his son. He made the decision to battle for custody of Aiden, which sparked a heated argument between them. These things happened in the context of another incident that had a big impact on Daniel's life. Daniel's brakes abruptly failed while riding a motorcycle with a friend just before Aiden was born. Daniel found that some wires had been cut when they pulled over. He thought Erica might have been the culprit right away. He confronted her head-on when he got home, but Erica denied everything. Never would she do anything that would endanger his life, she insisted. In an effort to deflect attention and prevent future confrontations, Daniel decided not to call the police or tell anyone about the incident. Erica was adamantly against Daniel's love of motorcycles. They were dangerous in her opinion. They quarreled each time he came back from a ride, and their relationship only became more tense. Following the incident with the cut brakes, the motorcycle's disputes peaked. In an attempt to maintain control and lessen the consequences, Daniel chose to keep quiet even though he knew their relationship was becoming toxic. Daniel thought that his family would enter a more tranquil phase after selling the motorcycle and having his son, but the arguments persisted. Daniel was thoroughly shaken by an incident that happened in the fall of 2014 while he and Erica were spending another night together. When he awoke in the middle of the night, Erica was standing over him brandishing a gun. She pointed it at him and claimed to have had a nightmare about Daniel cheating on her. She expressed her desire to take his life in order to relieve herself of that suffering. By telling her that it was only a dream and that he had never betrayed her, Daniel was able to calm her down. Erica lowered the gun and appeared to relax. Daniel came to the realization that their relationship had become risky after this. After sharing the incident with his friends, he made the decision to permanently break off the toxic relationship. They reconnected in January 2015 to commemorate their son Aiden's second birthday in spite of this incident. Everyone saw Daniel and Erica chatting lovingly at the family get-together for close relatives. Many believed they were back together, after Daniel even gave her a cheek kiss. Daniel, however, was aware that they could not have a future together and did not wish to resume their previous disputes and arguments. Following that encounter, Daniel announced to his friends that he had a new girlfriend, Brenda Vela, who was 20 years old. He shared the good news on social media with a picture of the two of them. Many believed that he was finally starting a new, more tranquil chapter in his life because he appeared to be truly happy. However, a tragic incident soon followed. As agreed upon, Daniel dropped Aiden off at Erica's house early on February 6, 2015. He then proceeded to the gym. When he got home from his workout, his life abruptly ended. After entering the restroom and taking a seat, Daniel was shot 4 times, in the forehead, neck, chest, and arm. He had no time to defend himself before he was killed. Their relationship had always been characterized by animosity and accusations directed at one another. They were consistently aggressive in their text messages. There were insults and rage in hundreds of messages. Daniel claimed that Erica was attempting to take away his son, which was the thing he valued most. In response, Erica accused him of being a bad father and selfish. They argued about everything from personal attacks to parenting concerns. The tension only increased because there was no fruitful discussion. Then, however, there was a surprising reconciliation. Why they began spending time together again was a mystery to their friends and family. At first glance, it seemed like they were reestablishing their relationship. It appeared that they had achieved some harmony and that the arguments had stopped. However, as we all know, this tranquility was short-lived, and things quickly returned to normal. The day following Daniel's passing, Erica was taken in for interrogation. She said she had nothing to do with what had happened and hadn't visited his house in weeks. She was told by investigators that they had video from a nearby home security camera that showed her entering the house on the day of the crime. The investigators chose to use this strategy to make Erica panic, even though her identification from the video was actually inconclusive. This tactic was successful. Erica confessed because she was unable to cope with the pressure. She even indicated the location where she had thrown away the gun that was used in the crime. The prosecutor contended that jealousy and the sense of being supplanted by a different woman were the driving forces behind the crime. A note containing Brenda's name and birth year was discovered in Erica's purse when she was taken into custody, suggesting that she had been following Daniel's new girlfriend. Despite the strong evidence against her, the trial didn't begin until October 1, 2019, which was 5 years after the terrible incident. In an attempt to get back in touch with Daniel, Erica called him roughly 170 times in the days before the crime. She had heard that Brenda was spending time with their son Aiden, whom Daniel had introduced to her. She had been pushed over the edge by this. The prosecutor added that Erica erased a number of Daniel's phone messages following the crime. She tried to persuade Daniel that she would improve and change in these messages. Daniel, however, had replied that he planned to move on and didn't want to interact with her anymore. Erica's lawyer maintained throughout the trial that Daniel had been an abusive husband who routinely attacked her. They played audio recordings of heated arguments during which Daniel was heard threatening and insulting Erica. These recordings, which showed cruelty and aggression in their relationship, were an essential component of her defense. Speaking in court, Erica detailed the various abuse incidents she had experienced over the years. She said Daniel had threatened her, grabbed her by the neck, and physically abused her. According to Erica, she lived in continual fear and decided not to call the police because she believed it would be pointless. She claimed that because Daniel was a police officer, he had the ability to sway any investigation and was too strong for her to demand justice. Since Daniel was a respected member of the community, Erica thought no one would believe her. Erica said she had a phone conversation with Daniel on February 5, 2015, the day before the crime. She claimed that she had hope of rekindling their relationship because they were flirting with one another. She made the decision to visit his home the following day to see if they could get back in touch. She was instantly uneasy when she walked inside and saw 2 guns on the table. Erica made the decision to take a closer look around the house and discovered a partially open safe in one of the rooms. She discovered 2 private images of what she believed to be minors inside. She was taken aback by this and began to worry that Daniel might endanger their son. According to Erica, looking at those pictures altered her opinion of Daniel. She realized that his interests might be far more sinister than she had initially believed when she recalled how he had forced her to wear school uniforms. Erica put the papers back and then heard a car arrive. Daniel was the one. Unsure of what to do, she snatched up both loaded guns in a panic and fled into one of the rooms. Daniel went through the rooms when he first arrived at the house. Erica heard him take the guns in her hands and go to the bathroom. She was so terrified that she followed him. Daniel was seated on the toilet when she walked into the bathroom. When he saw her, he yelled in a threatening tone. She claims that's when she started shooting. She continued shooting until she thought the threat had passed, though she couldn't recall how many shots she had fired. She then threw the weapons away, ran out of the house, and attempted to escape. In addition, Erica acknowledged that she kept having sex with Daniel in spite of all the abuse because she was afraid of how he would respond to her rejection. She asserted that he would turn hostile if she didn't appease him. She stayed with him in part because of this. She was afraid of what might happen if she tried to resist his demands or refused to comply. She believed that obeying his wishes was directly related to her safety. During the trial, Erica first brought up the pictures she had discovered in Daniel's safe. She claimed that because she didn't trust the authorities and thought they would support her ex-husband, she had purposefully kept quiet about it during the investigation. Daniel's family members were appalled by these allegations and flatly denied their veracity. Erica maintained that she was afraid her words would be misunderstood or disregarded. Erica's assertions were unsupported, though. When the police searched Daniel's house, they didn't find any illegal images or proof to back up her claims. According to the prosecutor, Erica lied about everything she said in order to escape punishment. Erica's lawyer attempted to paint Daniel in a bad light, by pointing out that hundreds of private images and videos of adults were on his computer and phone. The lawyer also pointed out that more than 1,000 pictures had been removed from Daniel's phone years prior, which he believed might reveal sinister secrets. Perhaps Erica had good reason to be afraid of him. Erica apologized to Daniel's family and said she was sorry for what she had done. She claimed that her actions were motivated by panic and fear for her son, and that she never intended for things to end so tragically. Additionally, Erica's lawyer contended that Daniel himself was equally responsible for Daniel's death as Erica. Both of them were unable to break free from the traumatic relationship they were in, and it appeared that their fate was doomed to end tragically. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict after nearly 4 days of deliberation. Since it gave them a chance to review the case and create a fresh defense plan, Erica's lawyer saw this as a success. In spite of this, Daniel's brother Matthew Green and his wife adopted Aiden, and Erica lost her parental rights. A new trial was planned for 2020, but the pandemic caused it to be repeatedly postponed. Although a final decision has not yet been made, the most recent hearing was held in December 2022. As of right now, Erica Sanville is being held pending trial. If convicted, she could be executed. The next stage of the trial, which could be pivotal in this intricate case, is still being prepared for by the lawyers on both sides. Many people learned from this tragedy, which served as a reminder of the extent to which personal demons and jealousy can lead if assistance is not sought, and toxic relationships are not ended promptly. Too many lives were lost, too much suffering was endured, and too many words remained unsaid. Nevertheless, despite this gloom, some people persisted in fighting for a better future and made every effort to ensure little Aiden's happiness. Even though the story is over, its reverberations will last for a very long time, serving as a constant reminder of what can occasionally be concealed behind the closed doors of homes that appear to be ideal. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When a distressed man called the Las Vegas, Nevada Rescue Service on Saturday, April 5, 1997, to report his wife missing, the dispatcher took the call. The man, who was identified as Mark Hollinger, clarified that Ginger Rios was the name of his wife. They had recently moved into a new home the day before and had only been married for 5 months. When Ginger walked into a store and appeared to disappear, they were shopping for a new house. The police started looking into it. Even in a city with its share of sins, detectives had never heard of a disappearance so enigmatic. The unusualness of this case, where you believe you know exactly what happened, but you are wrong and have to start over, was beyond their wildest expectations. Ginger Rios was a 20-year-old Las Vegas resident and worker. Ginger and her younger sister Daniela were beloved daughters of her parents, George and Denise. The girls were surrounded by care and attention as they grew up. Ginger had always wanted to be a performer, and she was lucky to be born in Las Vegas because by the time she was 20, she was a part of a popular group that played in casinos and hotels. Additionally, she met Mark Hollinger, a man who was 14 years her senior. Mark was very kind to Ginger. The young couple quickly made the decision to legalize their relationship after he helped her in every way. They were married in November 1996, when Ginger was just 20 and Mark was 34. Because Mark was a quiet introvert and Ginger was a happy extrovert, some people thought their union was unusual. However, they were already planning how to construct their family nest and were a perfect match. Ginger discovered a fantastic house with a buyout option that was for rent in the spring of 1997. Ginger could already picture converting the house's large basement into a dance studio. She dreamed of eventually buying the house because she liked it so much, but she and Mark needed a good credit history in order to make this dream a reality. Ginger wanted to purchase books that offered pertinent advice because they needed a clear plan for how they would handle their money. In the city, a store that carried the exact books Ginger was looking for was becoming well known. Spy Shop was an odd moniker for it. It resembled an adult candy store. Its bookshelves were stocked with lockpicks, police badges, concealed surveillance cameras, automobile alarms, image transmitting glasses, and even tools for removing store security tags from clothing. It was ideally situated in the heart of the city. The young couple went shopping, including buying books, on Friday, April 4th, which was literally the day after they had moved into their new house. Mark parked right in front of the entrance at about 4 in the afternoon. Ginger took her wallet, which contained some cash, and her identification, and went inside after telling her husband to wait in the car. Mark thought she would emerge quickly, but he was able to finish his cigarette and she hadn't shown up yet. He waited a bit longer, thinking she might be in line, and then made the decision to see how his wife was doing. The store was small enough for him to notice Ginger's absence right away. He inquired if the man and woman behind the counter had seen Ginger and gave them a description of her. Naturally, they responded that she had simply entered, purchased 2 books, and departed. She couldn't have gone very far, they added. Despite his surprise, Mark chose to browse other stores in case she needed to buy something else. He entered each one and inquired if anyone had spotted the slim brunette, but nobody had. There were no limits to his awe. She couldn't have just slipped past the car, which was parked directly in front of the entrance. In the middle of the day, Ginger had just vanished. Mark went to his wife's parents because he had run out of options. George, Ginger's father, thought right away that the spy shop would undoubtedly have security cameras if any store had them. After she left the store, they might be able to see at least which way she went. In addition to being notable for its distinctive merchandise, this store closed earlier than other establishments in Vegas. So Mark and George rushed back, praying the storekeeper hadn't already left. Mark was able to identify the man and woman getting into a van with a baby, even though the store was closed. They came over and gave an explanation. The man identified himself as John Flowers and asserted that he was the shop's owner. He clarified that in order to avoid traffic, he and his spouse had already closed the doors and set the alarm because they intended to depart before the weekend. He would be pleased to show them any video on Monday, but they had to move quickly. Despite their extreme frustration, Mark and George didn't want to clog up traffic for a family with a small child. The men went home and decided to call the police in the morning if the young woman wasn't there by nightfall or evening. Mark dialed 911 as soon as the sun came up. After being assigned to the case, Detective Jeff Rosen naturally started his investigation by attempting to find out more about the girl's life prior to her disappearance. She seemed to have a very happy life. She was truly loved by her sister and parents. Her career was booming. She had recently moved into a new house, and she had only been married for 5 months. She didn't seem to have any reason to flee, or did she? Is there something that nobody is aware of? What if she had purchased something else that made her disappear in the store instead of financial books? A few weeks ago, George remembered, his daughter had talked about going to that same store, but he had no recollection of her discussing anything out of the ordinary or buying anything during her visit. Her family came to the conclusion that she had to have been kidnapped in some way, but how could this have happened so quickly without her yelling or phoning for assistance? Did this mean she was acquainted with her kidnapper? The young woman did not take out her most recent paycheck or use her credit cards after she vanished. This implied that her disappearance was probably not voluntary. The detective also talked to the girl's friends and co-workers, who had a very different perspective on Ginger's life. Initially, the girl was not as ecstatic about her career advancement as it may have appeared. She felt that she ought to have pursued a solo career by now, instead of serving as a backup vocalist. Second, some strangers who saw her on stage made persistent advances and even harassed her, which she didn't like. Thirdly, she experienced severe mood swings as a result of having to take weight loss pills. Lastly, she had been living in a hotel for a while in order to avoid going home because her marriage was not going well. Detective Rosen believed Mark was concealing something because he had heard enough, but Mark's tale had remained unchanged. Ginger's parents maintained that it was a waste of time and money to suspect Mark because he had no apparent reason to hurt his wife. However, there were no other leads in the investigation. Only Mark's story had been told. The girl's purchases were verified by the shop owner, of course, but could anyone be certain that Ginger didn't go back to the car before Mark did something to her? Mark fervently hoped his wife had just escaped. At least she was safe, even though it wounded his pride. He even made an effort to carry out his own investigation, interviewing people and looking for Ginger or any leads in the city with George. Mark was Ginger's husband, so on the one hand he loved her and undoubtedly spent every moment he had free looking for her. Detective Rosen, however, interpreted this as an effort to deflect attention away from himself. In fact, Mark's leads were insignificant compared to the police's subsequent lead, which was aimed directly at Mark. Patrol officers discovered what turned out to be Mark's burning car in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. What did he say about this? He was unaware. He just left the car in the parking lot and took a cab home after work when the engine began to make odd noises. To put it another way, the police had to assume it was a coincidence because the probable crime scene, assuming Mark had actually done anything to Ginger, was on fire. Despite the fact that it would take some time, forensic specialists took the vehicle for examination. The detectives decided to restart the investigation from the location where she was last seen by someone other than her husband because they had spent too much time concentrating on Mark. Although John Flowers, the proprietor of Spy Shop, was not there at the time, one of his staff members gave the police permission to search the area. They went through every room, but they didn't perform a thorough search. When Detective Jeff Rosen entered the storeroom, the overpowering smell of bleach nearly knocked him off his feet. But he didn't find anything odd in the store itself. He saw a small reddish-brown stain on the wall that might have been blood. Just in case, they made the decision to take it for analysis. John Flowers was notified by Rosen that the police had come to his store. Although John was shocked that they hadn't located the girl yet, he was happy to answer all of the questions. He clarified that the reason for the bleach odor in the storeroom was that he had to clean up after his dog using it as a toilet on a regular basis. A small drop of blood might have gotten there that way. He would have to visit the store to locate the security camera footage and the book purchase receipts, then turn them over to the police. When Rosen inquired about the books Ginger had purchased, the surprise was revealed. One book focused on contract killers and the other on establishing a new identity. However, why did Ginger purchase these? Did someone coerce her into purchasing these books and then murder her in one of the ways outlined in the second book? Or did she truly intend to vanish? Though it was too small to analyze, the tiny spot on the wall may have bled. But since everyone already knew Ginger had been in the store and gone, determining her subsequent whereabouts was far more important. Given Ginger's remarkable beauty and public appearances, there were, in fact, a number of potential leads. She could have been seen by a large number of people, including those with malicious intent. In addition, her father was a dealer at one of Vegas's most well-known casinos. Things can get messy when it comes to money. Weeks passed, and there was less and less chance that the girl would be found alive. When the response about Mark's car arrived, guess what? They discovered nothing at all, including no blood or indications of struggle. It was then that Rosen remembered John Flowers. He thought about watching the security camera footage to see if Ginger had been approached at the store's exit, but it was too late for him. "Where have you been all this time, guys?" John exclaimed, explaining that he had watched the video and witnessed Ginger walk into the store, select the books, pay with cash, and walk out. The video had been replaced with fresh footage from the security camera because no one had arrived to watch it. John was also unable to locate the book's receipt, even though he was positive it was somewhere. John appeared reluctant to continue working with the detective after this, in part because of the negative impact that the police, the media, and interested bystanders had on his business following Ginger's disappearance. Although it made sense, selling lockpicks and phony police badges in a store already stocked with law enforcement gear severely strained his small business. Rosen was aware of this, and John had nothing to encourage him to speak with them. The police had no fresh leads, and the case was put on hold. The truth was there, in fact, but it would take several more months for the detectives investigating Ginger's case to realize it. A team of hunters discovered a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert on May 5, almost 400 miles from Las Vegas. The body in the grave was identified by the medical examiner as that of a young, dark-haired girl between the ages of 15 and 18. The murderer had not taken her very distinctive jewelry, which included a pink ring with 3 different colored stones and another ring that resembled wire loops intertwined to form the letter Mem or W. Could the M represent Mark? Or was it a family heirloom because Ginger's mother's maiden name was Waterworth? However, She had no identification on her person. The local police released pictures of the jewelry in the hopes of garnering public support, but they would not find out for a very long time. Meanwhile, the detectives needed a body or a lead to solve the case. On August 16, 1997, Jeff Rosen was suddenly contacted by phone. The caller claimed to have a lead on the Ginger case and identified himself as an Arizona federal agent. Rosen was curious. What was the connection between Ginger and John Flowers' alleged sale of unlawful eavesdropping devices? The agent clarified. The agent went on. John had fled because he didn't want to be taken into custody, but Cheryl Subzone, his wife, had been taken into custody to be questioned. She abruptly began discussing Ginger Rios, who had vanished in Vegas a few months prior. While they were curious about the whereabouts of her husband, the agent went out of the room to call Rosen. Only now did Rosen realize that he had never asked the proprietor of the spy shop where Ginger was last seen a formal question. Nevertheless, Ginger's spouse had mentioned that a man and a woman were behind the counter. Rosen rushed to Arizona after requesting that the agents keep an eye on Cheryl. Rosen had no idea what would come out of Cheryl's interrogation. John Flowers turned to Cheryl and asked her to go buy film when Ginger came in to look at the books. When they worked together at the store, she frequently ran errands, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. After 10 minutes or so, Cheryl came back, and Mark entered. John informed Mark that his wife couldn't have gone very far because she had just left. After thanking them, Mark walked away. Cheryl's husband appeared to be a completely different person. His face was filled with fear. The man said, "I did something terrible. Whatever you do, don't go into the storage room." Cheryl didn't know what he meant, and she never thought her husband had hurt anyone. She asked him what was going on. She was disturbed by his actions, though, and after a little while she made the decision to look in the storage room. She discovered a young girl's lifeless body inside, with a pool of blood encircling her head, and there was blood on the carpet. The girl had suffered severe physical abuse. Before John sent Cheryl to get film, the same girl had come into the store. When Cheryl realized that John was right behind her, her disgust quickly gave way to fear. He took her by the neck before she had even turned around, warning her that if she talked about what had happened there, something bad would happen to both her and their child. Although Cheryl complied with his orders, she made the decision to speak the truth now that John was fugitive. John's explanation of the situation to Cheryl was of interest to the detective. John informed her that Ginger was in possession of a note from 2 of his former workers requesting payment. John was allegedly so enraged by Ginger's impudence and the contents of the note that he struck her so forcefully in the face that she fell back, struck her head, and passed away. But Cheryl had never seen the note and was certain that this was a lie. She was certain that John had spent hours in the storage room, wrapping the girl's body in plastic bags and dousing her in bleach after stealing garbage bags. He had informed the staff member that the dog had urinated in the room. After placing the body in his van, he instructed Cheryl that they must depart for Arizona right away. At that point, Ginger's husband and father came up to them and begged them to play the security camera footage. Ginger was lying inches from John and Cheryl, but they looked them in the eyes and lied. That's not all, though. Cheryl was also aware of the location of her husband's burial. You see, John and Cheryl had visited the Mojave Desert on multiple occasions. John once drove off with their baby and the body of the girl, leaving Cheryl in the middle of nowhere. He obviously drove home after burying her and coming back for Cheryl. For him, though, this was insufficient. In order for John to cover the shallow grave with a layer of concrete, they returned there multiple times. Cheryl was pretty sure the police had already found Ginger's body because it was the last time John had run back, screaming in panic, "They found her! They found her!" At any rate, she consented to show the detectives the place in return for not being charged. Since they didn't think Cheryl had anything to do with the murder, they accepted her offer. They followed her to the location. Upon their arrival in the desert, the local officers began to make connections between Cheryl's revelation and the body discovered by hunters in May. After asking them to stop, Cheryl took them to the location where her husband had been. Instead of discovering an empty grave, the police arrived at what appeared to be an undisturbed concrete slab. They found the body wrapped in plastic bags there. They were initially identified as Ginger because of a tattoo on her lower back, but they chose to hold off on telling her family until DNA testing was completed. Several questions were left unanswered by this. Were there two victims? Did John murder them both? Why, if so? Who was the other girl? They were now able to obtain a search warrant for the store in Vegas, where they discovered evidence of Ginger's blood. Later, the DNA analysis verified that she was also the owner of the body found in the desert. Mark was devastated because he had hoped that his wife had just moved on and started a new life. He held himself responsible, believing that he ought to accompany her to the store. But how could he have thought that his wife, a mother and his devoted wife, would be attacked by a total stranger, the proprietor of a well-known and often visited store? After a brief period of hiding, John was taken into custody at a Los Angeles hotel. The detectives found that John Flowers, the proprietor of the spy shop chain, was not present when the extradition procedure started. Rather, a 26-year-old man named Craig Jacobson was wanted for offenses in Florida. The boy had battled mental health problems since he was 10 years old, with borderline personality disorder, paranoia, and probably antisocial personality disorder. After a year in a mental health facility, he was sentenced to 30 months in prison and 3 years of probation. However, he vanished in 1995. John appeared in his place. In addition to this discovery, 2 months earlier, the police had discovered another possible victim of Craig or John. Before she could even look at the merchandise, the owner of the Vegas store came up to the adolescent girl, slung her over his shoulder, and carried her into the storeroom without saying a word. She was extremely lucky, because John Flowers let her go after being frightened away by another customer who entered the store. Fear prevented this young woman from calling the police, and it might have been problematic for her to contradict the statement of a well-known businessman. Naturally, this was prior to the revelation of John's true identity. Psychiatrists examined him several times over the next few months and concluded he was not fit to stand trial. Despite being certain that Craig was lying, the prosecutor was concerned that the crime might go unpunished. He informed Ginger's family that a plea bargain would be the best course of action. Prior to being eligible for parole, Craig was sentenced to 25 years in prison after entering a guilty plea to the murder. Craig said that the other girl's name was Mary Stoddard. When he abducted and murdered her, she was the 18-year-old daughter of a chiropractor who had traveled to Vegas. In order to at least receive a life sentence or perhaps even the death penalty, Ginger Rios' family hoped that he would be charged with Mary's murder. The catch is that Mary Stoddard, who Craig described as the daughter of a chiropractor, was still alive and well. They had already taken a DNA sample and made a 3D model of the unidentified girl's possible appearance, but her body had already been exhumed. As it turned out, the documents containing information about her place of burial were lost, and no one knew which grave she was in, so this was all the police had. To put it another way, they had lost the body. The police, however, persisted in their efforts to identify her. There were 300 people on their list of missing persons. After 13 years, they were finally able to identify the girl on June 30, 2010. She was, more specifically, a 15-year-old girl from Phoenix, Arizona named Christina Mary Martinez. The girl lived in a group home, but she was mistreated there, so she frequently fled. She was taking a load of laundry to a self-service laundromat when she vanished on May 3, 1997. She passed Phoenix's spy shop on her way. Even though Christina had a rough upbringing, she had a lot of loved ones who were always looking for her, including her friend Valerie. To raise awareness of Christina's disappearance, Valerie set up a number of social media accounts. Valerie used to say, "I will never stop thinking about her, and I won't give up, no matter how long it takes. She is more than just a case number to me. I cherished her." Never giving up on finding someone is the essence of true love. Valerie had no idea that Christina, who was 16 years old when she vanished in the desert, had been found a week later. Regarding the girl's ring's mystery, the letter M on it stands for Martinez. It's interesting that Craig dated Mary Stoddard when they were both younger, according to the real Mary Stoddard's sister. If this is accurate, the man was already acting strangely at the time, and he might have become so obsessed with Mary that, after they broke up, he would constantly look for women who looked like her to vent his resentment. Given that Mary is still alive and Craig referred to Christina as Mary, it's plausible that, like many murderers, particularly serial killers, he had this fantasy in his mind when he committed the murder. Like the teenage girl from Vegas who survived because another customer scared the killer away, Craig most likely didn't plan his crimes, but instead gave in to impulsive behavior. given that we know Ginger had visited the store prior to her disappearance. It's also possible that he specifically targeted victims. Craig never gave an explanation for his actions, but because Ginger's underwear was discovered around her ankles, investigators think the killings were motivated by violence against women. In any event, he will now be imprisoned for the remainder of his life after being charged with a second murder. Craig's ability to fool so many people with such ease is astounding. Mark and George, who were looking for Ginger, his own wife Cheryl, who was unaware of his secret personality, and even seasoned Vegas police officers who had seen a lot in their careers. A store owner with his wife and infant behind the counter makes you wonder where one can feel safe. He really seemed like a typical family man. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Follis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fawless was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fawless family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fawless residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fawless was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Origo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves' story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces, Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Washington in 2001. The mother of 8-year-old triplets, Dana Laskowski, 36, was discovered in her own home lying face down on a couch. It was a complicated mystery with multiple suspects for the police. Dana's ex-husband, her boyfriend, and other men were all investigated by detectives. However, this story had an unexpected conclusion, and Dana's family was shocked by the revelation of the truth. Dana Laskowski lived in Puyallup, Washington, a charming, peaceful city with tree-lined streets and nature trails. In 2001, although Puja has a low crime rate and is a safe city, on a typical August 2001 day, police receive a disturbing call regarding one of the city's newest residents. Dana was supposed to get to work at 7:30 a.m., but she never did. She was watching 2 doctors. She is very responsible, so this was really out of the ordinary for her. The police were contacted by her employers to inquire about her well-being. The police showed up at Dana's house at 11 a.m. to check on her. There was no response when they knocked on the door. The back door was open, so they chose to enter the house even though they had checked the perimeter and the windows and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Dana was discovered by the officers under the covers on the living room couch. Her other hand was behind her back as she lay with her head resting on her arm. Sadly, she had passed away. The body was briefly examined by police to check for wounds from gunshots or stab wounds. They saw injuries on her neck, but they didn't find any of it. She had been strangled, judging by the marks. Indeed, there are crime scenes with bloodstains, a victim on the ground, obvious wounds, and possibly a mess everywhere. In Dana's home, that did not occur. Nothing was broken, and there were no weapons. When police turned Dana over, she was face down on the couch. They discovered dried blood around her ears and nose, as well as bruises on her neck. Dana was strangled to death, most likely by her own scarf, according to the medical examiner's ruling. In order to try to identify the murderer, police searched for any trace evidence, DNA, bodily fluids, or other items. Dana's body was in an awkward position on the couch. She wrapped one arm behind her back. She was in a face-down position. This indicated that she and the offender had engaged in combat. The person who did this was strong enough to overcome someone who was actually struggling for her life. It was clear from the facts that the offender was powerful. Dana was not killed, as evidenced by the abrasions on her elbows and knees on the sofa. Blood traces were discovered on the carpet in the living room after forensics applied luminol to it. This meant Dana had been killed on the ground. After that, the murderer picked her up, laid her down on the couch, and wrapped her in a blanket. Investigators hypothesized that the murderer was attempting to comfort Dana. In this instance, the fact that she was wrapped in a blanket might suggest that the offender was experiencing regret or guilt. It's possible that the murderer had feelings for Dana. The house wasn't broken into by a random burglar. When searching for suspects, it's critical to consider the possibility that this person knew her. Important information was obtained by the police following the autopsy. Detectives started interviewing neighbors, and one of them claimed to have heard a woman's screams coming from around 1 a.m. This gave police their first idea of the time frame. The medical examiner was able to estimate that Dana had been dead for a few hours before police arrived and had most likely died during the night or early morning hours of that day. Dana was probably dead by 7:30 a.m. because she had not shown up for work. Following the conclusion that Dana was murdered between 1 and 7:30 in the morning, the investigation probed further into her life in an effort to identify potential suspects. Dana was the mother of 8-year-old triplets who lived with their father, Steve, her spouse. The police learned that she had recently separated from him at the time of her death. There were more possible suspects among those Dana might have invited into her home because she had begun a new life and made new friends. The people Dana worked for as a nanny mentioned a man named Adam who started stalking her, so detectives contacted her employers to find out if any of the people she was dating had disturbed her. Adam, a cable company employee, was working at Dana's house after she recently moved. He asked Dana out on a date after finishing the work. He kept trying to spend the evening with her, but she refused. Adam refused to accept no from her, and his actions eventually started to terrify Dana. She mentioned gifts, flowers, and notes left on the door, as well as incessant messages from him that didn't stop. These behaviors suggested obsessive, domineering, and irate behavior that might make Adam think about committing a crime. Police discovered that Dana had threatened to hold Adam accountable if she were to suffer any harm. Adam became the main suspect and was in the spotlight. Despite everything, his actions and potential motivation appeared to be strong evidence of guilt. Adam denied any role in Dana's demise. The police conducted a thorough investigation of his surroundings while he was being questioned. They looked through his work locker and his car, but they didn't find anything unusual. When questioned about his whereabouts, Adam acted aggressively and insisted on his innocence. Adam stated that he stayed at home with friends the night of the murder. His statements were verified by a review of his phone records. As a result, he was placed lower on the investigation's list of suspects, forcing the police to focus on other individuals. A phone number written fluently in pen on Dana's hand was the tiny but crucial piece of evidence that investigators concentrated on. They looked up the number and found that it belonged to Julian, a 35-year-old man. The importance of the phone number to Dana was evident from the fact that it was written in pen on her hand. To learn why Julian's number was inscribed on Dana's hand, detectives located him and asked him to come in for interrogation. Their suspicions were aroused by his unwillingness to provide a cogent response, which led them to investigate his relationship with Dana further. Julian acknowledged under duress that he was close to Dana, despite the fact that she was seeing his best friend Matt. Detectives started to question whether Julian could have been the murderer after this discovery, but when his alibi was examined, it was discovered that witnesses and establishment employees had verified that he was at the bar from 10:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. on the night of the murder. Julian was thus disqualified as the murderer by his alibi. The detectives began to question whether Matt could have committed the crime after discovering that Dana was having an affair with his friend. Romantic relationships have the power to arouse our emotions. and although it may not be immediately apparent to everyone, out-of-control feelings are frequently the root cause of such crimes. Personal intimacy is frequently the cause of crimes of this kind. Matt, Dana's romantic partner, was immediately elevated to the level of suspicion as a result. Investigators examined Dana and Matt's relationship more thoroughly after receiving Julian's information. The asymmetry of feelings was clear. Dana believed she had allowed Matt into her life, but Matt was blazing with passion for her. Lacked such intense emotion. According to phone records, Dana and Matt were in constant contact the night of the murder, with calls taking place between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. As a biker who abused illegal substances and was able to confront multiple men at once, Matt was described by Dana's friends as being abrasive and rude, all of which made him an obvious suspect. Investigators found that Matt lived close to Vancouver, Canada. While looking into Dana Laskowski, however, this did not absolve him of suspicion. In a couple of hours, he could have driven from his house to Dana's. When asked, Matt claimed that he was not involved in the crime because he had intended to meet Dana but was stopped at the border due to issues with his documents. His alibi was confirmed. Investigators asked Matt for any information that could help solve Dana's murder after he was exonerated of any suspicion. According to Matt, he had called Dana the night of the murder and observed that she appeared uneasy during their chat, which may indicate that someone was present in the house with her. Matt surmised that the unidentified individual might have been Steve, Dana's ex-husband. Dana had spent a portion of her life with Steve, so it was obvious that she needed to talk to him. Her triplets were his children. Breaking up is a tough experience, and depending on the situation, it can cause anger that can turn into murder. Maybe Steve decided to commit a crime because he was so furious after Dana left him. He might have committed murder out of passion, jealousy, or rage, all of which needed to be taken into account. When investigators started looking into Steve's identity, they discovered that he had given Dana a life insurance policy, which expanded the pool of potential explanations for what transpired to include financial ones. When Steve was brought to the police station to be questioned about his relationship with Dana, he seemed unusually distant and withdrawn, seen in his feelings. His emotions seemed to have been smothered. Another suspicious detail was discovered by the detectives during the interview. Steve's knees were abrasive, just like Dana's elbows and knees. Investigators thought that on the night of the murder, there might have been a disagreement between the two. Steve explained that he had sustained the abrasions on his knees while playing baseball when detectives questioned him about them, but according to one of the detectives there, who was a real baseball expert, those kinds of injuries were not typical of the sport. Steve was even more anxious after that, but did he have a chance to murder Dana? Steve responded that he was at home, 5 hours away from Puyallup, when asked where he was on the night of the murder. The following morning, he said, he put the children to bed, filled up the gas tank, and drove to a nearby campground. His explanation was intriguing. The triplets' absence from Dana's home the night she passed away could have been a coincidence, but it could also indicate that Steve had prearranged the entire situation. It took 10 hours to travel back and forth between Steve's and Dana's homes. If Steve had gone to Dana's house, investigators realized, he would undoubtedly need to stop at a gas station, so they gave careful thought to the possibility that he could have put the kids to bed, driven to Puyallup, committed the crime, and driven back. They looked into locations where he might have refilled up with gas and went back his potential path. Investigators removed Steve as a suspect after reviewing surveillance footage and examining areas of the road where his car might have been spotted. They were unable to find any concrete proof that Steve had made the trip. The investigation hit an impenetrable wall after all suspects were ruled out, which caused great frustration. The fact that Dana's body was covered in blankets seemed particularly strange, a behavior that amply demonstrated the unusual nature of the perpetrator. The investigators had reached a point where they had no viable suspect or explanation for the nature of the crime. In light of this, the police made the decision to enlist the FBI in the inquiry. Because the local police lacked the requisite experience to identify such specific signs, the investigators sought the FBI specialist's assistance in creating a psychological profile of the potential offender. After carefully examining the case, the FBI concluded that the crime was likely committed impulsively and in a fit of rage, revealing a disordered personality. The person who was in Dana's home that fateful night, according to experts, had no intention of killing her. They probably knew one another, spoke, and then he attacked in a fit of rage. The search had to be expanded after the police had already looked at the ex-husband, the boyfriend, and even the stalker. This crime was committed by someone. It was unclear who made the decision to expand the search for suspects in the Dana Laskowski case in light of fresh FBI information. Police were now searching for someone who could have lost control if provoked. Detectives examined the video footage from Dana's funeral in an effort to find fresh evidence. Finding out who was there and how people acted on this day of mourning was essential. It was crucial to observe who attended Dana's funeral and who did not, both from a psychological perspective. Given that most murders are carried out by someone the victim knew, it is possible that the murderer was one of these individuals. It's possible that the murderer attended the funeral because it would have been suspicious to skip it. However, how did he respond to that circumstance? Did anything have the potential to reveal him? The police discovered an entry in the guest book that caught them off guard. His loved ones wrote that they missed Dana and were shocked by her passing, expressing their sorrow over the loss. However, Amanda Dana's niece's entry was especially noteworthy. "I apologize for not being the best niece," she wrote. "It's been 34 days since I broke free from addiction. You are the reason for this." Amanda was characterized by some family members as a wild and erratic young lady. According to what was written, Amanda had overcome her addiction following Dana's passing. She also did it for Dana's benefit, which said two crucial things. Her love for her aunt was the primary factor, but it also revealed that she felt bad about her death for whatever reason, which was important because it raised the possibility that she was involved in Dana's demise. Dana was a compassionate, kind individual. Dana loved her family, and in an effort to keep her niece, Amanda 17, out of trouble, she would often let her stay with her. Amanda was a frequent runaway from home. Because Amanda was a reliable adult who was always there to support them through any problems at home, Amanda and her friends would frequently visit Dana's house. The detectives looked at Amanda to talk about the circumstances surrounding her aunt's death. They had scheduled a meeting with her. Amanda disclosed that she and Dana had been like mother and daughter. She and her friends had always had the support of their aunt. They were teenagers with unstable home lives who spent time in the park and associated illegal substances and alcohol with their future. All of them had just finished high school, but they had no clear plans for the future. Dana was attempting to establish a secure location that Amanda and her friends could visit day or night. As a result, when investigators questioned Amanda about Dana's murder, the back door of her home was always left open at night. She gave a list of those who had visited the house, naming Zane in particular. "He was a strong man with a violent temper," she said. Then Amanda revealed something even more unsettling. She described how she had once been beaten by Zane. He threw her on the couch and started acting aggressively. He would try to hit on her hard and she would push him away and ask him why. Zane merely chuckled at this, displaying his strength and beauty, as though he was taking pleasure in the situation. The detectives made the decision to examine Zane more closely and search the databases. Zane was a suspect due to his criminal history of fighting and dealing illegal substances. To find out more about Zane, one of the detectives got in touch with his young informant. In their meeting, he talked about Dana's murder and recommended Zane as a potential suspect. But according to the informant, Zane was not the one who killed Dana. Emily, a young woman from Amanda's group, was the murderer. Emily Lauenborg, a 17-year-old drug user, lived close to Dana's home. Emily and Amanda had a close relationship. They might have even been best friends. After hearing the story, the detective started to question its authenticity. He couldn't believe that Emily, a 5'2" girl who was frail, could strangle a 36-year-old mother of 3. The informant responded that she was no longer the frail girl she had been. She had matured and gained muscle. Because she enjoyed wrestling men, she was known as the mutant. Emily wasn't your usual suspect, but as the investigation progressed, it became clear that she was the strongest of the problematic teenagers, impressing everyone, including the guys, with her physical prowess and wanting arm wrestling and even regular wrestling. Emily was taken to the station by the detectives to be questioned about her potential role in Dana's murder. After placing her hands on the table, Emily threw back her head and frantically looked from side to side before leaning forward and angrily telling her that she had been slandered. Emily was asked by the police where she was when Dana was killed. Emily and Amanda both stated that they were present at the party when the crime was committed. But around midnight, Amanda and Emily left the party, and the police were able to track them down. Consequently, they could have arrived at Dana's residence by 1 in the morning. Everything suggested that they were concealing something and were most likely involved in the crime. However, what had actually occurred? Was Emily responsible for the murder? The police were able to secure a search warrant for Emily's rented room because of mounting circumstantial evidence against her. Her private journal was one of the things confiscated. It had the usual entries of a 17-year-old girl, but it quickly disclosed surprising information. A wish list that included the desire to murder someone and escape punishment was one of the entries. Emily expresses her anger towards Amanda in a different entry, stating that she wants to strangle Amanda in the same manner that she strangled her aunt. Emily's guilt was confirmed by this startling discovery. The murder, Dana's strangling, and the intention to potentially strangle Amanda in a similar way were all described in the diaries. Crucially, detectives had not yet made public the news that Dana had strangled to death when they discovered Emily's diary. This further suggested that Emily was to blame for Dana's ordeal. Amanda was questioned by detectives once more and was accused of lying about the night her aunt was killed. They questioned why she had deceived everyone. After all, Emily stated that she wanted money and that she wasn't there under duress. Amanda couldn't stand it any longer and told the detectives everything she knew before they even got to Dana's house. Dana woke up as they walked into the living room and heard a noise. The sight of them startled her. Dana responded that she didn't have any money when they told her they needed it. Emily, however, was not happy with that response and asked Dana for money once more. Emily was gently nudged in the direction of the exit when Dana asked them to leave. Emily didn't like it though, and she wasn't going to put up with it. In front of Amanda, she launched an attack on Dana and strangled her. Emily refused to listen to Amanda's cries for her to stop. The fact that Amanda did nothing but watch Emily kill her aunt suggests that she either feared Emily or that it happened so fast that she was likely unaware of what she was seeing. Amanda's scream, not Dana's, was heard by a neighbor at 1 in the morning when Dana was killed. Emily covered Dana's body with a blanket and placed it on the couch. Before they left, they took what little money Dana had. Emily took a brief break to get a black shirt out of Dana's closet. Emily wore that exact shirt when she attended Dana's funeral. It was her display of power and authority. Motive was the question that the investigators were struggling with. Emily had expressed her anger to her friends about Amanda's constant abandonment of her for her aunt. Given their close relationship, Emily might have killed Dana in order to fully control Amanda. However, Amanda was given a plea deal and would not be imprisoned for her involvement in Dana's murder. After much deliberation, investigators decided that Amanda was needed as a witness because she had witnessed the murder and would have the right to remain silent if she were charged with a crime. As a result, Amanda became a witness and gave information about what transpired that fateful night. It was the vital data that the authorities required. However, because of Emily's unremarkable size, prosecutors were unsure they could convince a jury of her guilt and allowed her to enter a guilty plea to the lesser charge of manslaughter. After being convicted and serving 5.5 years in prison, Emily Lollenborg was released in 2008. She later moved back to Puyallup, changed her name, got married, and had kids. Locals will undoubtedly be concerned about Emily's freedom to roam the streets. Like serial killers who wear mementos of their crimes, she was dressed in the victim's clothing, having already killed once and never regretting it at the funeral. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared as though she had just melted into thin air. She didn't come home one morning even though everything around her appeared to be completely normal. There were no signs or calls, just a harrowing quiet and a deluge of unsolved questions. What might have transpired during those brief hours? By whom was she last sighted? Everyone who knew her was shaken by her disappearance. which signaled the start of a sinister and twisted tale filled with secrets and suspicions that turned into a nightmare beyond anyone's wildest expectations. An important turning point in Asolepayeva's life occurred in April 2021. She had long wished for a better life, one that was full of chances to live more comfortably with her loved ones. Then, like a beacon of light, an offer materialized. It came from her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov. She had known Murat for years, and he was a car salesman in Georgia. Abruptly, he extended his hand and said he needed an assistant immediately. He told Asel that the work, which would involve assisting with paperwork and managing car transfers for clients from Kazakhstan, would be simple and even exciting. It seemed to Asel like a gift from fate, an unanticipated chance. Murat went into great detail about her duties, which would include managing the car sales process, setting up meetings, and preparing paperwork for clients. He clarified that Georgia's auto industry was flourishing and that there was a strong demand for used cars, particularly from Kazakhs searching for less expensive models. Additionally, he said that his staff was amiable and prepared to assist Asel in settling in and feeling comfortable. The offer appeared to her as a long overdue reprieve from her cycle of constraints and issues. Everything seemed ideal: a $500 monthly salary, paid housing, and a flexible schedule. Asel's prospects had never been so bright, and she thought her dreams might finally come true. She felt hopeful for a better future and financial independence when she considered working overseas. She had plans to support her parents in their later years, save money for her own apartment, and put money aside for them. She felt strong and confident that she was making the right decision because of these hopes. Asel was raised in Kabanbai Betir, a small village encircled by endless, vast steppes in the Akmola region of Kazakhstan. She lived here for the majority of her life, seeing many of her classmates go through the normal village routines of getting married young, working on nearby farms, or finding employment in agricultural businesses. There were few options in the village, and opportunities were frequently reduced to a daily struggle for survival. Asel, however, had higher hopes. The lure of large cities, the possibility of altering her fate, and the aspiration to accomplish more all enthralled her. In search of her identity, Asel relocated to Nur-Sultan after high school. There she found work as a fitness club receptionist and lived with her older sister, who helped her through difficult times. Although working as a receptionist gave her a reliable source of income, the salary was low, and she was still unable to realize her dream of owning her own apartment. She cut back on little things and saved every extra tennet she could, all the while clinging to the hope that one day she would have her own place, where she could make a comfortable home and experience the independence she so desperately desired. Asel thought she could improve her family's situation in addition to changing her own destiny. Since her parents had put in so much effort to raise her and make sure she had everything she needed, she wanted to return the favor. However, reality showed her that her dreams were still a long way off, month after month. She was aware that it would be extremely difficult to achieve the degree of financial security required to support herself and her loved ones back home. Although it provided some stability, her job at the fitness club did not provide any of the opportunities she so desperately wanted. Then her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov, offered her a job in Georgia. For Asel, this appeared to be the opportunity she had been seeking. It was well known that Murat knew business, and he talked confidently about the opportunities he could present. He clarified that he handled car sales in Georgia, serving Kazakhstani buyers seeking more reasonably priced cars, and that he needed an assistant to assist with paperwork and client relations. The offer wasn't taken lightly by Asel. She discussed it extensively with her older sister, who was first apprehensive and gave it careful thought while assessing the dangers. Her sister was concerned about Asel traveling to a foreign nation, far from home, and being in the company of strangers. Nonetheless, Murat persuaded them that Georgia was secure, that he would personally protect her, and that the position might be a fantastic first step toward a better future. Asel was aware of the dangers, but her determination to make a difference in her life overcame her uncertainties and anxieties. She kept thinking that this might be her only chance to escape the constraints of her current circumstance. Although she was aware that it wouldn't be simple, she had faith in her ability to overcome any obstacles. Despite all of her uncertainties and fears, Asel decided to accept the offer because she was sure that it was her opportunity to change her future. This was her chance to escape her routine, and she was going to take advantage of it. Despite their limited financial resources, Asel was supported by her family. Despite leading modest lives themselves, her parents and sister supported her emotionally and shared her aspirations. Asel had no idea at the time that this chance would trigger a series of unanticipated circumstances that would fundamentally alter everything. Eager and hopeful, Asel took a plane to Georgia shortly after. She felt that this move marked the start of an exciting new chapter in her life. When she got there, she moved into Murat Mirbekov's apartment in Rustavi. Murat assured her that although the apartment was small and had some older furniture, it was only meant to be a temporary place for her to stay until she found a better place to live. Asel initially communicated with her family on a regular basis, sharing her experiences in her new life. She talked excitedly about the local food she was sampling and praised the city's historic streets and distinctive architecture. She enjoyed even the small things, such as strolling through Rustavi in the evening. Everything appeared so novel and fascinating. She sounded content and assured in her choice, and her voice exuded real excitement. Her mother could hear the joy in her voice whenever she called home. Asel talked positively about the local traditions and the friendly, hospitable people she encountered. But after a few weeks, things began to shift. Asel started making fewer calls, and her chats became more circumspect and brief. Her voice carried undertones of fatigue and occasionally a trace of concern. Something seemed to be hidden from her. Asel gave evasive responses when her mother inquired about her health, typically attributing her weariness to her job. Her words sounded less convincing than before, but she insisted that everything was okay. Her mother became more anxious and made more attempts to contact her daughter, but many calls were not returned. Her family's concerns increased as each conversation became more reticent and brief. Asel's mother was able to contact her via video call one day. She waited tensely for her daughter's face to appear on the screen. The screen showed a room she didn't recognize in place of the familiar scene. The room looked cluttered and uncomfortable. There were strewn about belongings and furniture that appeared to have been hurriedly moved, as though someone had left in a hurry or didn't care to keep things neat. Her mother was alarmed and inquired as to what was happening and why the room appeared that way. Asel dismissed it with excuses about being busy without providing a clear explanation. She said she had a lot of work to do and abruptly ended the call. With every unanswered question and every fleeting, evasive exchange, her mother's anxiety only grew more intense. A passerby in Tbilisi's Didi Digomi neighborhood discovered the lifeless body of a young woman beneath a high-rise building's windows on the morning of May 16. At first, nobody knew her name, and she was only dressed in a t-shirt. Investigators would soon identify her as Asel Aitbayeva, however. One of the most important pieces of evidence in the case would be her last words, which she recorded and sent to her best friend. Several attempts to reach Asel had been unsuccessful in the hours before that tragic event. When Asel left a voicemail for her friend late on May 5, the anxiety grew. A man's voice could be heard on the recording berating Asel and accusing her of taking advantage of him. He identified himself as Besso. Anger dominated his voice as he threatened Asel, accusing her of betraying him and demanding that she pay the price. A feeling of dread overcame Asel's friend as she heard the message. She was terrified for her friend's safety and realized that things were becoming dangerously out of control. Asel disclosed in the same message that she was shaken and scared after Besso had turned to physical violence. She talked about feeling stuck, having nowhere to go, and not knowing where to look for assistance. The friend tried calling her back right away, but the calls kept dropping, and Asel didn't answer, which only made her anxiety worse. Asel's distant relative Murat Mirbekov, who had enticed her to Georgia with the promise of employment, was the subject of growing suspicion. Later, investigators would discover that Mirbekov had exploited Asel's precarious position by brutally mistreating her twice and betraying her confidence. He took advantage of the fact that she had no support system and was alone in a foreign country. He then gave her to a man named Besso, either as a promise of payment or in return for a car. Asel was left stranded, essentially trapped, with new threats every day. She felt she couldn't approach the authorities because she was afraid they wouldn't believe her, or that telling them about the situation would make it worse. Any potential escape seemed unattainable due to the overwhelming sense of helplessness and isolation. The intensity of Asel's fear for her life was made clear in her last chat with her friend. Her voice was filled with fear and desperation, and she was clueless about how she would ever escape this predicament. Although her friend wanted to help, he was unable to act quickly enough. Assel's body was found beneath the windows of that tall building on the morning of May 6. Georgian authorities confirmed the identity of the man involved in the tragic case of Assel Aitbayeva. He was Besik Tordua, a 57-year-old Georgian with a troubled past who was known in criminal circles as Beso. He had a history of aggressive behavior and had previously served a 10-year sentence for auto theft. Beso had already left Tbilisi and was making his way toward the border in an attempt to avoid capture by the time news of Assel's death reached the public. But the police moved quickly, and he was captured in a day. In the meantime, the man who had invited Assel to Georgia, Murat Mirbekov, returned to Nur Sultan as soon as he learned of her death, apparently in an attempt to avoid any repercussions. As they attempted to piece together the circumstances surrounding Assel's premature death, her family, friends, and the authorities were left in a state of uncertainty. Assel had contacted a friend a few days prior to the tragedy, requesting a loan of 1,000,000 tenge, roughly $220, to pay for travel expenses. She probably didn't want to worry her family, so she didn't call them, but in the end, her independence backfired. The fact that her friend was unable to help because of financial concerns among her loved ones. Her family vehemently disagreed with the Georgian police's initial assumption that Assel had purposefully leaped from the window. They were aware of Assel as a vibrant, upbeat young lady who was planning her future. She had thought that the Georgia job opportunity would help her get better off financially and get closer to her goal of owning her own apartment. To the police, the conclusion seemed unimaginable. The injuries on Assel's body that didn't fit the description of a normal fall from a great height particularly worried her mother. Assel's mother noticed some unsettling details as soon as her body was returned to Kazakhstan. Her arms and legs were unharmed, and she did not have any of the common fractures that happen after a fall. Oddly, she was holding her arms across her chest, which is not the proper position in these situations. Additionally, her head was free of the typical trauma associated with falls from high altitudes. The internal injuries, which included a ruptured spleen and other organ damage, were even more worrisome as they raised the possibility of serious abuse. Her body also had several burns that resembled cigarette marks before she died, and some of her teeth had been knocked out, which raised the horrifying possibility that she had been tortured. The family's suspicion that Assel had been abused in her last hours was only strengthened by these disturbing findings. Her mother was shocked that her daughter would act in such a drastic manner. When her body was returned home, the disturbing details that surfaced only raised more unsettling questions, none of which seemed to have definitive answers. According to an examination, Assel had been mistreated prior to her passing. In an effort to create the impression that Assel had committed suicide, her mother insisted that her body had been placed beneath the high-rise's windows after she had already passed away. The Georgian police did not carry out any additional investigations and refused to admit any criminal involvement in Assel's death, in spite of these alarming facts. While in detention, Besik Tordua, popularly known as Beso, first refused to cooperate. He acknowledged that there had been physical contact, but insisted it was consensual after investigators disclosed that evidence verified an intimate encounter with Assel prior to her passing. Besik Tordua claims that it all began on April 30, 2021, when he learned that Assel had been severely abused twice by her captor, Murat Mirbekov, who had brought her to Georgia. Beso said he was furious and made the decision to discipline Mirbekov. He claimed that after confronting and physically abusing Mirbekov, he threatened to make sure he left the nation and avoided Assel. Beso Tordua allegedly offered Assel a room at his house after this and pledged to keep her safe. He asserted that Assel spent a number of days with him and that he made an effort to look after her, assisting her in overcoming the trauma. He maintained that they developed a mutual sense of trust and that any intimacy they had was voluntary. According to Besik Tordua, Assel left her alone in the living room to take a shower the night before he passed away. She was gone when he got back. Assel's body was on the ground below, beyond a fence, when Beso found the balcony door open and looked down. Panic struck. Given his connection to Assel and his criminal history, he was afraid that he would be held accountable for what had transpired. According to Besik Tordua, he ran downstairs and got close to the fence but lacked the bravery to scale it. He claimed that after standing there for a short while in terror, he ran from the scene because he was afraid of being blamed for her death. He acknowledged that in order to avoid any possible consequences, he then made the decision to leave the city. Basic Tordua died in a prison hospital in July 2021. Although a heart attack was listed as the official cause of death, Asel's mother maintained that he had been beaten. His death may have been staged to keep him from going to trial, the family suspected. Basic Tordua had been facing a possible sentence of 8 to 12 years for his offenses when this occurred, and the legal proceedings were still in progress. After examining a voicemail Asel had left to her friend just before she passed away, investigators began to doubt his account before he passed away. Asel expressed fear of Beso and mentioned threats from him in the recording. Any assertions of a consensual relationship are called into question by references to aggressive behavior. One aspect of the case that attracted a lot of attention was the suspicion held by authorities that Basic Tordua may have coerced Asel. He was never officially accused of being the cause of her death, though. Although his actions might have pushed her to act in a desperate manner, the official position remained that there was insufficient evidence to pursue additional charges. The lawyer in Asel's family had a different opinion. They believed that she had been murdered and that the death was staged to make it look as if she had committed suicide. The injuries discovered on her body and the circumstances surrounding her fall, which didn't match the usual outcome of a leap from that height, confirmed this theory. When Murat Mirabekov returned to Kazakhstan, he was captured. He was accused of both human trafficking and aggravated assault. Asel's parents petitioned to have him extradited to Georgia for trial because they thought he was directly responsible for her death. Local authorities, however, took a while to address their requests or look into the matter further. Things didn't start to change until Asel's mother's morgue photos were uploaded online. The prosecutor's office took the issue more seriously after the pictures sparked public outrage. Journalists and the general public both took notice of Asel's untimely death and began their own online investigations. Details started to surface, some of them unverified. On the night of the tragedy, witnesses reported seeing two men allegedly push Asel off the balcony. Police stated that they had not discovered any evidence to support the rumors that the incident was captured on video. Asel reported Murat Mirbekov's violent actions to the local authorities after arriving in Georgia in order to obtain protection, but her requests were ignored. When Georgian journalists started looking into the case themselves, it became clear that the police had done nothing. One of Asel's acquaintances in Tbilisi consented to testify amid the events that were taking place. He revealed that Asel had sent him a desperate message the day before the tragedy. She mentioned Mirabekov in her message, claiming that he had attacked her twice. She talked about the intense psychological anguish she was experiencing in addition to the physical pain. She had requested assistance, but was hesitant to demand it because she still believed she could manage things independently. Being stranded in a foreign nation without any support system made Asel feel trapped. She tried to remain strong despite her fear of Mirbekov, she confided in her acquaintance. Despite her persistent belief that she could find a way out, she frequently talked about feeling as though she was in a hopeless situation. The inquiry also turned up other information. In addition to offering Asel a job in Georgia, Mirbekov had made similar promises to other young Kazakh women. He had promised them good jobs, good wages, and good housing. Luckily, none of them had agreed to his terms. Some had found his messages, which emphasized the ostensibly exceptional opportunities he could offer, to be especially persistent. All the women, however, had refused. Later, their families thanked them profusely for their foresight, saying it had prevented them from being in danger. The case took a dramatic turn by the end of July 2022-208. After more investigation, Georgian forensic experts found Mirbekov's DNA traces on Asel's clothing, which is a crucial piece of evidence. This bolstered the prosecution's case in court and validated witness statements. Ultimately, the work of investigative journalists and the new evidence obtained through forensic analysis started to provide a more comprehensive picture of what Asel had gone through in her last days. The truth was slowly emerging, in spite of all the barriers. One of the most talked about occasions in Kazakhstan was Murat Mirbekov's trial in Nur-Sultan. The case gained even more public attention when Georgian investigators, who were invited to the proceedings, presented the evidence and conclusions they had gathered. The tension in the courtroom was evident when Mirbekov showed up. He insisted he had nothing to do with Assel's death or any violent actions toward her, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. He maintained that he was innocent and that he had been falsely accused. Those in attendance were left perplexed and incensed by his cold-blooded attitude and total lack of regret. Given the seriousness of the situation, Mirabyakov's aging parents made the decision to apologize to Assel's distraught family. They hoped that their gesture would provide the victim's loved ones with some small solace. Mirabakov, however, continued to deny any wrongdoing and showed no interest in any attempts at reconciliation. The prosecutor made a resolute and firm statement. He offered a story that implied Mirabakov had given Assel to him for his own benefit, in an effort to improve relations with a strong Georgian man named Bashik Tordua. The prosecutor stressed that Mirabakov knew he was seriously endangering Assel and was well aware of Bashik Tordua's violent tendencies and criminal history. Tordua was infamous. He was so feared by the locals that they avoided him at all costs. According to the prosecutor, Assel was under constant pressure, and her desperate attempts to flee an intolerable circumstance resulted in the horrific events that ultimately led to her tragic demise. She had been pushed to the limit, feeling hopeless and in great distress, with no way out. Mirabakov was already a father of two, and his wife was expecting their third child. It was disclosed during the trial. Having a family should have deterred him from committing crimes, the court suggested, taking these circumstances into account as mitigating factors. Witness statements and the evidence, however, made it abundantly evident that he was involved in grave crimes in spite of these specifics. It became clear that his role as a father and his obligations to his family had not prevented him from acting cruelly. The court's final decision was rendered on August 2, 2022. Mirabakov was convicted of both acts of aggression and human trafficking. He received a 15-year sentence in a maximum security facility. The court also mandated that Mirabakov compensate Assel's parents for the emotional harm they had suffered by giving them 5 million tenge, or about $10,500. Although no monetary settlement could ever fully compensate her family for the loss of their daughter, this sum served as a symbolic recognition of the anguish and suffering they had to endure. Assel's family was not happy with the outcome, even after the verdict and the compensation. They were convinced that Assel had been the victim of a premeditated crime and that the case was far from over. Her loved ones were certain that she had been killed on purpose, in addition to being severely abused and exploited. The court proceedings did not allay the family's concerns or offer genuine closure, even after the trial was over and a guilty verdict and compensation were given. They persisted in believing that Assel's case merited more research and that the whole truth had not yet been revealed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll examine what happened in the U.S. state of California in 2011. Daylene Carlson, a 23-year-old college student, relocated from Idaho to Stockton, California. She was looking forward to beginning a new chapter in her life while residing at her Aunt Maggie's house, but she never came home after going out to meet some friends on August 6, 2011. Beginning at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, her aunt called her multiple times but got no response. Worried, she informed the police about Daylene disappearance. To find the truth, detectives started an investigation and used CCTV footage. Daylene was preparing to go out on Saturday night. Her cousin Cecily had plenty of time to acquaint her with the local nightlife, as college was still 3 months away. Cecily had a fever, so they stayed home instead of going to the Finnegan's pub to meet up with some more friends. Daylene had to return home by 1 in the morning after going to the bar by herself, but Maggie and Aggie started to worry when 1 in the morning rolled around and Daylene was still not home. Maggie repeatedly called Colleen but got no answer. Maggie stayed up all night calling Colleen's number every now and then, but as before, her niece didn't answer. Maggie searched for a plausible reason why Colleen hadn't come home. Daylene hadn't come home by morning, so she speculated that her niece might have spent the night at a friend's house. Maggie called the police when she realized she could not wait any longer. Despite receiving a report, The police believed Dalinilian had stayed at a friend's house following the party and would soon return. The investigators made the decision to hold off a bit longer. In the meantime, Dalinil's family started their own inquiry. On social media, they announced Dalinil's disappearance and urged anyone with information to get in touch with the police or her family. The day after Dalinil's disappearance, August 8, 2011, the police opened an official investigation because her family suspected something terrible might have happened because it was out of character for her to simply vanish without warning anyone. Her Aunt Maggie's home was the first location the detectives visited. They wanted to talk to Daline's relatives, see her in her room, and make sure none of them had anything to do with her disappearance. Danielle was a girl, like any other American. Her disappearance was extremely unusual, and she was young, attractive, and had big plans for the future. Detectives searched Daline's room, but they found no evidence that she had fled her house. Her room contained all of her possessions, as well as a few documents. Cecily took a picture of Daline wearing torn jeans and a brown and white striped top the night she vanished. Cecily informed Detective Daline that they had frequently visited the Finn Pub's pub in the past, and that Daline had planned to go there. The detectives then went to the bar to speak with the employees and perhaps obtain additional information. On the night Daline vanished, the bar manager recalled seeing her in the street at around midnight. He described what had happened that evening, but he could not think of anything out of the ordinary. Thankfully, security cameras were present. Surveillance footage can greatly aid an investigation, even though it might not give a full picture. 2 operational security cameras in the bar recorded hours of Saturday night activity. The detectives made the decision to obtain a copy of the recordings and go over everything back at the police station, because it would have taken a long time to go through the footage. This, they hoped, would allow them to find out who Daline had slept with, and more crucially, with whom she had left the bar. At first look, the tape appeared to be normal. On the street, young women and men congregated, smoking and chatting. It appeared to be a typical Saturday night in a pub, but they are drawn to one girl in particular. She's dressed in a striped top similar to the one from the day. Lean is wearing a striped top in the final photo. She goes back to the bar at 1:40 and 0 in the morning. Another security camera is located inside, in the corridor close to the restrooms. Photo 41 is watched by detectives. After 61 minutes, she was observed consuming alcohol. She might have been a bit more exposed than normal. In a hallway full of young men, she is the only woman. Every person in this video could be a suspect, and even if they are not, they might be a witness. Daline seems content and at ease as she watches the video. At 0:40 in the morning, detectives see a young man approaching her from behind and placing his arm around her waist, indicating that someone is about to approach too closely. A short while later, as she was going into the bathroom, a man with a beard and an outfit that was backwards passed her. Daline, who was not particularly disturbed by the young man's presence, also didn't seem very happy to see him. As soon as they saw this video, the detectives knew they needed to find this man, so they talked to her friends and neighbors. They discovered once more that Jason Gilly was the man who had Daline around his waist. Jason was well known to Daline Cecily's cousin Cecily and her friends, who frequently got together at his house for an enjoyable evening. Investigators found Jason Gilly's home and spoke with him. They questioned him about where he was when Daline vanished that night. Jason clarified that he had planned to take Daline home after spending the evening with her, but he had to leave early due to his child's needs. Jason claimed that he came home by himself. He claimed that because his young son was ill, he left the bar at around 1 in the morning and got home at 1:30. He brought up another possible suspect. Jason suggested to the detectives that they should speak with Evangelisti. According to him, Evangelisti was seeing Jacob Evangelisti, but they had a fight in front of Jason 4 days prior to her disappearance. Because jealousy frequently leads people to act rashly, the detectives were interested in this information. Thus, they made the decision to learn more about Jacob Evangelisti. The investigators discovered some recent images of Jacob while searching through Daline's social media accounts. To find out if Jacob was present, they made the decision to watch the bar's security footage again. They changed the video at 1:06, when Daline left the eatery and went up to the man who was leaning against the wall. Daline's behavior appears to drastically change when he is around. She seems to be very upset about something, as evidenced by the vigorous hand movements. The investigators attempt to determine whether it might be her boyfriend Jacob, but the bright lights make it impossible to see his face. After a few seconds of their brief conversation, Darlene left, leaving the detectives to keep watching and trying to figure out who the mystery man was. They finally recognize him as Jacob Evangelisti when he turns to face the camera. During the interview, detectives brought Jacob Evangelisti in to be questioned. Jacob appeared to be quite upset. He was asked about his relationship with Darlene by the detectives, who specifically wanted to know when and how he had last seen her. Jacob claimed that he and Darlene had last seen each other at a bar. Jacob disclosed that Darlene had ended their relationship that evening at Negan's bar. "I had no intention of ending my relationship with Darlene," he said. To be honest, he was furious that she had ended their relationship. Darlene had left the bar without him, Jacob later said. He adamantly denied any involvement in her disappearance. After that, the investigators review the CCTV footage to see if it supports his account. Jacob walks into the bar at 1:09 in the morning. They keep on observing. Darlene enters the picture after Darlene Newts. She seems to be bidding one of the patrons farewell. She then exits the frame at 1:15 a.m. The detectives kept going over the video until the bar had closed and all of the patrons had left. The lights go out at 2:38 a.m. When Day Nether appears again, the parking lot is almost deserted. It appeared that Jacob was responsible for Darlene's disappearance at this stage of the investigation. Investigators have not yet found any evidence that her disappearance was the result of foul play, but it's possible that he just couldn't move on from the fact that she had left him. Darlene's family is searching on their own, according to Darlene. They created flyers and began distributing them throughout the city. They wanted as many people as possible to know about Darlene's disappearance. After she left the bar, she might have been spotted by someone. Detectives ask Evangelisti if anyone knows what happened to her at the stock station. Evangelisti once more, but he maintains his denial of any knowledge. James, another person in Darlene's social circle, is the name he gives instead. Darlene claims to have a new boyfriend. Darlene's social circle also includes James. They had a relationship, even though James wasn't Darlene's boyfriend. James was also a close friend, which was another interesting fact. Jason Gilly's pal. They actually shared the same home. Darlene's ability to enter into such a relationship and then vanish almost instantly afterward was highly intriguing. This sparked intense suspicion about James and the idea that he might have had something to do with her disappearance. James was asked to talk about his relationship with Darlene at the police station. Although he acknowledges that he and Darlene were romantically involved, he says he has no knowledge of the night she went to the bar. James had information he wanted to share, but he claimed to have been out of town when the police began looking into his alibi. He informed investigators that Darlene texted him to let them know she was with a new man after she disappeared. James verified that Darlene was there by showing the detectives his phone, which was Darlene's. Detectives came up with a new theory after she wrote that she was leaving the bar to go to a friend's party, but the friend's identity was still unknown. It is likely that Darlene had to visit the grocery store or the liquor store in order to continue the party. A list of 24-hour liquor stores has been compiled by investigators. Elis was the name of the store that was closest to Finnegan's. When detectives arrived, they discovered that a Darlene was equipped with security cameras. The security cameras recorded Darlene if she was there. The detectives began watching the security camera footage outside. When Darlene saw her walking into the store with a young man, their suspicion was confirmed. However, who was he? Since the video only captured his back, a precise identification was not possible. Darlene and her enigmatic companion purchased what appeared to be a bottle of alcohol as the detectives started going over the footage from the other cameras. At 1:31 a.m., they waited for them to leave the store before switching back to the exterior camera. Detectives have a better picture after the couple leaves the store. The first face the detectives saw in the bar footage was the same as the one with the baseball cap and goatee on backwards. This gave them a new lead for their ongoing investigation when Jason Gilly noticed it. Jason initially claimed to investigators that he went home alone at 1:30 a.m. to tend to his ailing son after leaving Finnegan's bar. It was now evident to the police that he and Darlene had left the liquor store at 1:31 in the morning. Jason became the prime suspect right away because he had lied about leaving the bar by himself. Jason Gilley was taken into custody by the police 1 week after Daleen vanished. After an hour or so of waiting, the detectives started questioning him while keeping an eye on any behavioral changes. The detectives went over Jason's account of what transpired that evening without disclosing that they had a tape recording of Jason's shopping excursion at night. They asked him to recall the time he left the bar and arrived home. Jason lied once more, claiming that he got a text from his grandmother at 1 in the morning and went home to see how his son was doing. The detectives then told him that they had spoken to his grandmother, who denied any involvement in the night. Jason admitted to the detectives that night that he had gone home by himself to spend time with his son and that his grandmother had not gotten in touch with him. Jason repeated his claim that he left alone and came home, after telling another lie when asked who he left with. The detectives realized that Jason was putting himself in a situation he would never be able to get out of. They claimed to have surveillance footage that refuted all of his claims. Jason then acknowledged that he had left the bar with Dal for less, to buy her a bottle of Jägermeister and to eat for less. However, he claimed to have driven her back to the bar before leaving for home. He claimed it slipped his mind when detectives questioned him about why he had lied about a crucial detail, such as the fact that Dalny had left with Dalny. Daleen claims that he invited her to stay the night on his couch and she agreed. He acknowledged that he and Daleen had had intimate contact and that they shared a Jägermeister. After he explained it to Dalenate became upset, said it shouldn't have happened, and sobbed as he went home. Jason related a news story about how they got into a fight early on Sunday morning while he was driving Dalenate home. He picked up his grandmother on the corner close to his house and got into her car. She tried to get out of the car just before they arrived at Dalenate's house. Dalany Karengrein was upset and yelled to be allowed to get out of the car for the duration of the 30 to 45-minute drive. She said she couldn't believe Jason had done this and called him a piece of garbage. Jason claims that the last time he saw Dalany, she got out of the car and fled when he pulled over. The interview ended when Jason insisted on having a lawyer. Gilley was not charged by the police because they did not have enough evidence. Gilley had no choice but to let him go. Jason went to the police station on August 22, 2011, after being released on August 18, 2011, to report that his wallet had been stolen or lost. Upon seeing him, detectives investigating Daleen's disappearance were taken aback. Jason was approached by Detective Robert Fain, who asked him to accompany him on a retracement of the path he took on the day Daleen vanished. Jason consented and led the detective to the spot where Daleen is said to have jumped out of the car and run away. When the detective questioned Jason about why he didn't try to apprehend her, Jason said that he had to return home because the car behind him was honking, so he got back on the freeway. Then Jason explained that he had been looking for Leany Lean for 10 or 15 minutes, but he had to leave because his gas tank was nearly empty. To get gas, he drove to Stockton's Archie Road. The detective went to the gas station with no fresh leads. Luckily, security cameras were in place. There, at 10:46 a.m. on August 7, 2011, Jason pulled over at the gas station on Archie Road exit on Highway 99 in Stockton, according to surveillance footage. It had been 9.5 hours since he had last taken a video at the Daleen liquor store. Jason appeared to be acting normally at first, but the inconspicuous gesture caught our attention. Jason appears to be unclean. Jason's shirt and arm are covered in dirt. He seems to be shaking his shoulders at one point. This conduct seems very suspicious. Before leaving the gas station, Jason checks the passenger door before getting into his car and walking back to it. He opens the passenger door once more and slams it shut after 20 seconds. Daleen was the last person to use that door, he said. At last, he takes off in his car. Detectives have developed a new theory after seeing this footage. Their theory is that Daleen took Daleen to a field south of Stockton and, in a hurry, physically pulled her out of the car, causing the front passenger door to jam. Daleen thought that she was dead, but they told her that in order to arrest Jason. Dae Ling was still missing, and Jason was out and about interviewing representatives. The case then underwent a sea change on October 15, 2011, more than 2 months after Dae Ling's disappearance. A farmer made a tragic discovery in a field 20 miles outside of Stockton. According to court documents on the 15th of 2011, human remains, later identified as Daleen, were found in a cornfield approximately 64 feet from Lone Tree Road in the Escalon. That afternoon, senior criminalist Sarah Yoshida of the Department of Justice was sent to the crime scene. A skull, ribs, jaw, vertebrae, and bones from the feet and legs were among the many bones discovered by Yoshida. She also discovered a clump of hair and a human torso. Cases of 522 caliber cartridges were discovered just southeast of the location of the human remains, and a black bra was discovered between the remains and Lawn Road. Dr. Bennett Omalu, the medical examiner for San Joaquin County, arrived at the crime scene at approximately 9 p.m. that evening. He ordered an 18-inch excavation of the ground beneath the body as soon as he saw it. After securing the soil in a body bag and x-raying it, we discovered 222 caliber bullets in the excavated soil. An AUI was conducted on Dayling's remains by Dr. Omalu. He claimed that Daylin was shot in the cornfield where her remains were discovered, and that either the bullets passed through her body and lodged in the ground just beneath her, or they remained inside the body and fell out as it decomposed. In either case, there was a gunshot wound to the backhead. Based on the location of the gunshot wound and the fact that Dalinaline's fingernails, jewelry, and nails were tangled in her hair, Dr. Dra Omalu believed that when Dalinine was shot, she had her hands and fingers wrapped around her head. Omalu came to the conclusion that Dalinine's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, with gunshot wounds to the trunk also playing a role. Additionally, he believed that her body's decomposition supported her death on August 7, 2011. In the murder of Dayling, investigators had a top suspect. Detectives also found that Jason had access to a Jennings .22.2 semi-automatic handgun that belonged to one of his relatives, according to court documents. The gun's involvement in Daline's shooting was verified by ballistics testing. Jason Gilley was arrested by authorities when he was eventually taken into custody. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daline went to a bar to meet some friends, and investigators developed their theory about what happened the night she vanished. Among them was Jason Gilley. Daline was convinced to come to Jason Gilley's house. On their way to Jason's house, they made a stop at a liquor store. This liquor store is where we last saw Dalini alive. Nothing seemed to be bothering her based on this footage, but after she and Jason left the store, things started to happen that ultimately resulted in her death. Dalini was naked when her body was discovered by investigators. Because of this, authorities concluded that she didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Jason, but he coerced her into doing so. That was the only plausible explanation. Authorities believed that Daline told Jason that she would report it to the police, so he put her in his car, drove many miles past her home, and then turned into a field where he killed her. However, the body's extreme decomposition made it impossible to verify that theory. Jason Gilley was found guilty of Daline's murder in November 2013 and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. He made an unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. One gloomy autumn evening, Ayaz Kara vanished, leaving only a trail of unresolved questions and unsettling suspicions. His wife, Sevda, looked extremely shaken and his family was in shock. However, neighbors soon noticed something strange. A certain Dr. Levant was regularly seen at Sevda's house, and his interest in the Kara family appeared to be much more profound than one might anticipate from a typical doctor. It was the beginning of a somber tale that would soon come to light and was full of treachery, deceit, and ulterior motives. Ayaz Kara and Sevda, a married couple, appeared to be leading a stable life in 2015 in a small town in southwest Turkey. At the age of 37, Ayaz Kara operated a construction company that generated a consistent income. The house was run by 33-year-old Sevda. They had first met in college, where Sevda was pursuing a degree in literature and Ayaz Kara was studying engineering. With the exception of one major challenge, the inability to conceive, their lives were comparatively calm and devoid of major crises. This reality had turned into a very personal heartbreak. They made many attempts and sought advice from a variety of experts, but their dream of parenthood never came true. Their marriage was constantly strained as a result of this failure, leading to arguments and continuous disappointment. Despite the painful realization that their happiness was lacking children, Sevda and Ayaz Kara tried every medical treatment without success. They were both on the verge of emotional exhaustion as a result of the additional strain from their family members. They first learned about Dr. Levant during this trying period. Levant was known for being an accomplished doctor who focused on infertility problems. He was 42 years old and highly respected in the medical community for his knowledge and non-traditional methods of treatment. His approaches attracted patients who had given up on conventional treatments by fusing aspects of alternative therapies with conventional medical procedures. Despite its small size and location on the outskirts of town, his clinic was very popular with the locals. Sevda thought this might be their last chance when she heard about Levant from a friend. At first, Ayaz Kara wasn't convinced, but he decided to give it a try after seeing his wife's anguish. They turned to Dr. Levant for assistance. After carefully listening to their story and performing comprehensive examinations, the doctor presented a treatment plan that included both medication and lifestyle modification. After several months of treatment, Sevda finally found out she was expecting a child. For the couple, this news was nothing short of a miracle, and they were incredibly appreciative of Levant. But the doctor stayed active in Sevda's life, keeping an eye on her health and offering constant support. He was more than just a medical helper. He helped Sevda deal with the difficulties of her pregnancy by coming to their house on a regular basis. His visits became more frequent over time. Sevda and Levant's relationship gradually started to conflate the characteristics of a normal doctor-patient relationship. Ayaz Kara was devoted to his job and did everything in his power to provide his expanding family with a secure future. Levant, meanwhile, was there for Sevda when she most needed assistance. His visits became routine, and his presence in the house felt almost natural. Sevda had grown used to having him around, and what began as professional interactions gradually transformed into something more personal. Ayaz Kara first grew suspicious when he unexpectedly returned home one day and found Levant in their living room. The doctor explained that he had stopped by to check on Sevda's condition. Although the explanation made sense, a nagging feeling lingered in Ayaz Kara's mind. He soon began to notice that Levant's visits were becoming more frequent, and his wife's behavior grew more distant. Conversations between Ayaz Kara and Sevda became strained, and the initial joy of expecting their baby started to give way to an unsettling sense of anxiety. Sevda and Levant continued to meet. Their interactions became increasingly secretive, and their encounters often happened when Ayaz Kara was away at work. Levant visited under various pretexts, checking Sevda's health, bringing medications, or providing follow-up advice. Even during her pregnancy, Sevda and Levant managed to find moments of seclusion. The visits grew longer and more frequent, and Sevda made no effort to stop them, as their connection only deepened. Meanwhile, Ayaz Kara could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. He observed that his wife was hiding things from him, but he struggled to figure out how to address his suspicions. One afternoon, Ayaz Kara came home earlier than usual and once again found Levant there. The scene seemed ordinary enough, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. Levant offered another plausible explanation for his visit, and Ayaz Kara had no choice but to accept it. Yet, the unease he felt was growing. He began paying closer attention to small details. How Sevda lingered in the kitchen when Levant was around. How she avoided answering his questions directly. The relationship between Ayaz Kara and Sevda grew colder, and Ayaz Kara felt trapped by unanswered questions and growing doubts. Levant, for his part, was well aware that the situation was becoming more precarious. He could see that Ayaz Kara was getting increasingly suspicious, yet Levant had no intention of backing down. Maybe he had reasons for remaining involved, and he knew more than Ayaz Kara could have imagined. He kept pushing boundaries, testing how far he could go before everything spiraled out of control. Ayaz Kara, on the other hand, became more consumed by his suspicions. He started watching his wife's every move, desperate to uncover the truth of what was unfolding in his own home. The tension within the family had reached a breaking point. Sevda and Levant continued to meet in secret, despite the escalating risks. Ayaz Kara could feel his family slipping through his fingers, but was at a complete loss as to how to stop it. Meanwhile, Levant showed no signs of backing down, even as Ayaz Kara's suspicions grew. He seemed determined to play out his dangerous game, not knowing where it might lead. As time passed, the atmosphere in the house grew increasingly tense. When Sevda's pregnancy became more noticeable, she and Levant finally stopped their clandestine encounters. The risk had become too great, and with Sevda's pregnancy now obvious, Levant ceased his visits under any pretext, and their connection abruptly came to a halt as if it had never happened. Yet this did not bring peace to Ayaz Kara and Sevda's home. The relationship between the couple became even more strained, consumed by suspicion and inner turmoil. Ayaz Kara tried to stay home as much as possible, searching for ways to reconnect with his wife. Despite his efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that something between them had been irrevocably broken. Sevda, on the other hand, couldn't understand why Ayaz Kara had grown so distant and cold. She struggled to make sense of his change in behavior, as the tension between them only deepened. After another quiet dinner one evening, Ayaz Kara abruptly vanished. Since he always informed her if he would be late to work or had errands to run, Sevda realized he was gone from the house, which was very unusual. There was no note, no phone call this time. Sevda tried to control her anxiety, but worry started to bite her. After several days passed with no sign of Ayaz Kara, Sevda was forced to notify the authorities that he had vanished. Sevda was taken in for interrogation after the police began their investigation. The investigators were immediately alarmed by her actions. She frequently sidestepped direct questions about the status of her marriage and gave off the impression of being extremely nervous. She found it difficult to respond clearly when asked what could have caused her husband to disappear. She was clearly uncomfortable when asked about her affiliation with Levant. Although Sevda denied any connection to Levant other than medical consultations, her claims sounded tentative and unpersuasive. Investigators started looking into all of Ayaz Kara's connections, including his personal and professional relationships. They found that, in contrast to his usually rigorous work schedule, Ayaz Kara had been spending an unusual amount of time at home. The mysteries surrounding his disappearance are only becoming more complex in light of this detail. Even though Sevda insisted she didn't know anything, the investigators were still bothered by her nervousness and unpredictable behavior. While closely examining the surveillance footage from the cameras placed throughout the house, one of the investigators noticed a number of instances that didn't match Sevda's claims. He observed that Levant visited often, and that their interactions seemed far too familiar for a straightforward doctor-patient relationship. This finding encouraged further research into the nature of the relationship between Sevda and the Levant. Investigators soon suspected Sevda of being involved in her husband's disappearance, making her a prime suspect. She was still being called in by the police to be questioned about her interactions and activities in the days before Ayaz Kara vanished. Sevda's responses became increasingly erratic, and her anxious manner only served to heighten law enforcement suspicions. Levant became involved in the investigation as well, and investigators started looking for him to learn more about his role in this complicated case. It had been months since Ayaz Kara vanished. Despite a lot of work, the search produced very few tangible results. Investigators pursued a variety of avenues, including following Ayaz Kara's contacts, examining his business transactions, and going through his private correspondence. But each lead appeared to come to a standstill. Interviews with friends and coworkers revealed that none of them had any insightful information to share. Red flags were still raised by Sevda's peculiar behavior during interrogation. The suspicions about her were only heightened by her propensity to contradict herself and avoid direct responses. Life continued while the investigation stalled. A baby boy was born to Sevda. There was no celebration, despite the fact that the delivery went well and the child was healthy. The police and the community continued to keep a close eye on Sevda, and the baby's father was still missing. Neighbors whispered about what had happened, and rumors spread like wildfire throughout the small town. Sevda was frequently spotted with her baby, but there were always signs of worry and stress on her face. In an attempt to avoid attention, she maintained a low profile, but her actions only fueled further rumors. Soon after, neighbors noticed that Dr. Levant, who had previously only come to Sevda's house for medical visits, was now frequently there. It soon became apparent that he had essentially moved in after he was spotted spending the night there. The townspeople were outraged by this. Such behavior did not go unnoticed in a small community where everyone knew one another. The relationship between Sevda and Levant was suspected to have begun long before Ayaz Kara vanished. Rumors spread, and before long everyone knew that Levant was her lover and not just a friend who helped her through a tough moment. Sevda's home came under more and more critical scrutiny. Her behavior was the subject of gossip from neighbors, who conjectured that she and her new friend may have been complicit in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara. Some even said they had witnessed Levant visiting Sevda often while she was pregnant, and that his visits had appeared much too frequent for a mere doctor. However, Levant continued to live openly in Sevda's house, seemingly unaffected by the circulating rumors. He took on many of the duties of a family man, including helping to care for the infant. He was regularly observed by neighbors doing household repairs, grocery shopping, and trash collection. He pretended to be the legitimate head of the household, which only served to increase the indignation in the town. When Levant and Sevda were seen together at the neighborhood market shopping for things for the baby, the disapproval peaked. They were seen holding hands, which sparked a wave of condemnation. Levant's increasingly noticeable presence at Sevda's house became a crucial piece of the puzzle as the police investigation into Ayaz Kara's disappearance continued. Investigators started closely observing the property, following Levant and Sevda's every step and every visit. Although there was growing suspicion that they were somehow connected to Ayaz Kara's unexplained disappearance, authorities were unable to establish a direct connection that would link them to the case in the absence of any hard evidence. Sevda made an effort to keep things somewhat normal, but it was almost impossible. Her residence was continuously monitored by both the police and nosy neighbors. Every action she took was closely watched, and rumors about her were constantly spreading. She could not avoid the judgment. Women who once greeted her warmly and engaged in conversation about daily life now completely avoided her when she took her infant for walks. Families that had previously been friendly with her started to distance themselves from her after some even made mean comments, such as, "Her husband's barely gone, and she's already found his replacement." Levant, on the other hand, avoided any conflicts. He carried on with his life as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. He never bothered to defend himself, he never engaged with the neighbors, and he ignored the whispers. The situation became even more tense because of his disregard for public opinion. His assurance was evident, and Sevda found herself depending on him more and more as she drew courage from his unwavering poise. Meanwhile, the police kept reviewing the home security footage taken prior to Ayaz Kara's disappearance. They found growing evidence that Levant had seen Sevda far more often than a normal physician would have. This made Levant a prime suspect, especially since he was now residing in the missing man's house. Investigators started getting the paperwork ready so they could call Levant in for formal interrogation. Sevda insisted that Levant stay, but Levant began to consider leaving town for a while to avoid attracting any more attention. Not with the intense and inevitable looks of suspicion and condemnation from those around her. She could no longer handle it all alone. There was a knock on the door one evening. The police were involved. To answer some questions, they invited Levant to come down to the station. He had been aware that this day would eventually arrive. He composed himself and assured Sevda that he would return shortly before stepping out to meet the officers. With 1,000 concerns racing through her head, she watched as the police car drove off. She was aware that life would never be the same and that they would be constantly monitored. Levant tried to remain calm at the police station. The detectives questioned him about his frequent visits to Sevda, his relationship with Ayaz Kara, and why he was now residing in her home. According to Levant, he was merely a medical professional who had been supporting Sevda during a challenging pregnancy and the months that followed. Although he denied any involvement in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara, his answers did not satisfy the investigators. They persisted, looking for contradictions in his account. Meanwhile, fresh rumors started to spread around town. There were rumors that Levant might even be arrested and that the police were finally taking the case seriously. Some neighbors said that Sevda's actions had long struck them as strange, and that they had always suspected something was wrong. The community's judgment became more obvious. People shunned Sevda, and those who had previously supported her now abandoned her. After being questioned for several hours, Levant went home. He attempted to hide the fact that he was tired. At the door, Sevda greeted him with a strained and pale face. Even though she didn't ask any questions, it was clear that she was afraid. Levant realized that the situation was more serious than they had anticipated and that they were now in actual danger. Every action they took would be closely watched by the police, who obviously weren't going to let them off the hook. The tension only increased in the weeks that followed. Levant made an effort to continue as though nothing had changed, but the community's and the authorities' pressure was getting to be too much. Sevda avoided interacting with neighbors and rarely left the house. She was aware that their lives had devolved into a never-ending anticipation of catastrophe. They no longer felt safe, and their fear only grew with each new encounter with the police. Levant and Sevda came to the conclusion that there was no use in continuing to deny their relationship after weeks of incessant interrogation. Their lives had become intolerable due to the police pressure, the critical looks from their neighbors, and the never-ending barrage of suspicions. They made the decision to come clean. They maintained that they had nothing to do with Ayaz Kara's disappearance, despite the fact that they were living together and had become romantically involved. They freely admitted during a follow-up interrogation that they were now a couple and that Levant had moved in with Sevda to assist with babysitting. They denied any involvement in Ayaz Kara's disappearance and stated that their feelings for one another had become too intense to ignore. They also asserted that their relationship had only started after Ayaz Kara disappeared. Their admission was met with suspicion by the police. Though there was no basis for criminal charges connecting the two to Ayaz Kara's disappearance, investigators were still certain that they were concealing something. However, the case became even more tense after Sevda and Levant came clean about their romantic relationship. Every action they took was now closely monitored as the investigation grew more intense. Sevda and Levant were all too aware that their life together had devolved into a never-ending nightmare, with new questions and suspicions emerging every day. Ayaz Kara's family, meanwhile, refused to wait around. Mehmet, his younger brother, and his parents decided to take matters into their own hands and started their own investigation. They were convinced that Ayaz Kara couldn't have vanished without foul play, and that Sevda and Levant knew more than they were confessing. Especially Mehmet was unrelenting. He spent hours interviewing neighbors, compiling data and examining it to find any possible leads. He clung to the hope that Sevda and Levant were somehow involved in his brother's disappearance and was determined to find out the truth. One day, Mehmet got a tip from a neighbor who said that a suspicious van had been seen close to the house the night Ayaz Kara vanished. No one had given it much attention at first, but now that detail seemed important. Mehmet started to inquire, and a number of neighbors attested to seeing the van. There were people inside the house where it had been parked. The timing coincided with the abrupt disappearance of Ayaz Kara, but no one knew who they were. Mehmet followed up on every lead pertaining to the van and eventually located a source who could provide a more thorough account. It was a white van that was old and unmarked. The witness also reported seeing individuals that evening loading heavy-looking objects or big bags into the van. For Mehmet, this realization felt like a breakthrough. After compiling everything he had learned, he gave it to the police. The tip was taken seriously by the authorities, who started investigating. The investigation took a crucial turn when they learned that a van that fit that description had previously been reported for suspicious activity in the neighborhood. The investigation was starting to put the pieces of the information they had collected together. The police began looking through town-wide security cameras that might have recorded the van's movement. They soon discovered video from one of the cameras, which showed a white van traveling late at night along a road close to the residences of Ayaz Kara and Sevda. This video turned into an important piece of evidence that might help explain Ayaz Kara's disappearance. The authorities' efforts to find the owner of the van were soon successful. They found that a man named Emre, who had previously been a driver for Levant's clinic, was the van's registered owner and had a connection to Levant. This discovery changed the course of the inquiry. They quickly brought Emre in for interrogation. He initially vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but when pressure mounted, his story started to fall apart. Detectives narrowed their line of inquiry by pressing him further after noticing discrepancies in his account. After a while, Emre broke down and acknowledged that he had helped Levant that evening. He said he had only been instructed to assist with moving some things and had not been fully informed of the situation. He claimed that because he assumed he was helping his boss with a personal issue, he didn't ask questions. Emre denied any direct involvement in the disappearance of Ayaz Kara and maintained that he had no idea what was in the bags he had assisted in transporting, but his admission only made Levant and Sevda seem more suspicious. The police were aware that they needed to move quickly. They obtained arrest warrants for Sevda and Levant so they could be questioned further, as well as a search warrant for their residence. Law enforcement showed up at Sevda and Levant's house late at night when it was quiet. A startled Sevda answered the door when they knocked, utterly unprepared for what was about to happen. She was shown the search warrant by the officers. As the police started their search, Levant was immediately taken into custody, handcuffed before he could speak, and arrested. The noise alerted the neighbors, who gathered outside the house. They whispered and murmured, trying to figure out what was going on. It appeared that the long-held suspicions of many that something was wrong were now validated. In search of any clues linking Sevda and Levant to the disappearance of Ayaz Kara, the officers searched the house. Hours passed during the search, but no concrete proof was discovered right away. One of the officers kept a close eye on Sevda as she sat in the living room. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she appeared confused. She was aware that things had gotten really bad, and that nothing would ever be the same. After Levant was brought to the station, Sevda realized he would now have to answer a flurry of questions. Levant came to the conclusion that lying was pointless after he was arrested. He eventually admitted to everything that had transpired during the subsequent interrogation while seated in the police station. The investigation took an unexpected turn with his admission. He explained how the whole plan had come to pass, how he and Sevda had intended to get rid of Ayaz Kara, and how they hoped to start a new life together. The puzzle pieces fit together with every word, and the reality of what had happened was eventually exposed. Levant acknowledged that learning that Ayaz Kara couldn't conceive was the catalyst for everything. When doctors confirmed this, Sevda was devastated, but Levant saw an opening. He started providing Sevda with emotional support and positioned himself as the answer to her problems. They developed a romantic relationship over time. Sevda told Levant she no longer wanted to live with Ayaz Kara after she became pregnant with his child. Levant agreed to assist in getting rid of her husband because he was obsessed with Sevda and wanted to start a new life with her. Everything had been meticulously planned for the night Ayaz Kara vanished. Levant had made arrangements for Emre, his old driver, to help with the ride. They had picked a night when Ayaz Kara was returning home later than normal, and the van was parked close by. They moved quickly after Levant entered the house, pretending to check on Sevda. Levant hit Ayaz Kara in the head while he was in the living room, knocking him out. Ayaz Kara was never given the opportunity to comprehend the situation. Then Emre arrived at the house, and he and Levant loaded the body of Ayaz Kara into the van. Sevda watched over them in the meantime, making sure no one saw what they were doing. To conceal Ayaz Kara's body and prevent any evidence from being discovered, they wrapped it in big plastic bags. Levant and Sevda had already prepared a shallow grave in an abandoned area on the outskirts of town, which they drove to. There, they buried Ayaz Kara's body in a secluded wooded area as part of their disposal. Neighbors had seen the bags being loaded into the van, and they were used to hide any evidence and make sure the body was not in direct contact with the bags. They did it to be together, Levant clarified. Sevda had been extremely dissatisfied with her marriage, and he would stop at nothing to help her and their unborn child. He believed that there was no other way to get rid of Ayaz Kara. He and Sevda both wished that no one would ever connect them to the crime, and that Ayaz Kara's disappearance would go unsolved. The police started getting ready to arrest Sevda as soon as they heard Levin's confession. Levin appeared resigned, realizing that the instant they made the decision to commit the crime, their lives were over. Knowing that there was no defense for what they had done, he made no effort to defend himself. After he confessed, Sevda was arrested after the police searched her house once more. The neighbors gathered outside to watch the events as Sevda was arrested just outside her home. Sevda couldn't handle the pressure and ended up confessing as well when she found herself at the police station. She talked about how she had become increasingly resentful of Ayaz Kara and how their relationship had soured after she found out he couldn't conceive. She disclosed that her child was actually Levant's, and she acknowledged that she wanted to start over with him. Sevda explained how they had meticulously planned to kill Ayaz Kara, narrating how Levant offered several ideas to get rid of her husband before they ultimately agreed on a scheme that included kidnapping and a last violent act. Equipped with this new knowledge, the police searched the forest Levant had pointed out for Ayaz Kara's body. They discovered a grave after searching the woods for hours. Despite the fact that Ayaz Kara's remains were badly decomposed, the discovery offered sufficient proof to establish his demise and formally establish the case against Sevda and Levant. According to the results of a forensic investigation, Levant struck Ayaz Kara during the assault, causing a fatal head injury. Ayaz Kara's body was given back to his family for burial after the autopsy was finished. The funeral was a heartbreaking and solemn event. The younger brother and parents of Ayaz Kara were unable to contain their tears. They had the small comfort of being able to bury their brother and son, even though they knew that Sevda and Levant were to blame for his demise. There was a sense of collective shock and grief in the air as many townspeople came to pay their respects. People found it difficult to understand how two people they had known could have committed such an unimaginable crime, and how such a horrible act could occur in their peaceful community. The public and media took a keen interest in Sevda and Levant's trial. Levant acknowledged his guilt in court, saying he had done it because he loved Sevda and wanted to give her and her child a better life. Sevda acknowledged her role as well, but she made an effort to present herself as a victim of her circumstances by saying she was coerced into following the plan. But the court rejected her justification. Levant and Sevda were both given life sentences without the chance of release. Ayaz Kara's parents were granted custody of the infant. Ayaz Kara's parents decided to raise the boy as their grandson, despite the fact that he was Levin's biological son. Even though they knew he wasn't their biological grandchild, they couldn't bear the idea of leaving him. Despite the heartbreaking reality of his origins, they promised to provide the child with a loving and secure future because he was their only remaining link to Ayaz Kara. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It was a quiet evening in Dallas when Amber Geiger, a seasoned police officer, entered the wrong apartment. What happened next would send shockwaves through the community, the nation, and change the course of two families' lives forever. But was it truly a tragic mistake, or was something darker at play? As the courtroom drama unfolded, questions about race, power, and accountability took center stage. What happened that night, and who was really to blame? Botham Shem Jean was born on September 29, 1991, in Castries, the capital of the island nation of St. Lucia. His parents, Allison and Bertram Jean, were deeply religious and members of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Raised in such a faith-driven environment, Botham's upbringing instilled in him strong moral values, including honesty, tolerance, and a desire to help others. These qualities were noted by many who knew him in his lifetime. From a young age, Botham stood out among his peers. His parents raised him with a strong sense of responsibility and a focus on education. In school, he demonstrated exceptional abilities in mathematics and music. At a young age, Botham began singing in the church choir, where his deep and moving voice immediately caught attention. Music became an important part of his life, and the church was a place where he felt supported and confident. After finishing school, Botham decided to continue his education in the United States. He chose to attend Hardin-Simmons University in Texas, where he pursued a degree in accounting. This decision marked an important milestone in his life, as moving to the U.S. opened up new opportunities for professional growth and personal connections. After graduation, Botham secured a job as an accountant in Dallas. His career quickly flourished, and his colleagues highly valued his professionalism and approach to work. For Botham, working at PwC wasn't just a career step, it was an opportunity to contribute to society and provide for his family. He supported his parents, helped the youth in his community in St. Lucia, and dreamed of advancing further in his career. His co-workers remembered him as someone who always brought positivity and inspiration to the team, fostering a strong sense of camaraderie and striving for the best results. But it wasn't just his professional life that mattered to Botham. He was actively involved in the life of his church in Dallas, where he was part of the music group and often spent time with friends from the community. He found joy in simple things, cooking dinners for his friends, organizing parties to maintain friendships, and always sharing his sincere smile and support with others. His life was filled with plans for the future, full of optimism and a drive to achieve even greater things. Amber Geiger, on the other hand, came from a small town near Dallas. She was born on August 9, 1988, and grew up in a family where discipline and hard work were strongly emphasized. From an early age, Amber dreamed of becoming a police officer. Her father worked in local law enforcement, and she knew she wanted to follow in his footsteps to help people and bring order to society. Amber pursued this dream after high school by enrolling in the police academy. She worked hard and demonstrated the discipline and focus needed for a career in law enforcement. After graduating from the academy, Amber began her career with the Dallas Police Department, where she eventually became an officer. Her colleagues described her as determined and hardworking, though she often expressed frustration with the emotional strain and high stress of her job. The life of a police officer is always filled with risk and stress, and Amber was no exception. She often found herself in situations that required quick decisions, where her reaction had to be immediate. These working conditions took a toll on her emotional state. Over time, she became more withdrawn and cautious in her relationships with others, preferring to spend her free time alone to recharge. Amber Geiger was dedicated to her profession, but her life was full of contradictions. She tried to hide her vulnerabilities, but those who knew her well could see that she often felt lonely and sometimes even lost in the world. Despite her strong and determined character, her internal struggles and fatigue from the constant pressure made her life less stable. She would often return home late, exhausted and emotionally drained, which perhaps played a critical role in the tragic events that unfolded later. After moving to Dallas, Amber bought an apartment in a high-rise building not far from her workplace. She hoped that living close to her job would help her rest more and not waste too much time on commuting. Life in Dallas was supposed to be a fresh start for her, but this new beginning didn't bring the peace she had hoped for. Work stress and emotional strain became part of her daily routine. She often found it hard to manage the growing exhaustion, which led to tension and personal issues in her life. September 6, 2018, started for Botham John just like any other day. He woke up early in the morning as usual and headed to his office in downtown Dallas. It was another busy day, filled with meetings, discussions, and preparing reports for clients. Botham was someone who always strived to do his best at work, and this day was no different. His colleagues noticed his upbeat mood and the smile he shared with those around him. No one could have predicted that this would be the last day of his life. After work, Botham returned to his apartment in the Southside Flats complex, located in the heart of Dallas. His apartment was his sanctuary, a place where he could unwind after a long day. That evening, Botham decided to keep things simple. He planned to cook dinner, play his favorite music, and relax. He loved cooking, and it was one of his ways to relieve the stress of his workday. Meanwhile, Amber Geiger was finishing a 13-hour shift at the police station. That day had been especially grueling for her. Numerous calls, patrolling, and paperwork had completely worn her out. She felt a fatigue that seemed to weigh down her entire body, and all she wanted was to get home as quickly as possible. When her shift finally ended, Amber headed home, eager to collapse into bed and rest. However, her exhaustion and emotional depletion would play a pivotal role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Amber arrived at her apartment complex, where she lived on the 3rd floor. On her way to her apartment, her attention was distracted as she was scrolling through messages on her phone, reflecting on the day she had just experienced. At some point, she accidentally rode the elevator to the 4th floor instead of her own. The doors to the apartments in this building were similar, and in her tired state, she didn't notice that she had approached the wrong unit. The door to Botham Jean's apartment was slightly ajar, which immediately made her suspicious. In her exhaustion and confusion, she thought someone might have broken into her apartment. Amber drew her service weapon without considering the potential consequences. The only thought in her mind was that she needed to protect herself. She pushed the door open and entered inside. Botham, who was preparing dinner in his apartment, heard the noise. He turned toward the door, unsure of what was happening. Amber, seeing a figure inside, mistook him for an intruder and without hesitation fired twice. The shots echoed through the quiet apartment, and within moments, Botham fell to the floor. Amber turned on the lights, and only then realized her mistake. She saw an unfamiliar man lying in a pool of blood, and it hit her that she had entered the wrong apartment. Panic and horror overwhelmed her. She rushed to Botham, trying to administer first aid. She called 911, explaining the situation to the operator, desperately trying to explain that she had entered the wrong unit and had shot someone. Her voice trembled with fear and regret as she pleaded with Botham to hold on, repeatedly saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. While waiting for emergency services to arrive, Amber attempted to stop the bleeding, but her efforts were in vain. Neighbors who had heard the gunshots and cries began to step into the hallway. Some of them also called the police, reporting the gunfire in the apartment complex. Paramedics arrived at the scene and tried to save Botham, but his injuries were fatal. That evening, the life of a young man with so many hopes and dreams was tragically cut short. Amber Geiger was detained at the scene. She appeared to be in a state of shock, completely disoriented, repeating that she hadn't meant for this to happen and that it was a mistake. She was taken to the police station for questioning. The police launched an investigation to understand how this tragedy unfolded. There were many questions. Why hadn't Amber realized she was not in her own apartment? Why had she resorted to using her weapon without confirming that there was an actual threat? These questions became central to the investigation and sparked intense public debate. As investigators gathered evidence, the public began to actively discuss the incident. The case sparked a massive outcry, especially in the context of racial issues and concerns about police abuse of power. Botham Jean was black, and many saw his death as yet another example of unjust treatment and bias by law enforcement. People began to ask, did Botham's race play a role in Amber mistaking him for an intruder and shooting him without attempting to assess the situation? Meanwhile, Botham's family was devastated by the events. His mother, Allison Jean, was in St. Lucia when she learned of the tragedy. It was a crushing blow for her. Her son, who had moved to the U.S. to build a better life, was killed in his own apartment. Allison began to demand justice for her son, calling on the public and authorities for a thorough and impartial investigation. She knew Botham as a kind, responsible, and hardworking person who posed no threat to anyone. In the days following the incident, there was a flood of contradictory reports and rumors. The media extensively covered the case, and public opinion was deeply divided. Some believed Amber had made a tragic mistake, while others argued her actions were the result of bias and an inability to properly assess the situation. Protests and rallies began in Dallas and other cities, with people taking to the streets demanding justice for Botham Jean and his family. During the investigation, it was revealed that Amber Geiger had been exhausted after a long shift and may have been disoriented due to her fatigue. Her defense attorneys argued that she acted in a state of stress and fear for her life. However, the prosecution maintained that her actions were inexcusable for a police officer who should be able to control their emotions and make sound decisions, especially in situations involving the use of a weapon. Witnesses who lived in the apartment complex testified that they heard screams and gunshots. Some of them tried to figure out what was happening, but no one expected such a tragic outcome. Investigators collected evidence, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed testimonies to reconstruct the full picture of the events that day. They were trying to determine whether this was truly a tragic mistake or if other factors contributed to such a devastating outcome. After Amber Geiger's arrest, the case entered a new phase, a lengthy and complex process of investigation and trial preparation. Amber was charged with manslaughter. During the investigation, her attorneys argued that her actions were a tragic but unintentional mistake caused by extreme exhaustion following a long shift. However, the prosecution maintained that Amber's actions were unacceptable for a trained police officer who was expected to assess situations carefully and avoid unnecessary use of force. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage from the surveillance cameras at the apartment complex where both Botham Jean and Amber Geiger lived. These recordings helped reconstruct the events of that night. The cameras captured Amber arriving at the building and entering. The footage showed her going to the wrong floor and approaching an apartment that belonged to Botham. Investigators pointed out that she failed to exercise due diligence and did not notice she was on the wrong floor. In addition to the video evidence, phone records played a significant role in the case. Shortly before the incident, Amber had been texting with a colleague with whom she had a personal relationship. Prosecutors argued that these messages might have distracted her and contributed to her failing to realize she was entering the wrong apartment. The defense, however, downplayed the importance of the texts, claiming they were unrelated to the incident and could not have influenced her actions. Over the course of several months, investigators continued gathering evidence and interviewing witnesses. Neighbors in the apartment complex provided statements about hearing shouts and gunshots. Some claimed they heard voices before the shots were fired, suggesting there may have been an exchange between Amber and Botham prior to the tragic event. However, witness testimonies varied, making it difficult to piece together a definitive account of what happened. At the same time, forensic examinations were conducted. Experts meticulously analyzed the firearm used in the shooting, as well as the bullet trajectory and other physical evidence, to determine the positions of Amber and Botham at the time of the shooting. One contentious point was the positioning of Botham's body and the angle of the bullet. The prosecution argued that the evidence showed Botham did not pose a threat to Amber, while the defense claimed she acted out of self-defense. In August 2019, a highly publicized trial began, attracting widespread attention from both the public and the media. The courtroom was packed with journalists, family members, and friends of Botham Jean, as well as supporters of both the prosecution and the defense. The case promised to be a difficult one, touching on issues of police competence, personal responsibility, and racial justice. The trial opened with statements from both the prosecution and the defense. Prosecutors argued that Amber Geiger's actions were not just a mistake, but the result of her negligence as a police officer. They emphasized that any officer should exercise heightened caution, especially when it comes to using a firearm. Furthermore, they pointed out that Botham Jean was in his own home and posed no threat to Amber. The defense, on the other hand, built its case around the idea that Amber was acting out of extreme exhaustion and confusion, driven by fear for her own safety. Her attorney sought to portray her as someone who made a tragic mistake without any malicious intent. They also highlighted her previously unblemished record in law enforcement, hoping to elicit sympathy from the jury. Over the course of several weeks, witnesses, experts, and family members of both the defendant and the deceased testified. One of the most emotional moments of the trial came when Botham's mother, Allison Jean, took the stand. She spoke about her son's dreams and plans for the future, describing him as a kind and compassionate person. Her words deeply moved everyone in the courtroom, emphasizing the tremendous loss her family had endured. Also testifying was Botham's brother, Brant Jean, whose statement became one of the most talked about moments of the trial. In his address to the court, he publicly forgave Amber Geiger and even asked for permission to hug her. This gesture sparked a range of reactions. Some saw it as an incredible act of kindness and Christian forgiveness, while others felt that such an action should not overshadow the need for fair justice. Among the evidence presented in court were surveillance footage and an audio recording of Amber's 911 call after the shooting. In the recording, she can be heard in a panic, repeatedly stating that she had entered the wrong apartment and never intended to kill anyone. This call sparked further discussion as it captured her desperation, but also highlighted the lack of any attempt to determine who was in front of her before resorting to using her weapon. The expert testimony focused on analyzing the trajectory of the bullet, the position of Botham Jean's body, and the circumstances surrounding the shooting. Experts for the prosecution argued that the bullet's path suggested Botham was in a relaxed position, likely sitting or standing up from his couch when he was shot. This contradicted the defense's claim that he had been moving toward Amber and posed a threat. However, the defense attempted to discredit these conclusions, stating that the trajectory could not be conclusively determined due to a lack of data. Throughout the trial, the public closely followed the developments of the case. Protests and rallies continued, with activists calling not only for a fair sentence for Amber Geiger, but also for police reform to prevent similar incidents in the future. There were widespread calls for changes to police training, especially regarding decision-making skills in high-stress situations, and for greater accountability for mistakes that lead to tragic outcomes. Amber Geiger also took the stand, describing the events of that night from her perspective. She explained how she had come home after a long shift, feeling tired and disoriented. She claimed that she genuinely believed she was in her own apartment and thought Botham was an intruder who had broken into her home. She cried as she spoke, stating that she never intended to harm anyone and that it was a terrible mistake, one that she would have to live with for the rest of her life. Her testimony was emotional and, in the opinion of some, sincere. though it sparked conflicting reactions among the audience. The question of what the appropriate sentence should be became central in the final stage of the trial. Prosecutors insisted that Amber Guyger should be convicted of manslaughter, arguing that her actions led to the death of an innocent person and that a police officer who cannot assess a situation properly should not remain on the force. The defense, on the other hand, requested a lighter sentence, citing the lack of intent and arguing that Amber already carried a heavy burden of guilt for her mistake. After several days of deliberation, the time finally came for the jury to render their verdict in the case of Amber Guyger. Tension filled the courtroom as all eyes were on the judge and jury, who would decide whether the former police officer was guilty of causing Botham Jean's death. For many, this trial had become a symbol not just of a personal tragedy but also of the deep-rooted issues within American society: racial bias, abuse of power, and a lack of accountability within law enforcement. On October 2, 2019, the jury announced their verdict. Amber Guyger was found guilty of the crime that resulted in Botham Jean's death. This decision came as a surprise to many, particularly since the prosecution had initially sought a conviction for manslaughter. The charge of murder carried more serious consequences and a longer prison sentence. In the courtroom, there were audible expressions of relief and quiet celebrations. This verdict was a significant step toward justice for Botham's family and those who had supported them throughout the long and painful trial. The following day, the judge delivered the sentence. Amber Guyger was sentenced to 10 years in prison. In her statement, the judge acknowledged the complexity and tragedy of the case, emphasizing that both sides had experienced significant loss. Guyger, the judge noted, had made a grave error that cost an innocent person his life. However, despite the weight of the sentence, many felt that 10 years was too lenient for a life lost as a result of such a severe mistake. While some were satisfied with the court's decision, others believed it fell short. Activists and supporters of the Jean family argued that the sentence did not reflect the gravity of the crime and was not enough punishment for the life that had been taken. Protests continued in Dallas and other cities, with many calling for further reforms in the criminal justice and law enforcement systems. This case became a symbol of the fight for justice and brought renewed attention to the challenges Black Americans face in interactions with law enforcement. Amber Guyger herself remained in shock following the verdict and sentencing. She repeatedly stated that she had no intention of harming anyone and that it was a terrible mistake. Her attorneys filed an appeal, hoping to reduce her sentence. They argued that 10 years was too harsh for someone who acted out of confusion, stress, and exhaustion. However, as the trial concluded, Guyger was taken into custody to begin serving her sentence. Botham Jean's family expressed their gratitude to everyone who supported them throughout the long months of the trial. Botham's mother, Allison Jean, stated that while the verdict provided some sense of resolution, it could never bring back her son. She emphasized the need for systemic reforms in the justice system and law enforcement to prevent similar tragedies from happening again. Allison continued to advocate for change within police departments, hoping her son's case would serve as a catalyst for meaningful progress. The case of Botham Jean had a profound impact on public opinion and the national conversation around policing. This incident became yet another example highlighting systemic issues in law enforcement and the treatment of Black citizens. In response to public pressure, several states began considering legislative initiatives aimed at improving police training, particularly in situations involving the use of force and community interactions. Calls grew louder for increased accountability for officers' actions, and mandatory training programs focused on racial and cultural competency. Additionally, the Botham Jean case inspired the creation of organizations and funds dedicated to supporting families of victims of police misconduct and advocating for law enforcement reform. These groups provided legal and emotional support while spearheading campaigns to raise awareness about racial discrimination and abuse of power. Allison Jean became an active participant in these initiatives, using her personal story to fight for justice and systemic change. As time passed, Amber Guyger continued to serve her sentence in prison while awaiting the outcome of her appeal. This case not only shattered the lives of two families, but also left a lasting mark on American society. The tragic mistake that led to Botham Jean's death served as a stark reminder of the need for reform and the importance of law enforcement officials making sound and responsible decisions, especially in life and death situations. The story of Botham Jean and Amber Geiger remains one of the most discussed and impactful cases in recent U.S. history. It underscores the profound consequences of poor judgment, particularly when exercised by those in positions of power. While justice, according to many, was only partially achieved, the case left unanswered questions and became a symbol of the ongoing fight for equality and accountability in America. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Despite the busy city streets and crowded malls, Lois Pearson always favored the quiet solitude of her childhood home, a modest wooden house tucked away among verdant hills. Lois rarely left her ancestral home, where her family had resided since her birth in 1949. Leasing her land to a man who used it to graze his cattle allowed her to live on a meager income. Lois became more dependent on her own resources following the death of her mother. She chose to use water from a well instead of running water when her pipes froze a few years ago. She carried a single lamp from room to room on a long cord for her everyday activities. Lois went to church every Sunday, and once a month went to Mineral Wells, the closest town, to do her laundry at a self-service laundromat and buy groceries. She always felt more at ease around animals and in the outdoors, frequently going for days at a time without speaking to anyone. Lois never had a romantic partner. Not even a doctor had ever seen her undressed in front of a man. In 2001, Lois met Jeffrey Maxwell soon after he purchased land west of her property in Weatherford, Texas. Lois was a little over 50 at the time, and Maxwell was just under 50. Sometimes they spoke to each other, and he would wave to her when he went by her house. Maxwell once asked her to join him for lunch. Lois was taken aback by the invitation and politely declined, as she always does. Another time, he arrived at her house, hopped out of his car, and abruptly requested a kiss. In particular, the expectant smirk on his face offended Lois. She insisted that he never return to her home. He moved away in 2005, but to her utter amazement, they reconnected just before he left. They had a quick, unhurried conversation. He came by to say goodbye and to show her photos of a modular house he was constructing in Corsicana. Lois had no idea that she would see Jeffrey Maxwell again after this farewell visit. Lois was getting ready for her usual grocery run in the afternoon of March 1, 2011. A silver Chevy Trailblazer pulled up behind her, 1970 Nova, as she was about to leave. He would have missed her if he had come 5 minutes later. Maxwell grinned and gave Lois a warm greeting. He got out of his car and started talking to her about the church. He moved slowly toward her as she responded, and she began to move away. They soon found themselves in the rear of her house. Lois tried to nudge Maxwell back toward the driveway, feeling a little ashamed of the well water containers nearby. She saw an odd change in his expression all of a sudden. It was so obvious that they both fell silent. Maxwell pulled a strange-looking container out of his coat pocket and held it up to Lois's face. He tried to hit both of her eyes with a stream of pepper spray before she could say anything, but the spray did not work. Lois sprinted in the direction of the barbed wire fence close to her vehicle. When he caught up to her, Lois had just made it to the fence and placed her hands on the top wire. He caught her and pulled her to her feet, but she clung to the wire despite the spikes digging into her fingers and the blood dripping from her hands. He was able to throw her to the ground in front of his SUV, though, because he was too strong. Lois tried to scream as loudly as she could, but nobody was around and her house was remote. Maxwell picked Lois up once more, placed her in what appeared to be handcuffs, and opened his car's rear door. He shoved her into the car and she fought to get out. He took her mother's wooden rolling pin off the kitchen table and hit Lois in the left side of the head. He struck her more forcefully on the right side when she failed to fall. The blow knocked her to the ground this time. Almost immediately, Lois's eyelids began to swell, but she persisted in trying to get away until he reached for a big kitchen knife. Silently, she sat down and felt the lightheadedness and blood. Maxwell inquired about her duct tape storage. She said nothing. He asked again, but received no answer. Then he tied Lois to the door handle of the living room and sliced the cord of her lamp into pieces. He went to his car outside. For a few seconds he was gone, but she was able to free her wrists, which had always been rather thin. She leaped to her feet and sprinted out the door. Even with ankle cuffs on, Lois had already run a few hundred yards down the road when he got back to the house, realized she was gone, and got into his car. Maxwell followed, stopping directly in front of her and obstructing her way. With a gun in his hand, he exited the vehicle. He stated, "Now we're moving on to Plan B," with a chilly look on his face. He pushed her inside his car after opening the rear door and refastened her handcuffs. He then covered her mouth with a tiny piece of duct tape. He smiled and said, "Are you a virgin?" She began to cry at that point. He slammed the door and got behind the wheel after laughing at her tears. He told her he would have to return and set her house on fire as he drove off. Lois heard the vehicle enter the freeway. She considered trying to raise her feet in the hopes that oncoming cars would see her handcuffs and assist her, but she felt completely powerless when she realized the car had tinted windows and that other drivers wouldn't be able to see her. She thought about using a tire iron to strike Maxwell, but she knew it would only make him more angry. She also considered rolling out onto the road and opening the back door, but she was unable to locate the handle. Maxwell listened to her prayer and assured her that she would no longer believe in God once he was done with her. The vehicle went off course. Lois was not familiar with the terrain. The kidnapper took her into a house's garage and shut the door after her. Cluttered with various objects, including patio furniture, a lawn mower, a lot of tools, a washing machine, and a dryer in the corner, she looked around the room. Maxwell took her handcuffs off. He started taking off all of Lois's clothing, cutting off her bra with a knife. Then he fastened her hands to the ends of a steel pole that was chained from the ceiling. She watched without understanding what was going on as he flipped a switch on the yellow control panel that was connected to the ceiling by a cable at the same location as the chains. She felt her shoulders suddenly rise, followed by her arms. As she climbed higher and higher, the ceiling motor hummed. Lois felt her bare legs hanging futilely in midair as Maxwell flipped the switch once more, causing the motor to go silent. Jeffrey Maxwell was renowned for his ability to get out of any predicament, be it shooting cattle to prevent them from being fed, burning down his own home to get insurance money, or something much darker. In the early 1980s, Maxwell corresponded with Martha Martinez, who was from Mexico. After many years of correspondence, Jeffrey finally went to Mexico and asked her to marry him. Because he deftly exploited her fears and lack of confidence, her family didn't like him at first. The 29-year-old woman felt that this was her opportunity to marry and have a child, despite her family's entreaties not to do so. She married Maxwell, had a son, and moved to Watauga, a Fort Worth, Texas suburb, with him. Maxwell had 3 children. When Rita, his girlfriend, became pregnant at the age of 18, he married her. However, they separated in 1,979 days following the birth of their second child. Marta managed to conceal her husband's actions from her family, but she was unable to conceal from her friends the bruises that appeared to be from shackles on her arms and legs. However, this paled in comparison to the horror Martha would later encounter. A deputy sheriff from Ardmore, Oklahoma, called the Watauga, Texas police station on Sunday, April 19, 1987. They had discovered a woman on the road early that morning, he reported. A deep wound on her neck had caused her to lose a lot of blood after being severely beaten. Martha Maxwell was the woman. When the police arrived at the family's house, they asked Maxwell when he had last seen his wife. He said he hadn't seen her since the previous evening and was shocked to learn that Martha was hurt but still alive. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to save her life. When she regained consciousness, she described the argument she had with her husband. She dozed off on the couch after he beat her, only to awaken bound with duct tape. Following more mistreatment, Maxwell made her drink a substance that instantly put her to sleep. In the hospital, she awoke. Martha initially assisted the police, but she abruptly stopped speaking with investigators after her husband was arrested and charged with kidnapping. Since a search of the house and car turned up no evidence, the police were unable to charge Maxwell with anything without her testimony. Once more, Jeffrey Maxwell slipped through the gaps. Martha traveled to Mexico with her son. Her husband, however, was not going to let her go so readily. Playing on her Catholic background, He pounded her with letters, even accusing her of the incident. Martha was living with Jeffrey again a month after the charges against him were dropped, despite her family's entreaties for her to stay away. The family's life appeared to be returning to normal. They purchased a new home, and Martha started college. However, it was only the quiet before the storm. She, or allegedly from her, sent letters to 2 family members on May 10, 1992. In her letter, Martha stated that she would not be communicating with her son or husband for some time. Her relatives didn't think Martha was the sender of the letters. First of all, she typically just gave them a call. Second, she would have written a letter in Spanish rather than English if she had. Maxwell hung up the phone after Martha's brother informed him that Martha had left. In order to report his sister missing, he had to travel to Texas. Since she would never have left without money, documents, a car, and most importantly her cherished son, he was certain that she was dead and that her husband was to blame. But the hunt for Martha was unsuccessful. When police questioned him years later about whether he had done anything that could have caused his wife Martha's death, Maxwell said, "Not intentionally." Jeffrey filed for divorce a few years after she vanished. He remarried Rita, his first wife, as soon as the divorce was finalized, and she moved in with him along with her 3 daughters from her second marriage. The girls soon started griping about their stepfather's advances at school, and Rita's best friend disclosed that Maxwell had beaten her 2 days prior to their wedding. But Rita didn't take the kids, leave the state, change her name, and flee, until the police came to the family's house after her youngest daughter complained about her stepfather's actions. Maxwell started shouting at Lois as he lifted her into the air. The fact that she had ignored him in the car still infuriated him. After sensing his hands on her, the woman felt something sharp and hard, like a plastic bullet. It was really painful, and it felt like he was attempting to hurt her with this vibrating object. Maxwell began striking Lois with rods of various sizes, after declaring that they would be together for 2 weeks. He hit her all over, including the painful spot on her chest. All Lois could do was scream in pain. She was barely able to stand when he finally lowered her to the ground. After guiding her to the restroom, Maxwell gave her instructions to wash up. She first noticed that she was covered in bruises. Because she was afraid of losing her eye, her right eyelid was so swollen that she could hardly see. After a hasty shower, the kidnapper himself handed her his jeans. They smelled like Maxwell and were too big for Lois. It was awful, but she knew that if she didn't agitate him over insignificant things, she would live longer. He shut off the lights, laid down next to her, and chained her ankles to the bed that night. Maxwell barely slept, and Lois had trouble shutting her eyes. Even in the dark, she could see his round, owl-like eyes every time she turned to face him. It was the first night she had spent away from home in more than 40 years. On the morning of the second day, Maxwell informed Lois that he had to purchase additional padlocks from the store. He took her to the garage and showed her a wooden box that he had made himself. The wood smelled and looked brand new. He gave her a choice between the box and a torture device. She made up her mind right away that she would stop at nothing to avoid getting on that machine. As a gag, Maxwell put a metal ring in her mouth and fastened it with a strap. Then he put Lois in shackles and handcuffs and told her to lie in the box. She inquired as to whether she would have enough air through the gag. With the lid slightly open, Maxwell positioned a wrench on the box's edge and walked away. After hearing the sound of his car's engine, Lois waited for a few seconds before attempting to exit the box. However, despite her best efforts, she was only able to push the key away and lock herself in total darkness. She didn't realize Maxwell had moved the box beneath a heavy workbench until he came back. When they got home, the kidnapper took Lois to the bedroom and took off her clothes. Lois didn't know what he was doing, and she felt uneasy because her parents had never talked to her about private matters. He asked her if she wanted to go to the garage and hang upside down after she let out a painful scream. Then she made an effort to be silent. After he was done, he once more chained her legs to the bed. She was so tired that night that she was able to sleep. Maxwell had to pay a bill for his son's repair in Dallas early in the morning. As usual, he chained her and placed a gag in her mouth. In the distance, Lois could hear motorboats, motorcycles, and cars. The gag prevented anyone from hearing her screams or calls for assistance. Lois didn't realize Maxwell had broken her front teeth until he came back and took the metal ring out of her mouth. However, she lost something far more significant that day. Maxwell let her watch the news after they displayed a picture of her driver's license on the TV. Lois Pearson was listed as missing after learning that the home where she had grown up and shared many memories was gone. They were trying to find her. The days that followed were all the same. He met his needs with her in the mornings and then left her alone. He made sure she was chained to the bed for a few days, even when he hurried to the mailbox or take a shower. But the kidnapper grew less cautious over time. She discovered one day that he had left his cell phone in the restroom. She considered taking it and calling the police, but she was hesitant because she had never used a cell phone before and was worried about making a mistake. She was afraid that he would use that torture device once more, in addition to losing faith in her. Lois dropped that notion, but she continued to think about a way out, or at least a way to change the balance of power. And after being held captive for a week, she figured out how to resist his persistent advances. She remembered what her parents had said when he lay next to her on the 7th day and pressed his mouth to hers. They had informed her that her oral cavity allegedly contained an agent that caused bronchitis. She never kissed boys when she was younger for this reason, among others. It's difficult to tell what actually happened at the time, but Maxwell woke up the following day with a fever and chills after she let him touch her lips, calling the move a battle of microbes. He could hardly move from his bed and was pale. He never tried to take advantage of her again. He insisted that she write him a check for $500 on the morning of the 8th day. He told her to date it February 2nd, which was more than a month earlier, and explained that groceries cost money. She had already prepared to go shopping in town with the $60 he had taken from her wallet, but she didn't protest, figuring the money would buy her a few more days. The date was March 12, 2011, and when Sergeant Ricky Montgomery and 4 other police officers pulled up to a small home on the shores of a lake in Corsicana, 80 kilometers south of Dallas, it was getting close to 6 o'clock in the evening. They were there to ask the homeowner some questions regarding the missing 62-year-old woman. Search teams started searching the area after her house burned down and her remains were not discovered. After several days, the police concluded that Lois Pearson would not be found alive, despite the use of helicopters equipped with thermal imaging for the search. They brought in pumps to empty 2 ponds and used search dogs trained to locate bodies, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Then, $500 was taken out of her account 8 days after the fire. The check was dated a few weeks earlier and was made out to Jeffrey Maxwell. Officers traveled more than 160 kilometers to question Maxwell after learning that he also owned a blue SUV that matched the description of the car a neighbor had seen the day of the fire. A judge then issued a search warrant for the vehicle. On Sunday, March 12th, the 12th day of Lois's captivity under Maxwell, everything went according to plan. Maxwell watched television while Lois prayed on the floor. The abductor jumped up and hurriedly led Lois to a far-off room, telling her to keep quiet when they both heard a knock at the door. They heard another more insistent knock before he could put a gag on her or handcuff her. The man rushed toward the exit. Although Lois could hear voices outside, she was unable to understand what they were saying. After escaping the room, she noticed the word sheriff on a car parked by the road through the window. She was shocked when fear first paralyzed her whole body, but she quickly realized it was her opportunity and took off running. Jeffrey Maxwell stepped out of the house and shut the door firmly behind him. His house was in a terrible mess, he said with an apologetic tone while grinning at the policeman. According to Sergeant Ricky Montgomery, they were interrogating anyone who knew Ms. Lois Pearson or had recently visited the area around her home. In response, Maxwell said that although Lois was his neighbor, he hadn't seen her in a while. He also mentioned that Lois owed him money, which is why she sent him a check. When the door swung wide open, Montgomery was still asking Maxwell if he would be willing to come to the sheriff's office. An older woman's feeble voice reached them. With her face bruised and her hair disheveled and tangled, the woman looked weak and stooped. She moved quickly past Maxwell and went up to the cops. Montgomery didn't recognize the missing woman, but he did have a picture of her. He said, "Who are you?" "It's her, Lois Pearson," cried one of the officers behind Montgomery before she could respond, and everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. The police officers collected themselves and put Maxwell in handcuffs. The woman initially claimed to the officers that Maxwell had been her friend and had not harmed her. Her only memory of her rescue is the fear for her life, even though she later learned about the concept of Stockholm Syndrome. Lois told the officers that Maxwell had abducted her, beaten her, and done things to her that she didn't want when he was removed a few minutes later. When she mentioned the machine, the officers were initially perplexed, but as soon as they searched the house, they discovered the machine she had described, along with a yellow control device that was covered in blood. In addition, they discovered 4 different-sized adult toys, a lot of adhesive tape, whips, handcuffs, and weapons all over the house. Blood was found on several articles of clothing in the house, on the floor in front of the car, and on the bedding. Additionally, a large collection of adult films was found by the police. After being questioned for 3 days, Maxwell admitted to almost everything. February 14, 2012 marked the start of the trial. Maxwell shaved his beard and shed more than 60 pounds in the months between his arrest and the trial. He was a lanky, ghostly figure now, wearing a suit that didn't fit him well. Maxwell was found guilty on all 3 counts by the jury in less than an hour. The jurors heard from Rita's friend, whom Maxwell had beaten 2 days prior to their wedding, despite the judge's ban on discussing his wife Martha's disappearance during the trial. Additionally, Rita's daughters testified about how their stepfather's advances affected them. Lois gave a court testimony as well. Although she had always been reticent to speak in front of others, she now spoke forcefully about the ordeal she had gone through during those 12 days of imprisonment. She recalled the 3 cats that had died in the fire, Bluey, Blackie, and an unnamed kitten, and detailed the wounds that still plagued her a year later. Above all, she believed that she would be rewarded in heaven if she remained innocent all her life. Once more, the defendant was given 3 consecutive life sentences by the jury in less than an hour. Maxwell would be eligible for parole no earlier than 119 years following the verdict, as the judge decided that he would not serve the sentences concurrently. A deputy sheriff led Maxwell out of the courtroom while shackling his ankles and handcuffing his wrists in front of the audience. After the trial, Lois told reporters that she wanted her story to be known so that everyone could hear how her faith had carried her through difficult times. Even though victims of such crimes typically don't want their names mentioned in the media, she occasionally questions why he picked her. Maybe Maxwell knew she would be the ideal victim if she vanished from home for a few days and no one would notice. Someone might have gone looking for her if he hadn't messed up and put her to sleep. She might have been noticed missing by someone. Lois had memories of her previous life after spending 12 days with Jeffrey Maxwell. Her home and the car she cherished were not the only things he took away. He took her mother's sheet music and her piano. She doesn't have a picture of her father anymore, and she doesn't even know if there is one. To purchase a small trailer for her, her church raised more than $17,000. Although it's not the house she grew up in, the trailer is warm and comfortable, and the old house was always cold in the winter and full of pests. She now has a phone, and the church even gave her a new piano. Lois Pearson loves spending time with her new friends, but she still prefers the peace and quiet of nature. She admits, "Before this, I never knew how much I loved people." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Steven showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Steven knocked on the door, no one answered. Steven knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Steven made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Steven eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Steven decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Steven decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Steven reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Steven rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Steven immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Steven was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft. Personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue: a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stephen's shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife Jennifer was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mocks' house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mocks' home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mocks' home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares, was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number of pairs of dress shoes, boots, and sneakers when investigators asked to see his footwear, but none of them matched the footprint discovered at the scene. Detectives began to examine Daniel more closely, however, as his story changed and his actions became more suspicious. A difficult history. The background of Daniel Tavares proved to be extremely disturbing. His life took a bad turn early on. He was born in 1966 as the youngest child in a military family. Daniel's mother took care of him and his 3 older sisters after his parents divorced when he was only 4 years old. Shortly after, his father got married again and showed little concern for his former spouse's kids. Daniel had left school by the 9th grade, started stealing, running away from home, and experimenting with illegal drugs. He was first arrested for robbery when he was 18, but then his estranged father stepped in and helped him get probation instead of going to jail. The father appeared to want to give Daniel another chance, possibly out of guilt. Even so, Daniel kept getting into trouble with the law over the years. He was always given light sentences for his offenses. Daniel's father tried to provide for him after he relocated to Florida in the late 1980s. In addition to trying to help Daniel find stable work, his father funded an expensive treatment program at a private rehabilitation clinic. However, Daniel was caught stealing and dealing drugs once more within 6 months. He was sent back to live with his mother after his father gave up this time. Daniel's dependencies had started to negatively impact his mental health by this time. He received a schizophrenia diagnosis and medication within a year, but Daniel hardly ever took his drugs as prescribed. Rather, he combined them with alcohol, which resulted in violent and hazardous outbursts. A case of violence. During a fight with his mother in July 1991, Daniel snatched up a knife and attacked her, wounding her almost 30 times. At the scene, she passed away. Daniel stated during his trial that he was influenced by voices in his head that told him to kill her. Psychiatrists appointed by the court, however, concluded that Daniel was legally liable because he had been aware of his actions. He received a 20-year prison sentence. Daniel served less time than the entire sentence and was released on parole in 2006. Daniel Tavares started communicating with Jennifer Freitas while incarcerated, and the two eventually fell in love. Jennifer awaited his release and they were married as soon as he was granted parole. Around the same time as the Mauk couple, Daniel moved into her house in Graham, a small town. Daniel broke the conditions of his parole by moving to a different state. He ought to have been taken into custody right away, but a technical glitch and police carelessness kept that from happening. Even after detectives discovered a bloody handprint at the Mauk's crime scene, Daniel managed to avoid detection because his fingerprints were inadvertently deleted from the criminal database. It was as if everything was somehow conspiring in his favor. Daniel briefly worked for a construction company that bought the rare work boots connected to the crime, according to additional investigation, but there was not enough hard evidence for detectives to make an arrest. They had to carefully construct their case so as not to alert Daniel or Jennifer, his possible accomplice. Placing the trap. Daniel was asked to come to the police station on November 24, 2007, ostensibly to help with composite sketches of possible suspects. He enthusiastically accepted and enthusiastically described and assisted in drawing portraits of people he had made up entirely for about an hour. He was preoccupied when a second officer walked in and remarked nonchalantly that in order to rule Daniel out as a suspect, They needed to get his fingerprint. After some hesitation, Daniel finally consented, certain that there would be no evidence of his presence at the crime scene. The officer casually mentioned that investigators had discovered an unidentified bloody handprint at the Mauch's residence after fingerprinting. Daniel tensed visibly and started to explain that his prints might have been left at the Mauch's house because he had been friendly with them and frequently visited them. The officer calmly replied that there was no reason to be concerned because the handprint was bloody and obviously that of the criminal. The discussion then turned to Daniel's past by a second detective. Daniel confessed to killing his mother after he brought up the crime for which he had served time. Unexpectedly, Daniel started to describe the horrifying specifics of that crime with icy fervor. He gave off the air of a real psychopath, grinning as he explained what he had done. Forensic experts were comparing Daniel's prints to those recovered from the crime scene in the meantime. Detectives presented Daniel with the evidence after the results showed a perfect match. Anger immediately replaced his arrogant manner. However, officers handcuffed him and placed him under arrest before he could lash out. Daniel was forced to confess and assist investigators due to the overwhelming evidence against him. He clarified that he had spent hours drinking and using potent drugs at a bar the night before the crime. The bar staff threw him out and threatened to call the police when he ran out of money to pay his tab. Daniel Tavares was furious when he remembered that he had given his neighbor Brian Mauch a tattoo as a friendly gesture the month before. Daniel, however, arbitrarily demanded $50 for the service after deciding that he should be paid for his labor. At 5 in the morning, armed with his revolver, he arrived at the Mauch's home while they were still sleeping together when Brian opened the door. Irritated by the early visit, Daniel's demand for money was there. Perplexed and irritated, Brian declined, instructing Daniel to return once he had calmed down. However, Daniel insisted. Brian decided it would be simpler to pay in order to defuse the situation, so he went to another room to get the money. Daniel took offense at a comment he made as he was leaving. Daniel became indignant at this. In an instant, he pulled out his gun and shot Brian 3 times in the back. Beverly was awakened by gunfire and went outside to investigate. She saw Daniel standing with a gun over her husband, who was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. She attempted to flee back to the bedroom after realizing the danger, but she was shot 3 times in the back before she could do so. Upon acknowledging the seriousness of his actions, Daniel returned home and asked his wife Jennifer to assist in cleaning up the crime scene. Sadly, Jennifer didn't appear shocked by what he did. Together, they carried Beverly's body into the living room, set it next to Brian, and wrapped a blanket around them both. Jennifer proposed erasing the bloody footprints with a broom. Additionally, she carefully cleaned surfaces to get rid of fingerprints, but she overlooked one important one. After cleaning was completed, Daniel threw the murder weapon into a nearby river. The revolver was never found, despite investigators' best efforts. The fallout. Daniel Tavares received a life sentence without the chance of release. Jennifer, his wife, expressed profound regret, saying she had aided Daniel because she was afraid for her own safety. She only received a 1-year prison sentence for tampering with the evidence. A terrible discovery was made in 2015 by new homeowners remodeling the house where Daniel had previously resided with his mother. They discovered human remains when they were digging in the backyard. The remains were identified by forensic analysis as belonging to a young neighbor who vanished in 1990. Investigators found that Daniel had been attracted to the woman romantically, but had reacted violently and fatally when she turned him down. Her body was interred in his mother's backyard, where it was kept secret for many years. Daniel was given a second life sentence for this offense. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleon Norte de Santander Department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quio, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The video you just watched was recorded right before Christopher Greger realized that the police had finally discovered his son's whereabouts. Christopher's life was forever altered by a single, terrible, and heartbreaking secret recording. When Corey was brought to the hospital in critical condition, the police were called. Corey's father had darker plans for his own son, but Corey only wanted to please him and keep him happy. The community would be shocked when all of Christopher's sinister secrets were exposed. A tragedy happened on April 2, 2021, a few days after the unsettling video of Corey running by himself on the treadmill was released. Around 4 p.m., Corey's father, 31-year-old Christopher Greger, found his son completely still and unconscious. Corey was taken right away to Southern Ocean County Medical Center in Stafford the next day, where he was examined by qualified medical professionals. The fight to save the child started inside the room. The doctors worked quickly and diligently, but Corey's condition deteriorated. He had a seizure during a CT scan, which made his already precarious condition even worse. At 5:03 p.m., Corey died in spite of all efforts to save him. April 2, 2021. However, something even more horrifying was about to be discovered by the doctors. They found multiple bruises on Corey's body as they examined him. Additionally, the treadmill video alluded to a sinister possibility and nearly provided an explanation for how such a tragic event could have occurred. The entire community would be shocked by the shocking information that the investigation would reveal. However, the case took another unexpected turn. Christopher, Corey's father, called Child Protection Services immediately after the doctors declared him dead. He stated that Corey had been with his mother, Brianna Micciolo, on April 1, 2021. She soon found herself at the center of an expanding investigation, but some information about his parents' upbringing would eventually point to a dark trend. The story started in 2014 when Brianna Miccioli, Corey's mother, became pregnant with Corey. Christopher Gregor was the father. At first, Christopher didn't even know Corey existed. Authorities first discovered Christopher as Corey's potential father when Brianna applied for state assistance. A paternity test in 2018 verified that Corey's father was in fact Corey's father. The parents' dispute over custody began at this point. They had never been married, so they weren't divorced, but they both wanted to be in charge of raising Corey. Although it took almost a year for Christopher to start seeing Corey, he began to abide by child support orders as the custody dispute progressed. Following a court settlement, Christopher was given custody of Corey during the week. In the end, they resided in Monroe with Christopher's parents, but he eventually moved to Barnegat. At first, Brianna supported this choice because she thought it was crucial for Corey to have a relationship with his father in order to give his life a sense of completion. However, this choice would permanently alter her life. Brianna became aware of some oddities as Corey started to spend more time with his father. Brianna once saw that Corey had a busted lip when he came home from his father's custody. Christopher said it had happened by accident during a soccer match when she questioned him about it. It would not be long before the terrible reality of the situation was revealed, but it wasn't the only instance. Brianna discovered injuries on Corey's face, arms, and legs shortly after he returned from Christopher's house around Halloween 2019. Additionally, there was a noticeable slap mark on Corey's face. Corey was too afraid to respond when Brianna questioned him about it, but Brianna soon discovered that Christopher was the one torturing his own son. She made the decision to act to protect him because she knew something was seriously amiss. She informed the Division of Child Protection and Permanency, DCPP, and the police about Christopher's behavior, but the authorities did nothing about the complaints. Despite Brianna's best efforts, nothing was done and the case was closed. This was only the beginning of a trend in which Brianna's concerns were disregarded by the authorities. Christopher accused Brianna of drug addiction and demanded full custody of Corey as soon as she complained. By March 2020, the court had given Christopher sole custody of Corey, leaving Brianna with only visitation rights. Brianna persisted even after losing the fight for custody of Corey. She recorded several cases of Corey's body having bite marks and inexplicable bruises. She repeatedly warned the State Child Protective Services caseworker, but her requests were largely ignored. Corey frequently had fingerprints on his arms and legs when he got home, and once he had blood accumulating at the corners of his eyes. Years went by with the authorities taking no meaningful action, and his father's abuse persisted. Christopher was still in complete custody, in spite of Brianna's protests. But on April 1, 2021, a devastating discovery altered everything. When Corey visited with his mother, he told her about the treadmill incident. He disclosed that he had been made to run at an abnormally high speed by his father weeks prior. The events of that day were also captured on CCTV. On March 20, 2021, Christopher and Corey were seen on camera entering the Atlantic Heights Clubhouse Fitness Center. Even after Corey fell several times, the video showed Christopher pushing him onto the treadmill and then raising the difficulty levels. However, this was not even the most devastating aspect. Christopher thought his son needed a lot of exercise because he was overweight. Christopher's abuse of his son was evident. Brianna acted right away after being horrified by Corey's remarks regarding his father. She reported the abuse to authorities the next day and requested emergency custody of Corey. However, there was yet another disappointment. The family court judge rejected Brianna's request, despite her urgent pleas, claiming that Corey was not in immediate danger. They had no idea that danger was lurking around every corner. But that same day, April 1, 2021, in the afternoon, Brianna took Corey to a nearby hospital to have his bruises examined. After examining Corey, the doctors told Brianna that he was fine despite a few bruises on his body. As a result, he was released at around 1 in the morning. On the same day, Christopher insisted on taking Corey back, even though Brianna wanted to keep him with her. Everything changed at approximately 9 a.m. on April 2, 2021. While in Christopher's care, Corey became very sick and unresponsive. Tragically, Corey was declared dead a few hours after Christopher hurried him to the hospital on April 2 at approximately 4 p.m. Christopher's response stunned everyone even more. Christopher held Brianna accountable for Corey's demise. He had recently lost his son, so it seemed strange that he was assigning blame so soon after the tragedy. However, this was only the start. The story was about to take more turns. After learning of Corey's passing, Christopher chose to spend 3 months out of state rather than grieving for his son right away. He once more tried to place the blame on Brianna, Corey's mother, after the police apprehended him. Brianna was devastated when she learned of her son's passing. She was overcome with grief and regret for all the choices that had resulted in Corey being placed in his father's custody, which ultimately had a terrible consequence. However, she was committed to using the legal system to secure justice for Corey. The trial to ascertain the cause of Corey Masciolo's death finally started. Christine Lento, the prosecutor, began the trial on April 30, 2024, by claiming that they had enough proof to charge Christopher with killing his son Corey. Lento asserted with assurance that Corey's death was caused by his father's ongoing abuse. However, Mario Gallucci, Christopher's lawyer, refuted these allegations by presenting Christopher as a responsible father. Gallucci maintained that the treadmill video was unrelated to Corey's demise and proposed that Corey passed away from sepsis, an infection found during a medical examination. There were conflicting views regarding Corey's cause of death, which led to a legal battle. As evidence was presented and witnesses testified, this legal battle took an intriguing turn. The case initially started to show how Christopher mistreated his son. The first witness called by the prosecutor was Corey's first-grade teacher. The teacher stated in her testimony that she frequently observed bruises on Corey's body after March 2021, when he was in his father's custody. She also noticed a discernible shift in Corey's conduct at school. He was quieter and more reclusive. The purpose of these observations was to highlight the possible abuse that Corey endured while under his father's supervision. In addition, Dr. Ye Qiaowang testified before the jury about Corey's April 1, 2021 visit with him, together with his mother. Dr. Ye Qiaowang clarified that he saw marks that indicated bleeding beneath the skin, in addition to bruises all over Corey's body, especially on his chest. Dr. Yang confirmed that he did not see sepsis symptoms when Corey was released from the hospital, when the prosecutor asked him if he did. According to this testimony, Corey's death was not caused by an infection. Additionally, according to Dr. Ye Qiaowang's testimony, Corey seemed healthy prior to his April 2, 2021 visit to his father's home, raising the possibility that something happened while Corey was in his father's custody. William Doyle, a triage nurse at Southern Ocean Medical Center, was called as a witness to provide information about Corey's condition following his visit with his father. Doyle described how he witnessed Christopher take Corey to the ER on April 2, 2021, which helped to clarify Corey's condition when he got to the hospital. When Dr. William Doyle first saw Corey, the prosecutor asked him what he noticed. Corey's serious and critical condition when he arrived at the hospital was justified by Dr. Doyle's statements. In order to refute the charges, the defense attorney asked Carolyn Greger, Christopher's mother, to testify about the calls she got from Christopher about Corey and the reasons he made the decision to leave right away. Carolyn began by saying that she had been informed about Corey's condition. Christopher had implied that Brianna might have done something wrong to Corey, she said. She continued by saying that they began getting threatening phone calls at random, accusing Christopher of being a murderer. Christopher chose to escape because of this. Additionally, Brianna had come to their home and threatened them, according to Christopher's mother. Carolyn, however, clarified during the judge's questioning that Brianna never threatened to attack them or set fire to their home. She only clarified that she was referring to the treadmill video when she mentioned Brianna making threatening calls. Attorney Mario Gallucci also introduced Christopher's father, David Greger, a retired New Jersey State police officer who testified about his first encounter with Corey. The emotional side of Christopher's parents was brought to light by this testimony. When David talked about his only grandson, Corey, he was clearly emotional. David told the defense attorney that he didn't want to watch the treadmill video footage because he didn't want it to be his final recollection of Corey. He acknowledged that Christopher had mistreated Corey in the treadmill video, though. Thus, despite attorney Mario Gallucci's tenacious defense of Christopher, all the facts and assertions were deemed unfounded when prosecutor Christine Lento produced the most important piece of evidence, the manner of death, which established Christopher's guilt for his son's passing. Corey passed away from blunt impact injuries to his chest and abdomen, which included liver laceration and contusion, left pulmonary contusion, and heart laceration. These injuries in Corey's case could not have been caused intentionally by him. Certainly, it wasn't suicide. The distribution and pattern of these injuries support the idea that they were caused by someone else. Therefore, from the perspective of a medical examiner, homicide is defined as any death that is connected to the actions of another person from an epidemiological or public health perspective. According to crucial testimony from Dr. Thomas Andrew, Corey's fatal injuries resulted from blunt force trauma to his chest and abdomen, which caused a large laceration in his heart. His professional evaluation categorically categorized Corey's death as a homicide, stressing that the seriousness of these wounds suggested intentional human behavior rather than unintentional causes. He added that the forensic test revealed no evidence of a sepsis in fact. However, this conflict did not stop there. One more testimony remained. Dr. Michael Baden, another forensic pathologist, gave the Ocean County jurors an opposing viewpoint. According to Dr. Baden, Corey's death was due to natural causes, such as pneumonia complications. Dr. Andrews' conclusions and interpretation were directly at odds with this testimony. Jurors in Christopher Greger's trial had to carefully consider the evidence put forth by both sides due to the case's complexity caused by the divergent expert opinions. Lento claimed that the treadmill footage that the prosecutor's office had recovered spoke for itself, notwithstanding the defense's claims that Corey passed away from natural causes like sepsis or pneumonia. That video contained all the information the jury required. The last day of judgment to decide whether Christopher was guilty or not was May 31, 2024. The jury ultimately rendered a decision after taking into account all of the evidence that was put forth by the defense and prosecutor. Christopher was convicted of endangering a child's welfare and aggravated manslaughter. The more serious murder charge against him, however, was dropped. Potential prison terms for aggravated manslaughter ranged from 10 to 30 years. Christopher might have received a life sentence, though, if he had been found guilty of murder. The courtroom was filled with a range of emotions following the jury's verdict, with some people feeling relieved and at peace, and others feeling sad and incredulous. The entire scope of Christopher's punishment would be decided at his sentencing hearing on August 20, 2024. A civil court battle also took place in the midst of the criminal proceedings. Corey's mother, Brianna Micciolo, filed a lawsuit against the DCPP, claiming that their carelessness and inaction had not shielded Corey from the abuse that finally claimed his life. With the help of advocacy organizations and those who shared her values, Brianna's efforts to effect change grew stronger. The tragic tale of Corey Micciolo serves as a reminder of children's vulnerabilities and our shared duty to protect them. However, it raises the question, did the jury make the correct choice? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. One of the most terrifying scenes ever filmed is before you. Actual video of a serial killer on the loose. Because its owner was already being watched by the police, fate stepped in before the murder kit could take another life. From a sunny UK resort to a charming southern Italian town, he left a bloody trail in his wake. The criminal mastermind ridiculed the investigators and misled them by leaving obvious clues close to his victim. The man's bizarre fetish ultimately brought about his terrible demise, but it also motivated him to carry out unspeakably cruel deeds. Far from their busy hometown of Potenza, Italy, The Claps family was getting ready for a relaxing Sunday retreat at a small cottage in Tito on September 12, 1993. Luciano, their 20-year-old son, was with their parents, Antonio and Filomena. Gildo Claps, 24, their oldest son, and Elisa Claps, 16, their youngest daughter, were expected to arrive soon. Together with Elisa's friend Eliana D'Alessio, they were scheduled to arrive in the afternoon. Eliana and Elisa had decided to go to the town center church for a service. The girls then intended to head back to Elisa's house before having lunch at the cottage with the rest of the family. Gildo started to worry when the girls hadn't returned after an hour. His sister would call home if she was going to be late, and she was always on time. Eliana was the one who rang the doorbell. Eliana assumed her friend had already gone home after they parted ways at the church. The fact that Elisa was still missing shocked Eliana. Gildo wandered around the town center, worried, trying to find his sister. Elisa was not in the crowd of people that gathered around the church. The rest of the family returned to Potenza to inquire about the situation after Gildo and Elisa failed to show up by 2 p.m., and they were shocked to learn that the girl had disappeared. Gildo asked Eliana to describe his sister's precise morning movements. Eliana then admitted that she hadn't been entirely truthful. Elisa used the service as a pretext to meet with her friend, 21-year-old Danilo Restivo, a dental technician student, even though they didn't attend. Despite coming from a well-respected family, his father was the director of the local National Library branch. The young man was unpopular and frequently the object of jeering, particularly from girls. Being a good-hearted and sympathetic person, Elisa felt sorry for him, but she made it plain to him that they could not be together. However, he insisted on giving her a gift to celebrate her passing her exams, so she consented to meet him that day. Danilo and Elisa made plans to meet at the church as the service was coming to an end at 11:30 a.m. Eliana unintentionally ran into Angelica, another friend, while she was waiting outside. The girls thought they might have missed Elisa in the crowd, but they didn't see her leave the church. Gildo called Danilo's house and demanded an explanation because he was the last person to see his sister. According to Danilo, they sat at the altar and talked for 15 minutes during their meeting. Restivo stayed behind to pray after Elisa left the church, and that was the last time he saw her. After a few hours, Elisa didn't come home, so her brother Luciano went to see Restivo in person. Danilo's responses showed signs of nervousness and evasiveness. Luciano inquired as to what had happened after noticing a big bandage on his left hand. Restivo described how he cut his hand after tripping at a construction site. "I don't know where the girl is," he repeated. After Elisa's family called the police to report her missing, they asked that Restivo be questioned. However, their request was denied, and they were told to return home and wait for the girl to come back on her own. Gildo went back to the church because he had run out of options, but the door was locked. He made arrangements to enter and conducted another search of the building. He saw another locked door behind the altar, leading to the church's upper floor. When Gildo requested that door be opened as well, he was told that the priest, Father Domenico Sabbia, who had gone to a spa resort for a few days, was the only one with a key. When the police eventually spoke with Danilo 2 days later, after the girl had not returned, he stated that Elisa was unhappy at home and wanted to flee to Naples, but he attempted to talk her out of this plan. According to his version, he remained in the church while she left after their brief conversation. He said he asked her for advice about Paula, another girl he wanted to date, but he didn't mention the gift for Elisa. He returned home after the talk via a construction site where he had been with Paula just days before, where he had cut his hand after falling from an unfinished escalator. Investigators questioned whether Danilo was telling the truth. First of all, his statements were surprisingly accurate. Second, Elisa's desire to flee her devoted family was not supported by any evidence. Lastly, it was unclear how he fell head first from the escalator that was still under construction, only cutting his hand and avoiding breaking his glasses. When the police came to the Restivo's house, they asked to see the clothes their son was wearing that day. But without a warrant, Danilo's father wouldn't cooperate. Persuaded that Restivo was concealing something, the police checked his name in the database before leaving empty-handed. When he attacked other boys while playing with them at the age of 14, it turned out that he had already run afoul of the law. And it wasn't just that. 3 female students who lived close to his home accused him of stalking a few months ago. By calling girls at home and describing their attire, or playing them spooky music from the horror film Profondo Rosso, He obviously enjoyed making them feel afraid. Additionally, investigators learned that Danielo had a very peculiar habit. He enjoyed chopping off random people's hair while they were on public transit. Despite hearing about these incidents, the police were unable to establish Restivo. Meanwhile, word of Elisa Clapp's disappearance spread swiftly across the nation, and pranksters kept calling the family to say they had the girl and she was okay. While some of the messages claimed to have seen the girl in a white Fiat Uno, the police ignored the majority of these calls. The problem is that on that particular day, Elisa's friend Angelica disclosed that Ercilio Gegari, a 20-year-old admirer of hers, was out and about in the city center. Ercilio and his family had just arrived from Albania. Ercilio denied attending the church when he was asked to testify, and he gave the police the names of friends who could verify his alibi. But not only did his friends not believe his account, they also claimed that he was in the city center on the day the girl vanished. Additionally, one witness named Ercilio as the driver of a white Fiat Uno, which is the same model of vehicle that multiple witnesses reported seeing Elisa in on the day of her disappearance. When the police discovered Elisa's diary, which was missing several pages, suspicions of Ercilio's involvement increased. After reconstructing pieces of those pages, forensic specialists found that some words were written in Albanian. Ercilio was questioned again, and each time his account was altered. He once asserted that Danilo Restivo gave him instructions to deny knowing one another. Ercilio was eventually accused of providing false testimony. The police received an anonymous call in December. According to the female caller, she saw Elisa in Rome. Elisa had reportedly been assaulted and coerced into a white Fiat Uno. "Please help her and help me," the voice said toward the end of the call. The recorded call was analyzed and the results were shocking. Eliana was the caller. Because she was known to alter her version of events, investigators had long been suspicious of her statements. She was accused of providing false testimony, just like Ercilio. Detectives eventually concluded that Elisa was dead and that Danilo was to blame for her disappearance, even though they could not totally rule out the possibility that the girl had fled from home. He might have forced other people she knew to tell lies to the police, but they had nothing to accuse him or any other suspect of, other than false testimony in the absence of a body. However, the Claps family believed that powerful individuals, such as Danilo's father's friends and the priest of the church where she vanished, were defending the reputation of their daughter's murderer, even though all other churches were happy to have a box placed in the building where anyone could anonymously leave a note with information about Elisa. Father Domenico Sabia, in particular, forbade anyone from entering the church's attic. He even made an effort to deny ever knowing Danilo, but this was swiftly refuted when a picture of the two of them together on Danilo's 18th birthday appeared. Danilo Restivo was eventually taken into custody for providing false testimony after all the information was gathered. He received a 20-month prison sentence after being found guilty. Gildo was astounded by the legal system after the trial, questioning how someone could be found guilty of providing false testimony and still not be forced to tell the whole truth. However, Danilo was released after serving half of his sentence. There was nothing else the police could accuse him of. Because Eliana and Ursi allegedly gave false testimony out of fear for their own lives, rather than to muddle the investigation, the judge did not find them guilty of perjury. Numerous rumors surfaced on the second anniversary of Elisa's disappearance in Potenza, including claims that she was being sold by human traffickers, was in the hands of the Sicilian mafia, or had a covert relationship with a priest. People who demanded money in exchange for information about the girl harassed the family on a regular basis. Elisa's family actively promoted public interest in the case in spite of the challenges. They developed a website to offer updates on the investigation as the internet started to gain popularity. An email purportedly written by Elisa appeared on the website on April 23, 1999. She said she was living in Brazil after leaving Potenza. The girl explained that she was unhappy and had to leave forever, but she also begged for forgiveness for hurting her family. "This will be my first and last letter to the family," she added. Filomena fervently hoped her daughter was still alive and well. Her sons weren't persuaded, though. They engaged a private investigator to track down the email's IP address because they knew their sister had left the house without cash or a passport, only to find out it was sent from a Potenza internet cafe rather than Brazil. Danilo Restivo was in the cafe when the email was sent, according to a list of all the patrons that day that the cafe staff had provided. Believing that Danilo had come up with this scheme to persuade them to stop looking for the girl, Elisa's family called the police right away and insisted on questioning him. They were informed, nevertheless, that there was nothing further they could do and that the investigation's active phase was over. 2,000 kilometers north of Potenza is the resort town of Bournemouth, which is situated on Britain's southern coast. For the Barnett family in Bournemouth, Tuesday morning, November 12, 2002, began as any other Tuesday morning. After dropping her children, Caitlin, age 11, and Terry, age 14, off at school, Heather Barnett, 48, came home after 8:30 a.m. As usual, Heather was eager to start working and have her morning tea. She made custom pillowcases, curtains, and other items from home. That day was no different from the many orders she always had. Terry and Caitlin came home from school a few hours later. Their mother was undoubtedly at home because her car was parked in the driveway and the radio was on, so the kids were a little uncomfortable with the unlocked front door. Their mother didn't answer. Caitlin called for her brother after looking in every room but the bathroom. She didn't want to enter for some reason. The kids knocked and got no answer, so they pushed the door, which slowly opened to reveal a horrifying scene. Evidently the victim of a very heinous crime, their mother lay on the floor. After phoning 911, Terry escorted his yelling sister outside to await the arrival of the police and ambulance. The neighbor across the street saw the two agitated kids while they were parking their car. Assuring the kids that they would be safe in their house, they took them inside. When the police arrived, they found no evidence of forced entry and that nothing had been stolen. Shortly after the woman dropped her kids off at school, the actual crime took place. Luminol testing showed that the woman's size 9 shoe prints led from the restroom to her workshop before abruptly vanishing in the center of the space. Before leaving the house, the murderer had obviously changed out of their filthy shoes and put on clean ones they had brought. The fibers found on the woman's body suggested that the offender had gloves on. Every piece of evidence suggested that the crime was well planned. The murderer arrived armed with gloves, a knife, a hammer, and a change of clothes and shoes. One piece of evidence, though, was left behind. A green hand towel that had been stained with Heather's blood was resting on the workshop chair. Only the murderer could have put the towel there, given its location and the fact that it did not belong to the family. Before putting on new clothes, they used it to clean their hands and face of the blood. The hair that was discovered in the woman's hands, however, was the most intriguing piece of evidence. At first, the police thought she had successfully removed a hair from the offender, but forensic examination showed something different. The hair in one hand belonged to Heather, but the hair in the other belonged to another woman, and it had been neatly cut with a sharp tool. Speaking with Caitlin and Terry, the detective discovered that their extra house keys had vanished a week prior to the murder. Although they changed the locks, they had suspicions because their neighbor had just come to get curtains for his girlfriend. The children were consoled by the same neighbor, an Italian man they called Danny. After moving to Britain in May 2002, Danilo Restivo, known to his neighbors as Danny, married Fiona Mozingo, an Italian woman he met online. Their residence was right across the street from Heather Barnett's. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they spoke with Danilo right away, and he quickly told them that he had an alibi for the whole morning. He said he went to classes at a computer center after taking a bus. His statements were fully supported by the police when they looked through his bus ticket and the center's registration log. However, Danilo grudgingly led the detective to the bathroom, where his sneakers were soaking in a bucket of bleach, when an officer came to his house 5 days later to take DNA samples and asked to see the shoes he had on the day of the crime. "I'm cleaning them," he explained. The detective became suspicious of this and seized the shoes. The sneakers did not, however, match the footprints that were discovered in Heather's home. The police had cause to suspect Danilo Restivo, despite the absence of concrete proof, because of his dubious actions when it came to cleaning his sneakers. When they chose to search a database for his name, they discovered something startling. Restivo's name had previously been connected to a criminal investigation. He might have been connected to the disappearance of Elisa Claps, a young Italian girl more than 10 years ago. His alibi for that case was also re-examined by investigators, who discovered that it was not as credible as first believed. He registered at a time that was rather awkwardly changed from 10:28 to 9:28 in the computer center's logbook. Nothing would have stopped him from getting off at the next stop and going back to Heather's house, even though he had a bus ticket with the allotted travel time. Additionally, at 9:24, a man who looked like him was seen on security footage crossing the street close to Heather's residence. Unfortunately, the man could not be precisely identified due to the poor quality of the video. However, Danilo was the main suspect in a case for the second time in his life, but this time, all of the evidence against him was circumstantial. When the detectives called the Potenza police, they learned of Danilo's uncommon fetish of chopping off the hair of unidentified girls. The investigators' conviction that he was involved in the crime was only reinforced by this information. When the police started monitoring Danilo Restivo in April 2004, they soon discovered another questionable behavior. Restivo enjoyed going to a secluded park in Throop, which is close to Bournemouth. There he would hide behind bushes and watch girls walking their dogs or jogging. Wearing 2 sets of clothes, waterproof pants, gloves, sunglasses, and a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face, he was in the park on May 12 despite the nearly summery weather. The police were worried that they wouldn't be able to stop another murder because of his suspicious behavior. A number of uniformed officers approached the suspect while posing as investigators of car thefts in the park and requested to examine his possessions in order to conceal the surveillance. Police discovered what they dubbed Restivo's murder kit, which included a big knife, ski mask, gloves, scissors, wet wipes, and trash bags. Remaining composed, Restivo said he had located the knife in the grass and had taken it to protect the kids. He claimed to be gathering insects for his pet lizard when asked what he was doing in the park. He was hiding in the park bushes, and even the police had to concede that it was a reasonable explanation. Once more, the detectives had nothing tangible to present to Danilo. The decision was made to switch strategies and ask for public support. The goal of the investigation was to identify the owner of the hair strands that were discovered in Heather's hand. They contacted the media in Italy and Britain, and since 2002, when Restivo relocated to Bournemouth, they have received a lot of calls from girls who have had their hair cut in incidents involving public transit in Britain. None of the DNA samples that the girls gave matched the hair that was discovered at the scene of the crime. The investigation stalled for a while until the hair strand was re-examined in 2007 using a new technique that could identify the hair's previous residence. It was discovered that the hair belonged to a girl who lived in the UK, but had traveled to Tampa, Florida, a few weeks after visiting Valencia, Spain, 2 months prior to having her hair cut. Motivated by such specific information, the police made another unsuccessful attempt to contact the public. The police worry that the girl might have been a victim of the killer's prior crime, but it's also possible that she was just not paying attention to the news. In spite of this early setback, science ultimately contributed to the case. Since technology had greatly improved by 2009, forensic specialists re-examined the green towel from Heather's home in the hopes of finding something new. This time, the specialists were able to distinguish Heather's blood from someone else's perspiration and skin fragments. An expert said that there was only a 1 in 5,7,000 chance that it was someone else's DNA, even though it couldn't be said with absolute certainty that it was Danilo Restivo's. Blood traces were discovered on the insoles of Restivo's sneakers when they were inspected that year using more advanced methods. This meant that when Restivo put on the shoes, his socks had blood on them. It supported the detectives' hypothesis that the offender had brought an extra pair of shoes. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was completely impossible due to the bleach used, thus preventing Danilo and Heather's deaths from being directly linked. Restivo changed his clothes, put on gloves, and used bleach to get rid of bloodstains because he was aware of the evidence he might leave behind. Knowing what might link him to the crime scene, he made every effort to prevent it. He had a plan, was ready, and followed it. Thankfully, Restivo would eventually be charged with Heather's murder, but not before a terrible discovery was made in Italy. Something unexpected occurred in Potenza on March 17, 2010. The local church where Elisa had vanished years before was being repaired by workers. The attic door was no longer locked, and the priest had died 2 years earlier. 2 workers went upstairs, one using a flashlight to light his path while looking for roof damage. At that moment, he caught sight of something concealed behind construction debris in the room's corner. He was horrified to discover that he was staring at a mummified corpse. The girl's watch, glasses, and shoes were discovered on her body, and were used to identify her. 17 years after going missing, Elisa Claps was found in the same church. She had died on the day of her disappearance, and her body had been dragged away and hidden, as the forensic examiner later concluded. Her body was found to have evidence of violence. However, several hair strands discovered in her hands, and a few more close to the body were the most damning pieces of evidence. Professor Vincenzo Pascali in Rome was tasked with analyzing a sample of foreign DNA discovered on the girl's body, but, to put it mildly, he carried out the investigation rather sloppily and had ties to the church where the crime was committed. He said that the DNA did not match Danilo Restivo, but when the investigator decided to confirm this and sent the sample to another lab, it did match Restivo's DNA. The professor was placed on 18 months of work suspension, and on May 19, 2010, Restivo was arrested. The jury found Danilo guilty of Heather's murder on June 30, 2011. Following 5 hours of deliberation, he received a life sentence without the chance of release. But after he prevailed in an appeal on November 21, 2012, the court modified the punishment for Heather's murder and gave him a minimum of 40 years in prison. Restivo was found guilty of Elisa Claps' murder and given a 30-year prison sentence in absentia on November 11, 2011. Investigators believe it is crucial to look into Danilo Restivo's relationship to other unsolved crimes in both Italy and Britain because of his obvious propensity for murder. It is thought that he was most likely involved in the death of a 27-year-old North Korean student studying English in Bournemouth. 2 months prior to Heather's murder, on July 12, 2002, the girl, who went by the name Jung-uk Shin, Loki, was making her way home on foot following an evening spent with friends. She was fatally injured by an unidentified attacker just 3 blocks from Restivo's residence. By yelling at him, Loki was able to repel him, and he even told the medical staff that the assailant was wearing a ski mask. After 3 tries, another man was found guilty of this crime, but his conviction was based only on the testimony of a female informant who had previously made false statements and frequently found herself intoxicated. There were many inconsistencies in her story, and she failed to mention the killer's ski mask. The 2 girls' physical similarities lend credence to the idea that Restivo was involved. Furthermore, the fact that the murder took place on the 12th of the month, as did the killings of Elisa and Heather, as well as the fact that Restivo visited the park where his murder kit was discovered, indicates the importance of this date to him. The length of the knife found in the park with Danilo is the same as the wound on Loki's body. Furthermore, different hair strands were discovered on the sidewalk close to Loki, but it was challenging to pinpoint their exact origin because of the nearby hair salon. From a legal standpoint, Loki's case is over. 2 murders have been formally charged against Danilo Restivo. Investigators are certain that there might be additional victims, though. Elisa's body was meticulously concealed, but Heather's was cruelly displayed for her own kids to see. Experts say that this shows that the criminal changed and that he was unable to stop on his own. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. You just heard a 16-year-old boy make a last-ditch plea for his family's survival. Subsequent attempts to contact him were unsuccessful shortly after the call ended. The Kitsap rescue team later discovered a terrifying and unsettling scene. 3 burned bodies, 2 boys and a woman, were discovered inside the burning house. The father, John Derek Carriga, was absent from the scene, though. It was highly suspicious because the father was not present, suggesting that he may have been involved in planning this gory scene. The quiet surroundings of Kitsap County were the scene of this terrifying incident, which left the community in shock and in search of answers. John Derek Carriaga, 43, Cristale Lynn Carriaga, 37, and their 2 teenagers, Hunter Evan Shape, 16, and Jonathan Felipe Higgins, 16, made up the Carriaga family. They shared a home in Washington's Kitsap County, with the 2 teenagers from prior relationships. John and Cristale married in 2009, combining their families. But their joy was short-lived, and as their 8 years as a family were coming to an end, an unexpected guest turned everything upside down. Kitsap County, Washington, saw another ordinary Friday on January 27, 2017. The Carriga family gathered in their quaint one-story ranch home on West Tenino Drive as evening approached. According to reports, Chris Cale had some friends at the house. While at the house, Johnny got a call and left to meet someone, informing the family that he would be back soon. Later, Johnny was back on the property, but he didn't go inside the house. They snacked and indulged in late-night activities like watching TV or browsing through their phones, just like any other family. On that fateful Friday night, however, 16-year-old Hunter Shop made a terrifying 911 call to Kitsap County dispatchers, shattering the peace of the evening. He begged authorities to come to their aid immediately. When the rescue crew finally reached the Carriga home, they were met with a somber scene. All members of the family, including Hunter Shop, had been shot and killed inside their house, which was later burned down. The community was shocked to learn of the tragedy that had occurred when they woke up on Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, to the terrifying headline, "3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire." The headline in the newspapers was incorrect. "Homeowner missing." This made the already unsettling situation even more concerning and uncertain. Initial reports stated that the victims, a woman and 2 teenagers, had been found inside a burning house. The community was left reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime after authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides. John Carriga, the homeowner, was nowhere to be found, and it was confirmed that the crime had occurred the Friday before. Authorities asked people to be on the lookout for Carriga and his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150, and to report any sightings. Although John was listed as missing, rumors started to circulate that he might have been complicit in the horrible crime. Public opinion was greatly influenced by the press, with headlines stoking conjecture and doubt. The reference to "someone here with a gun" only served to heighten anxiety about Carriga, but it quickly became clear that the media had erred greatly in reporting that 16-year-old Hunter Shop, who had made the upsetting 911 call before tragically passing away from his injuries, was still alive. Some startling information surfaced as investigators worked on the case, highlighting the heinousness of the crime. More than $50,000 in cash was found concealed in a strong box in the main bedroom, along with an additional $7,000 in a money bag, and shell casings, mostly 9mm, were found on the back deck. In a desperate attempt to find clues, law enforcement used every resource at their disposal to find Johnny Carriga and his truck over the course of the following few days. The ongoing investigation was eventually shaken by a significant development: the finding of John Carriga's truck. On a secluded road in North Mason County, the burned wreckage with Johnny's lifeless body inside was discovered. Authorities acted quickly after a bystander walking through the area made the discovery. The local community was asked for help by the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The area was thoroughly examined by crime scene investigators in an effort to find any hints that could provide insight into John's death. One of the most important pieces of evidence they discovered was a single latex glove that was discovered close to the burned-out truck. Authorities appealed to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might offer important insights into the case. After this discovery sparked speculation and raised questions. Lieutenant Earl Smith, the sheriff's detective, stressed the value of video evidence and urged anyone with pertinent footage to assist law enforcement. The community responded quickly to the appeal, with people coming forward to offer support in any manner they could. Although there was a collaborative spirit throughout the investigation, the specifics of John's death circumstances were still unknown. Detectives reported that there were indications of forced entry and visible damage to the gate on the road leading to the tree farm. There was a clear sign of some struggle amid the confusion and uncertainty, as if Johnny's truck had crashed through the gate. Many people were troubled by the memory of Hunter's Shop. In her somber announcement, North Kitsap High School Principal Megan Swayze honored Hunter's memory and urged everyone who knew him to treasure their time together. When Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum was assigned to the case, a glimmer of hope appeared as the community grieved the loss of the Carriga family. Due to a severe lack of eyewitnesses and conclusive evidence, Investigators began looking into the victims' personal lives. They discovered a number of perplexing but plausible motivations in the process. In essence, these were conjectures regarding the family's financial transactions and business endeavors, which fueled theories of potential illegal activity and criminal ties. The unsettling 911 call made by one of the victims was the first thing that caught investigators' attention. What prevented Hunter from bringing up the fire? Or was he perplexed? This complicated an already perplexing investigation by raising questions about the timing and motivations behind the arson. Authorities had a lot of questions and uncertainties as the investigation went on. The circumstances surrounding John Carraga's kidnapping, the identity of the person or people involved, and the motivation behind the attack were all still unknown. Months went by with little improvement, but in February 2017, a breakthrough came when surveillance footage showed John Carraga purchasing cigarettes at a nearby grocery store. He appeared to be acting normally in the hours before his disappearance. Although this shed some light on his whereabouts, it produced no noteworthy leads. Then, a picture of a person of interest that was taken from surveillance footage at a Target store just days prior to the killings was made public by authorities in June 2017. Suspicions regarding their possible involvement in the crime were raised by the image, which showed a person entering the store. This demonstrated the urgency of the investigation and was the first official communication in months. Sheriff Gary Simpson confirmed that multiple people were involved in the painstakingly planned killings and underlined the need for public assistance. This made the case more complicated and led to clues regarding the suspects' intentions and relationships to the victims. Questions concerning their potential purchases and connection to the crime were raised by the request for information on the unidentified suspect who was spotted at Target 12 days prior to the killings. Could materials discovered at the crime scene or firearms purchased at the store be connected to the killings? The investigation advanced in September 2017 when Danny Kelly Jr. was identified as a person of interest. Danny had been Johnny's best man at his wedding and had been a longtime friend. According to reports, Danny and his estranged mother had a troubling encounter during which she accused him of misbehavior. According to the case report, he was arrested after repeatedly groping and approaching his mother. Authorities explained that he had not been formally charged in relation to the killings, despite his suspected involvement in the Carraga case, which caused some concern. The murders of the Carraga family were the year's most important local news story, as 2017 came to an end. An anonymous donor who gave $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, boosting the reward fund to $20,000, further stoked the community's long-standing sentiments. Investigators were determined to follow leads in the case even after Danny J. Kelly Jr.'s assault charges against his mother were dropped. Authorities published a longer version of Hunter Shop's terrifying 911 call on January 11, 2018. As they worked, investigators discovered that Danny was dressed in Bandito's motorcycle club gear in the video. Members of the motorcycle club were urged to provide information by investigators. This was an important step because investigators made Danny Kelly Jr.'s affiliation with the Bandito's motorcycle club public and named him as a person of interest. For those who don't know, law enforcement and intelligence organizations in several nations have identified the Bandito's motorcycle club as a motorcycle gang. Despite the club's denials of being a criminal organization, a number of its members have been found guilty of committing crimes. Over the years, the club has been the focus of numerous law enforcement operations and has a significant presence in Washington state. The Department of Justice claims that Bandito's members have been actively involved in violent crimes and methamphetamine trafficking in Washington. Surveillance footage that showed Johnny Carraga meeting someone at a nearby grocery store just before the killings drew more attention. Authorities reiterated their conviction that Bandito's motorcycle club members were directly responsible for the Carraga family killings in January 2020. The biker community was urged to provide any information that could help with the investigation. Since then, though, the case had made little to no headway and had stalled for almost 5 years. After more investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had a lengthy history of transporting and distributing drugs. During his frequent visits to California, he allegedly obtained kilograms of cocaine to distribute in Kitsap County. One of Johnny's close friends, Danny, started selling drugs directly to Robert James Watson, the head of the local Banditos chapter, as a result of his involvement with the Bandidos Motorcycle Club. Indeed, despite their close relationship, the first suspects, Danny J. Kelly Jr., had a falling out with Johnny prior to the murders, allegedly over money that Danny had stolen. Other Bandidos Motorcycle Club members who were considering joining the club were contacted by Johnny as he grew his distribution network in Kitsap County. The locations of Carriga and the suspects prior to, during, and following the murders were displayed by detectives using cell phone tracking. In the 10 days preceding the murders, Danny Kelly Jr. made extensive use of a prepaid mobile burner phone that he had purchased at the Silverdale Target to communicate with John Carriga. Despite the fact that the phone didn't expire until April 2017, communication ceased thereafter. When members of the Bandidos were suspected of being involved in the killings, detectives in January 2020 obtained a search warrant for Robert Watson's cell phone. One of the recovered texts between Duneen and Robert Watson, dated January 23, 2020, included a comment from Duneen about the weather. "A little humid today." The Carriga family had guests over the night of the killings, but Johnny left right away after getting a call. He briefly parked next to another car in a nearby grocery store parking lot before leaving, according to surveillance footage. The friends left the Carriga residence in the meantime. 3 men showed up and started shooting before Johnny could get back. According to reports, Johnny's wife Christielle was shot in the driveway first, then her son Jonathan Higgins, and finally Johnny's son Hunter Shape. Jonathan Higgins was shot after he came out of his room to see how the disturbance was going, and Christelle was shot in the head. At least one shooter ambushed Hunter Shape as he was bringing a pizza inside the house. The evidence suggested that he caught the murderer off guard. He was hit by 2 more shots after the first one missed. Sheep was still alive when he called 911, but he was presumed dead. The call ended abruptly, indicating that the shooter may have damaged or tampered with the phone before shooting Hunter to death. The attackers then used accelerants and fire starter logs to start fires at various points throughout the house, and they threw rocks through the windows to feed the flames. The suspects later displayed questionable conduct, and this evidence connected them to the crime. A witness saw Danny driving Johnny's truck away from the scene of the crime. Days prior to the killings, Danny reportedly bought a prepaid phone from a nearby Target, which he used to speak with Johnny frequently, a common tactic in criminal activity, according to surveillance footage. Only during the 12 days before Johnny's murder was that burner phone used for communication. Interestingly, the phone stopped working just before the murders. Watson claimed to have gotten into a fight with a homeless black man while at a club member's house without his pants. Later that night, Watson called 911 to report that a loaded Glock handgun and another loaded magazine had been stolen from his truck, which had been broken into a few days prior. Watson was fired from Kitsap County Public Works after he stopped showing up for work. Detectives discovered in September 2017 that approximately $303,000 had been deposited into his accounts that year, including multiple cash deposits that were untraceable. According to reports, Johnny Carriga concealed $200,000 beneath his house, but it was never discovered. On the night of the murder, a neighbor also saw Carriga's truck speeding down Tonino Drive and heard gunshots. The driver was recognized by the neighbor as Donnie, whom he had known when Donnie's family shared a home. Nearly bumper to bumper, a silver car followed the truck. Because Donnie and John Carriga disliked each other so much, detectives found it suspicious that Donnie would be at Carriga's house or drive his truck. Robert's brother Johnny Watson's 2006 Mercedes was discovered stripped and abandoned in the Puyallup River less than a week after investigators made public footage of Carriga's truck and the unidentified vehicle at the Camp Union supermarket. The car had not been reported stolen, but its license plates were missing. Later on, though, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to have the car returned. Why he only thought to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby, was the question that emerged. The second car that was spotted in the grocery store parking lot the night of the killings was thought to be driven by Johnny Watson, the third person. Additionally, his DNA and that of one of the rocks found at the crime scene matched exactly. The community was finally rocked by a major development on June 6, 2022, when 3 men were officially charged with the Carriga family's quadruple murder. In the lengthy investigation that had engulfed the area for years, this was a pivotal point. The arrest operation, which took place over several weeks and involved about 70 police officers from various counties, was carefully planned. The suspects, who were identified as Danny J. Kelly Jr., 43, Johnny James Watson, 49, and Robert James Watson, 50, were arrested in various locations throughout the state. About an hour later, Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested in their Bremerton apartments, while Robert Watson was stopped in traffic at Gig Harbor. The three men were charged with a total of 16 felonies each after being arrested and taken to nearby jails. These charges included first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, first-degree murder, and first-degree aggravated murder. A whopping $20 million was set as bail for each defendant. Each of the suspects entered a not guilty plea to the alleged felony charges. When they appeared in court the next morning, the judge placed severe restrictions on their possession of firearms, alcohol, and drugs unless prescribed, and ordered that they be detained without the possibility of release on bond. The court also ordered the defendants to refrain from any communication with one another. Investigators had established a specialized task force to investigate the quadruple homicide in response to the Carriga family murders. The seriousness of the case and law enforcement's resolve to prosecute the offenders were highlighted by this cooperative effort. In the hopes that the arrests would be a major step toward closure for the families impacted by the tragic loss of the Carriga family, the community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings. However, as people gathered to honor them, there was a glimmer of hope despite the gloom. Those affected by the tragedy eagerly awaited the three suspects in the Carriga family murder case to be apprehended. Hunter Shope's mother, Carly Scott, had been praying for justice for years, and now her prayers had been heard. Over the years, she had pleaded so passionately for someone to come forward, and it was successful. The public provided the detectives with tips that enabled them to solve the case. Accused of ruthlessly murdering a whole family, the suspects were brought before a Kitsap County judge while being escorted into the courtroom and clearly restrained. The community was deeply scarred by their alleged crimes, which were motivated by disrespect and greed. Emotions were running high during the trial as relatives confronted the defendant and voiced their desire for justice. Given the seriousness of their acts, the suspects gave off an eerie aura. The arrests gave the victims' loved ones a sense of relief and closure despite the suffering and heartache, and this was evident throughout the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office as family members gathered to give detectives and one another nervous hugs following the arrest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 27, 2017, the 1-year-old Valerie Arrow was found dead in her home. The scene that unfolded before the eyes of the police was shocking in its cruelty. Valerie lay on the bed wearing a bathrobe, her wrists bound with a shoelace, and a scarf in her mouth as a gag. It was soaked in blood that had flowed from her throat. The room's floor was covered with the torn underwear of the girl, ripped in half. One obvious injury on her body was a strangulation mark on her neck. The police had even more to ponder after the autopsy. The toxicological analysis revealed that Valerie had been under the influence of multiple substances, and 2 scarves were discovered deep in her throat. They were so numerous that they might have killed her on their own. In addition, Valerie's backpack was discovered in the trash a few days prior by a building worker where the girl resided. Her papers, an ashtray, cigarette butts, a glass, shoes, apartment keys, and a blood-stained bedside lamp were all found inside. After compiling this data, the investigators came to the conclusion that the girl had committed suicide on her own volition. The matter was resolved. Naturally, Valerie's family was not pleased with this conclusion and made vain attempts to convince the police to look into the case as a murder. A girl named Law Martin's wallet and documents were discovered by hikers on the Fenway Trail 11 months later. The same day, they found the dead body of a 19-year-old girl in Bon Roppers Roquette in a canal about 20 kilometers away. She had taken off her socks and was completely nude. Law, who had been absent for 2 days, was there. According to the autopsy, the girl was strangled to death, but before she passed away, she had been sexually assaulted both vaginally and anally. using what appeared to be a baseball bat. The forensic specialist also discovered a torn spleen, which suggests a very powerful abdominal blow, like a kick. Despite starting an investigation, the police were unable to find any solid leads. Furthermore, nobody ever thought to link the two cases together, of course. After 7 years, the morning of February 11, 1997, arrived. In Toulouse, firefighters broke into a fourth-floor apartment in a multi-story building at 9 in the morning. They found a 29-year-old woman named Martin Matten's charred and lifeless body inside. Martin was on the bed, face down. There was a magazine from an automatic pistol on the floor and a ripped and blood-stained bra in the bathroom. Blood was all over the carpet and the bathtub, and a light bulb that had been unscrewed was lying on the floor. The firefighters came to the conclusion that there were two fires, two obvious attempts at intentional arson in the living room by the armchair and in the bedroom. After weighing all of the available evidence, the investigating police inspector came to the conclusion that Martin's death was caused by a choice she made. Emily Espies, then 21 years old, went into a Toulouse bar 10 days later, on February 26, 1997. She wanted to grab a drink with her friends in the afternoon. She met Patrice, a nice and attractive man, in the bar. Because he gave Emily and her friends illegal drugs, he had his own method of luring girls. The rest of the day and the next morning were spent with Patrice and Emily. The young man asked Emily to accompany him to a concert that he was planning to attend that evening. He invited her and she accepted. They did, however, meet up with Patrice's friend Eve, whom he had been living with for a while prior to the concert. The young people in the group shared a meal and some beverages. After that, Patrice and Emily headed to the concert in Patrice's car, arriving at around 1:30 a.m. While Patrice spent more time drinking beer at the bar, Emily danced a lot. Emily asked her new acquaintance to drive her home at around 2 in the morning because she was exhausted from not sleeping for 2 days. The tired girl fell asleep right away, before she had even had a chance to sit in the car. She was lying on the back seat of the car when she woke up, even though it felt like only a moment had gone by. Emily opened her eyes and was shocked to see that she was being choked by Patrice, a buffer with protruding eyes. He was no longer the nice guy she'd spent the entire day with. How someone could spend a whole day with such a nice guy and then, in just 1 minute, transform into a monster who was now strangling her, was beyond Emily's comprehension. Emily made an effort to resist. She tried to rip Patrice's hair, screamed and scratched him. Emily passed out after he repeatedly hit her face and told her to stop talking. She woke up without her underwear a few minutes later. She must have been violated by his attempt. Given the likelihood of her death, Emily made the decision to either pretend to be dead or speak to him. In an attempt to defuse the situation and maintain her composure, she decided to speak with Patrice. She reiterated that she understood everything, that excessive drinking causes such things, that everything was okay, and that she would keep it a secret. Patrice asked her to please him after stopping the car. Emily declined. He then accompanied her to the back seat, proceeded to undress her, and again violated her. Emily tried to maintain her composure. She kept conversing with him, downplaying the damage he had done to her. Patrice suddenly started crying and expressed regret for his actions. "You have 10 years of my life in your hands," he told Emily. He must have been sincere, because Emily didn't think he was such a great actor. She felt hope once more. Emily soothed her tormentor and attacker. Her only concern was to survive this nightmare, so she spoke softly to him. She asked him to drive her home after she was able to calm Patrice down. When he refused, they went to Patrice's friend Eve's place. Patrice stopped touching Emily as they lay down to sleep in the same bed. A sense of expectation developed. Despite going through hell, Emily is still alive. Even though the assailant was only a few centimeters away from her, she felt a little safer because she knew Eve was in the adjacent room. For several hours, the girl was able to sleep until she heard his girlfriend Eve awaken. They were in the kitchen when Emily got up. When Eve and his girlfriend Nora noticed Emily's facial bruises, they were appalled. She told them that a guy at the concert had attacked her. His face was hidden by a hood so she couldn't see it. Emily lied, primarily to protect herself but also to protect Patrice. She had been severely shaken and was still in shock after all. She might not have been completely conscious of what was going on, as though her soul had separated from her body. This is a typical defense mechanism used by traumatized individuals. Yeah. Since Eve knew that his ex-girlfriend had thrown him out following a heated argument and didn't fully trust him, she discreetly pulled her aside and inquired as to whether Patrice had anything to do with it, even though she was staying with him. Nora is adamant that it was a guy from the concert and that Patrice had nothing to do with it. Patrice went to the kitchen as well after waking up. Emily was right when he said, yes, it was a guy in a hood. Unfortunately, there was no chance of catching him. Anyway, Emily was taken to the hospital by Nora. The girl's neck had evidence of strangulation, according to the doctors. She also had a number of facial injuries. She would need to stay in the hospital for a few days while being monitored by doctors. Emily felt at last more secure in the hospital. She made the decision to come clean and admit that Patrice had actually attacked her. But he had already vanished because he thought Emily might confess everything. Now that one of Patrice's victims was alive, the police began looking for him. He would spend 3 months evading capture. Patrice, now known as Frank, met Marie Norman at a country festival on June 14, $1,997. Murray lived in a chalet in a small town below Foix and was 35 years old. When the young man complained about having nowhere to stay, Murray felt sorry for him and offered to let him live with her in return for some housework. In addition, Murray decided that Frank would take care of the house while she visited her parents on the 20th. For a few days, Murray and Frank lived together in this manner. He fixed things and worked in the garden during the day, and they ate dinner, chatted, and smoked together in the evening. Murray and Frank had a terrific time on June 19th. She organized a dinner to celebrate Murray's new position at a wolf sanctuary in Orlu. They smoked cannabis and drank a lot, clearly in a positive mood. Frank, that is Patrice, tried to plant a kiss on Murray. To avoid an unpleasant situation, she went into the bedroom, but it was obvious that she wasn't prepared for it. But then the man hit her against the wall, grabbed her by the head, and followed her into the room. Despite feeling lightheaded, Murray was able to escape his hold. Patrice then grabbed a chair and struck his victim, who had collapsed on the bed and was no longer conscious. He repeatedly attacked her viciously. He began choking her with his bare hands after this brought her back to consciousness. However, Murray was still breathing when he let go of her throat. Patrice then gagged her and tied her wrists and ankles. He then carried Murray's body to the first floor and started cleaning up to get rid of any remaining blood. To hide the bloodstains, he applied blue paint to the blue carpet. The top layer of blood-stained wooden furniture was removed with an angled grinder. The murderer washed his own clothes in the washing machine and set fire to sheets and clothing in the garden. He then buried Murray in her own garden after digging a hole in the garden and covering the victim's body with a blanket. He stole some valuable items that could be sold, such as the angle grinder, and 5,000 francs in cash the next evening before departing the chalet. He left the following note on the table to try to dispel suspicion. Murray, I don't know where you are. I finished my work and am leaving. Patrice was traveling to Spain in Murray's vehicle on June 20, 1997. In addition, it was his 29th birthday. Patrice arrived in the southern Spanish city of Alicante a few days later. He met Isabelle and Valerie, 2 French girls there. The young people soon became friends and spent days together, going for walks, eating meals, and tanning on the beach. The girls' holiday came to an end, and it was time for them to head back to Paris. They exchanged phone numbers and agreed to get together again in the future, if only they were aware. Patrice proceeded with his travels, stopping in Belgium and Germany before reaching Paris on September 1, 1997. He called Isabelle and Valerie, of course, and they decided to go out to dinner that same evening. Patrice told the girls that his car and all of his money had been stolen, but they were still glad to see their new friend again. He was very good at making himself look like a victim. Before leaving, he asked one of the girls if he could spend 2 days with them. Valerie was unable to take him because she was going on a business trip the following day, but Isabelle let him sleep on her sofa as long as it didn't last longer than 4 days. A loud explosion woke up the residents of the apartment building where Isabelle Chouchari, then 31 years old, lived on September 4, 1997. As it happened, the girl's apartment had been the scene of a fire before the explosion. Her body was discovered on the bed, partially burned. The fire started close to the restroom after the kitchen's gas burners were turned on. Isabelle's death was clearly not a coincidence. 3 glasses, a bottle of pink wine, and champagne were on the table, and the front door was left open. The killer's extreme cruelty was demonstrated by the wounds on the victim's body. Blood was dripping from her mouth, nose, and anus, and there was blood in the toilet. Isabel's body, however, showed no signs of semen. Rather, a carrot that was stained with blood was discovered close to the mattress. It would be confirmed by the autopsy that the girl was tortured by the perpetrator. In addition, she had been badly beaten. Her face was primarily struck, but other parts of her body were also hit. The cause of death was asphyxia. Because of the testimony of Emily Espy, who survived Patrice Allegre's attack at the end of February, investigators were immediately alerted to the fact that Isabel had provided shelter to a man named Patrice. This was because the police had been looking for a particular Patrice for a while. Then, Mireille Norman's relatives, who were expecting her as a guest, started to worry after she vanished. But her body wasn't discovered until 3 weeks later, when it was bound and buried in the garden. However, even though he gave a false name, many witnesses had seen his face and recognized him from the investigators' photos. So after the body was found, gendarmes' suspicions were strongly connected to Patrice. He was already being actively sought when he returned to Paris in early September. His search warrant made the rounds of France. The police reached out to his friends and family and offered a reward for helping to apprehend him. Patrice then got in touch with a friend and asked him if he could spend the night in Paris. At that point, the investigators saw a chance to capture him. They requested that this man give Patrice a call back and point him in the direction of a prime capture site in Châtenay-Malabry. At 5:10 p.m. on September 5, 1997, Patrice went inside the house where the police were already concealed. He didn't fight being arrested. He even appeared relieved to be arrested, as if he were sick of hiding, according to some witnesses. Unexpectedly, the public paid little attention to the serial killer's arrest. Since the investigators were initially unable to connect the various cases, it could be that the media failed to report that a serial killer was on the loose. However, it was also because the car accident and Princess Diana's death in Paris on August 31, 1997, took center stage in the news. Consequently, there was little media coverage of Patrice's arrest. It didn't garner much media attention. Patrice voluntarily cooperated when he was being questioned. He gave a detailed account of his crimes and admitted to them. He described them in the present tense as though reliving them, but with a totally detached expression, which made it terrifying. Patrice was taken into custody in connection with the assault on Emily Espy and the killings of Isabelle Chichari and Mireille Norman. But he used a different name when Patrice mentioned Mireille Norman, the girl who let him stay in her chalet in return for helping out in the garden. The investigators wondered why he had given her the name Martine. They gradually came to understand that he was mistakenly thinking she was another of his victims. Investigators offered Patrice champagne, oysters, foie gras, and more outdoor walks in exchange for disclosing information about his other victims, because they knew he had a penchant for luxuries. In fact, Patrice later admitted to the murders of Valérie Thériault, Martine Mathias, and Laure Martin, only after the pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as evidence that the detectives were already aware of. As is already well known, investigators came to the conclusion that Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias had committed suicide, but as it happened, Patrice knew each of the women personally. He was co-workers with Valérie Thériault, who was a waiter at the same Toulouse café. She recognized Laure Martin, who lived with him in the same area of Toulouse, and got into his car. She was Patrice's neighbor, Martin Mathias. They shared apartments across from one another. To put it another way, investigators were unaware of numerous hints that suggested Patrice Allegre was a potential suspect for a long time. For a serial killer, that was unusual. Even if they were only acquainted for a few days, as was the case with Emily, Patrice knew each of his victims by name. However, his approach was always the same. We hang out, spend time together, make friends, and then the attack happens. Investigators and later psychiatrists observed that Patrice found it much more difficult to explain the murders when they discussed them, even though he readily confessed to the killings and helped the investigation during interrogations. Every time, he described the incident as follows. He attempted to kiss the victim, but she refused, so he got angry and strangled her. The man claimed that he did everything by himself, but in certain instances he assaulted the victims with objects. This suggests that his account of the killings and assaults is not accurate. Does he have a bad memory of what happened, or is it a lie? It's difficult to say, but it calls into question his confession anyhow. Let's take Martin Mathias's case as an example. Patrice remembers that in early February 1997, he met her at McDonald's. After he asked to sit at her table, they struck up a conversation and discovered that boxing was a common interest. Patrice had previously trained under French boxing champion Martin Mathias. Patrice claims that Martin invited him to join her for a drink a few days later and agreed to meet with him again, and this meeting was when everything went wrong. This version isn't entirely supported by the autopsy, though. Despite not drinking, toxicological analysis showed that she had alcohol and chloroform in her system. Additionally, the intimate area of her body bore the scars of an electric shock. As you may remember, the electrical wiring in the apartment was altered, and a light bulb was unscrewed. This raises the possibility that Patrice stalked the girl because he lived across the street, even though the girl did not invite him to her home. Then, because Martin Mathias was stronger than him in normal conditions, he rendered her incapable of moving. It is crucial to recognize that there are differences between the killer's account and the available evidence, even though there are no facts that can be used to prove this. Furthermore, this suggests that he is not making an effort to be totally truthful with the inquiry. He also talked excitedly and in detail about his early years. On June 20, Patrice was born in Toulouse. At the age of 17, his mother, Michelle, a hairdresser, became pregnant with him. Roland, his father, was a police officer and 4 years her senior. He was always an unwanted child, and Patrice knew it. The second son, a desired child, was born to Michelle and Roland 7 years later. One could not say that Patrice had a happy childhood. His father would physically abuse his mother, and his parents would frequently quarrel. When Patrice attempted to step in, he was beaten instead. Being a police officer, Roland neglected his son and was frequently away from home. In contrast, Patrice's mother didn't seem to care much for him. But when Patrice was young, she collapsed into an alcoholic coma in front of him in her beauty salon because she was an alcoholic. She also consistently cheated on her husband and was unfaithful to him. Patrice was able to observe some of her private interactions and the post-fight reconciliations between Michelle and Roland. He would frequently try to sleep in his room by covering his head with a pillow to block out the sounds of his mother's groans coming from the room next door. Another time, when Patrice, then 6, was sitting in the back seat and watching everything, she got pleasure from one of her friends in the car. Patrice idolized his mother and hated his father in spite of everything. He would stand up for her and was offended when others made disparaging remarks about her. He had to repeat a year multiple times because he struggled to learn in school. Because his mother permitted it, he would skip classes. He started stealing, selling drugs, and committing crimes during this time. But each time he was taken into custody, his father would save him. For instance, Roland once compensated the victims of Patrice's thefts with 300 francs. His actions may have stemmed from a traumatic incident that happened to him when he was 13 years old. 2 boys kidnapped him after he fled his home. He was abused in a car and drugged with strong illegal substances before being abandoned on the side of a distant road. For a boy who was not yet 14, this could not have failed to leave scars. This gives us a chance to learn more about him, but it doesn't excuse what he did later. He began abusing drugs and drinking excessively when he was 14 years old. The issue was that under the influence of drugs, Patrice, who was characterized as charming when sober, underwent a radical transformation. He became so genuinely aggressive that his friends, who were aware of it, were terrified of him. Patrice once became furious when someone made a negative comment about his younger brother while he was intoxicated at a bar. After leaving, he came back to the bar brandishing a weapon, held it to the victim's head, and squeezed the trigger. The gun miraculously failed to discharge, and Patrice was captured. His first and last murder might have been this one. At the age of 17, Patrice Allegre attacked a girl for the first time. Everything was going well when he first met the girl at a party. They went to a park, where the girl pushed Patrice away when he tried to approach her. It should be clear to you by now that rejections made him furious. He apologized, took the girl home, and immediately stopped choking her. But his strategy was already starting to take shape. It's interesting that Patrice never had issues with girls. Rather, the issue was that he had 2 sides. He was charming as long as the girl agreed, but if she didn't, he had to coerce her into giving him what he wanted. Patrice had two committed romantic relationships in his life. Cecile was the subject of the first. Their first real love story began in 1986, when Patrice was 18 years old. After 7 years of dating, the young couple had a daughter. But their relationship ended in 1989, just months after he committed his first murder. Their bond was similar to Patrice's parents. Patrice would physically assault Cecile during their heated arguments, but Patrice could control himself to some extent with Cecile. He tried to strangle her, for instance, but stopped when he said, "No, not you, not you." Cecile ended up in the hospital in 1994 with a broken jaw. After she lodged a complaint, Patrice was placed under arrest for a number of weeks. Cecile ultimately made the decision to end her relationship with Patrice in 1995. He met Sylvie the following year, and the two would live together until February 1997, when Sylvie also left Patrice because of his violent behavior. At that exact moment, Patrice attacked Émilie after moving into his friend Yves's home. On February 11, 2002, Patrice's trial got underway in Toulouse. He was charged with 5 murders, 1 attempted murder, and 6 violent crimes. Numerous errors made by the police during Valérie Thériault and Martin Mathias's investigation, which led them to conclude it was a suicide, were brought up during the trial. Given that his father was one of them, there were even rumors that the police were shielding Patrice. It was only a conspiracy theory, though. Psychiatrists examined Patrice's case, which was uncommon for criminal cases in France. His divergent views on his father and mother were among the most intriguing features. He vilified his father while exalting his mother. He even told his mother that they ought to murder his father when he was 13 years old. In spite of this, Patrice's father, Roland Allegre, showed up in court, took the witness stand, and looked his son in the eyes while declaring his love for him, in spite of everything he had done. He compared his crimes to those of his father, and Patrice's response was, "Well, I don't love you, I hate you. I should have killed you, as I told Mom, then I wouldn't have caused so much harm." But he never once put the blame for anything on his mother. Psychiatrists think that the trauma from his mother's private adventures had a big impact on him. As a child, he was terrified by his mother's groans, but as an adult, he developed into a powerful man who tormented women by stifling their groans, the very essence of these women. It's interesting to note that he never attacked while his victims were unconscious. Émilie, who was fortunate enough to wake up and speak to him, was the first victim to calm him down and persuade him not to kill her. Émilie regained her human face when she woke up, but it seemed as though he could render girls unconscious and do whatever he wanted with them. He himself stated, "I have a memory lapse. I remember choking her, then she came to and I apologized. It brought me to my senses. I'm ashamed of what I did. I don't know what to say." It's also intriguing why, despite the apparent attraction between the young people, girls abruptly turned him down. The psychologist believes that he unintentionally caused the women to reject him. As is typical of killers who have personally experienced violence as children, he desired control over the victim. It was his strange method of taking charge of the circumstance again. Given that he violated each and every one of his victims, it would appear that the motive is simple to determine. It's not that easy, though. He acknowledged that he did not enjoy the attacks, despite the fact that this explanation seems the most obvious. For someone who occasionally has normal relationships and at other times commits horrible murders, he is more than just a sexual maniac. According to a U.S. psychiatrist who examined him, it was far more important to have control over the situation. Essentially, rather than humiliation leading to violence, violence led to humiliation. He was never able to explain why he killed. He spoke enthusiastically with psychiatrists during the trial, hoping they would answer this question for him. Another crucial query was whether Patrice had any additional victims, particularly during the period between 1990 and 1997. That is quite possible, because some of his known victims were not properly investigated. Even though Patrice says he didn't kill anyone else, is he reliable? At first, he only admitted to 1 violent act and 2 murders. To find out if he might be accountable for any other unsolved crimes, the police assembled a team of experts. They were able to get a clue from Patrice regarding the unresolved murder case of Lynn Gabaldi by promising her champagne and oysters, along with another walk. After looking into 191 unresolved cases since 1984, they were able to locate 2 witnesses who had previously worked as prostitutes in Lynn Gabaldi's case: Crystal Berg, also known to the public as Patricia, and Florencia Caliafi, who was known to the media as Fanny. They all accused Patrice of killing Lynn, but in addition to him, they also accused Marc Barrage, the Toulouse prosecutor, of committing crimes. He allegedly hosted sadomasochistic parties where judges and politicians would have a good time. According to Fanny, the girls were abused, tortured, and occasionally killed because they did not voluntarily attend the parties. The orgies prostitutes were supplied by Lynn Gabaldi. Marc Barrage ordered Patrice to kill her because she threatened to tell the police everything. The name of Dominique Baudis was mentioned once. He was the former mayor of Toulouse and is said to have been with Barrage when Lynn was murdered. As the tension around his case increased, Patrice wrote a letter to a popular program claiming that Barrage and Baudis were in fact a part of a criminal organization. Fanny was interviewed by the same show 2 weeks later, during which she described the children she witnessed shackled in a torture chamber on the ground floor of a home close to Toulouse. However, Patrice withdrew his confession to the murder of Lynn Gabaldi only 15 days later. Later, it came to light that Patrice and Fanny had received generous compensation from the show's producers for their stories. It also turned out that Marc Barrage didn't even know Patrice, and Dominique Baudis couldn't have been at Lynn's murder because he was in Paris. Patrice and Fanny were accused of giving false testimony, and the politicians were exonerated of the charges. For providing false testimony, Fanny and Patrice received sentences of 18 months and 3 years in prison, respectively. In July 2005, Patrice Allegre was given a life sentence on February 21, 2002, with the possibility of release after 22 years. He has already completed the required 22 years of service and is currently 54 years old. He started dating a Canadian psychologist during this period who relocated to France and lived near her prison-dwelling beloved. Patrice must want to see the woman and his daughter when they are not incarcerated. He applied for early release, but he dropped the plan after psychiatrists concluded that he has not been rehabilitated and that he has a very high risk of relapsing despite his best efforts. 9 years after the attack in 2006, Emily, the only survivor of Patrice's assault who testified against her attacker in court, died. Regretfully, she decided to do this herself. That concludes the terrifying tale for today. Please remember to like and subscribe if you liked this video so you don't miss any future uploads. Tell me in the comments what surprised you the most about this story as well. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of two recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the two men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned, "Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were two men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains, but she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope. In order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee, she covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading failed. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast. claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out! They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were 2 guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practiced their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here," someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy, like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1,986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her 4th-place finish, the 3rd-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 3, 2019, 17-year-old Ellie Gould decided to skip her regular class and spend the day studying alone. Nobody knew that there was a terrifying secret hidden behind her closed door. Her father expected her typical chirpy greeting when he got home, but instead he found an eerie silence. The kitchen had devolved into a nightmare scene. Ellie Gould, a popular and intelligent sixth-form student, should have turned 18 the week before. However, she was killed in her own house in May. Ellie was lying there, a motionless figure in a pool of blood, a knife by her arms, stab wounds at her throat, not the lively girl her father had known. Her eyes, which had once been determined mirrors, gazed straight ahead. There were more questions in the air. Why would a young girl who followed her dreams, Ellie, commit suicide? However, there was more to this tale than first appeared. Before Ellie said her final goodbyes, rumors of another eerie presence in the house began to circulate after a silver Ford Fiesta was spotted close to her residence. Who was this invisible person? Were they complicit in the murder of Ellie? The crucial question still stood. Was this a horrific murder or an act of self-harm? The small, serene town of Calne, Wiltshire, is situated in southwest England and is encircled by picturesque hills. The River Marden flows through its banks, surrounded by willow trees, and the air is thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. Stone cottages with window boxes in bloom line the cobbled streets. A weekly market with lively exchanges takes place in the town square, which is shaded by old oak trees. Ellie flourished in this calm environment, surrounded by the recognizable sounds of distant trains and church bells. Calne was more than just a lovely location. It was a part of Ellie's journey, influencing her aspirations and objectives with its understated charm. Carol and Matthew Gould, both in their late 40s, welcomed Ellie into the world on February 6, 2002. She went into her A-levels as a Year 12 student at Hardenhoosh School with a strong sense of ambition. Ellie, however, was more than just studying and tests. Riding her favorite horse in the open fields brought her peace. She was naturally skilled at it, and even had aspirations of becoming a member of the mounted police. In addition to awards and trophies, Ellie played a crucial role in her family's life. Ellie was regarded by her contemporaries as a reliable friend who would listen to your darkest secrets and make you laugh until your sides ached. Ellie got along well with her cousins as well as her friends. Jess Vine, 17, was one of her closest cousins. Like sisters, they couldn't be separated. When someone said, "It was almost like we had twins in the family," Ellie desired to study psychology as well. Understanding the intricacies of the human mind, the positive, negative, and intriguing gray areas in between, was made possible by her A-levels. She wished to improve the world by assisting people in discovering their inner motivations. But Ellie's life took a surprising turn. No one could have imagined how brutally she was removed. Ellie Gould decided to study at home for her A-levels on May 3, 2019, rather than attending class. This day, however, was different. Everything changed when her father, Matthew Gould, returned from his job. There was a silence that persisted in the house indefinitely, replacing the usual routine and laughter. In a state of shock, Ellie's father, Matthew, called for an ambulance in a panic, unsure of what to do or how to react to what he had just seen. He then contacted Ellie's mother, Carol. His once bright daughter was now lying on the floor, her laugh gone, her beautiful face scarred, her eyes open and emotionless. Ellie had been lying dead in her kitchen for at least 4 hours, according to the Wiltshire police investigation. Unbelievably, she had 13 separate neck stab wounds and displayed symptoms of strangulation. Even the best surgeons or first aid would not have been able to save her due to the violent and upsetting nature of the stabbing. There was nothing to be done about the terrible and tragic circumstances. The police soon came to the conclusion that Ellie couldn't have done this to herself, and that there was little possibility that a stranger was to blame. They assumed it wasn't an outsider because nothing in the house was disturbed. The evidence indicated that it wasn't an outsider, which left the police perplexed. They began looking into more intimate circles, such as Ellie's friends, family, or acquaintances. This case was made even more complex by the fact that the motive was still unknown. Still in disbelief, her parents first thought that Ellie might have hurt herself unintentionally or fallen off a chair, but her father, Matthew, stopped and rethought the whole thing. Maybe he had a feeling something was wrong, or that there might be more to it than first appeared. When a neighbor gave a vital lead, the breakthrough occurred. Earlier that day, they had noticed a slender, unnamed male guest at Ellie's house. The police investigation was centered on this description, even though they were unable to see the person's face. The case took a major turn when the search for this enigmatic young man began. Detective Jim Taylor, the investigator, and his team acted quickly to interview all of Ellie's friends after learning of this lead. They began with Ellie Gould's friend and classmate, 17-year-old Ellie Welling. On May 3, 2019, the day of Ellie Gould's untimely death, Ellie Welling was scheduled to pick her up. The police reached a dead end after speaking with Ellie's friends, but they were distracted when they noticed a strange car driving toward Ellie's house. Shortly after Ellie's death, this car appeared on surveillance footage and was out of place in the neighborhood. The police needed Ellie's parents to identify any suspected friends in order to advance the investigation. However, Ellie's parents were unable to immediately come up with a friend because they knew all of her friends. It clicked for Ellie's parents when the police asked directly if Ellie was in a romantic relationship. Thomas Griffiths, age 18, was brought up. An 18-year-old A-level student named Thomas Griffiths played rugby for the first team and was a prefect at Hardenhush School in Chippenham, Wiltshire. He was raised in a decent household and put in a lot of effort to earn the chance at a promising future. Ellie had a major crush on him and had known him since 7th grade, so it's safe to say that she was thrilled when they started dating. Thomas became Ellie's first boyfriend when they formally began dating in January 2019, and their relationship went well. Since Ellie's parents knew everything about her life, she naturally told her mother about Griffiths. Although they hoped she would put her studies ahead of boys, her parents were aware of the brittleness of adolescent love and wanted to steer clear of it. They agreed to let her date even though they preferred that she concentrate on her studies. To get to know Thomas better, they invited him over for dinner and insisted on meeting him. Ellie's parents watched Thomas intently one evening while they were eating dinner in the kitchen, attempting to gauge his personality. He was quite quiet and appeared introverted, but there were no overt warning signs. They believed it was most likely because he was still a young boy and was nervous about meeting Ellie's family. Ellie's parents were supportive and understanding, and they were eager to give her space because they knew she was a smart and self-sufficient child. But they watched Thomas and silently pondered why Ellie had picked someone who didn't seem to be a good fit for her. They were certain that Ellie and Thomas couldn't be together, but they didn't say anything because they respected Ellie's opinion. They made the decision to give Thomas a chance in the hopes that Ellie would be happy. On February 6, 2019, Thomas even attended Ellie's 17th birthday celebration in their own kitchen. In that instance, her parents showed him their love and acceptance by extending a warm welcome into their house. Ellie and Thomas's relationship didn't last long during its honeymoon period. After 3 months, fissures appeared. After being blown away at first, Ellie felt that Thomas's incessant need for her was suffocating her independence. The initial excitement turned into a suffocating clinginess as he yearned for her presence all the time. She received grumpy disapproval whenever she tried to prioritize her A-levels or make friends. Ellie's need for room and development was in stark contrast to the future Thomas envisioned, which was laced with talk of marriage. Their relationship goals were headed in opposite directions and would eventually collide. Feeling stuck in a commitment she wasn't prepared for, Ellie longed for independence and the opportunity to be herself. The once ideal romance had devolved into a battle to uphold her individuality while juggling expectations. She wanted to concentrate on her studies, particularly her impending tests, and felt that she wasn't prepared for a committed relationship. Ellie told her mother she wanted to break up with Thomas in early May 2019. Her mother, not surprised by the news, asked if Ellie needed to talk or if there was a particular reason. Ellie told her mother that she just wanted to remain single for a while and that nothing had happened. She assured her mother that everything was under control and that she shouldn't worry. Ellie later went to her room and texted Thomas to end their relationship. Thomas insisted on denying the split and declared his love and compatibility with her. However, Ellie remained steadfast in her choice, telling friends about their split on May 2, 2019. She hoped they could still be friends, even though she knew Thomas might be upset. When police found Ellie in their kitchen the next day, there were questions about whether Thomas, an A-level student, could possibly be capable of such a thing. Since she didn't have classes until the afternoon on May 2, 2019, Ellie asked her parents if she could spend the following morning at home. Before going to school in the afternoon for her history class, she intended to prepare for her tests. She made arrangements for a friend, Ellie Welling, to come get her at 12 p.m. on May 3, 2019, the following morning, to attend school together. Griffiths and Ellie were both sixth formers at Hardenhoosh School in Chippenham on the day that Griffiths' mother dropped him off. Thomas walked into the school cafeteria and asked Ellie's friends where she was. He had been looking for her since the morning, wanting to talk about their breakup the night before. He made the snap decision to leave as soon as he found out that Ellie wasn't in school. Thomas pretended to be ill and told a teacher so before heading to the local bus stop. He quickly changed into a different pair of sneakers and a black hoodie as he made his way home, but just as he was about to leave, his mother came home without warning. In a panic, he hurried to hide in a cupboard until she was gone. After his mother left and he was left alone, Thomas grabbed the extra car keys and made the 10-minute drive to Ellie's house. He wanted to speak with her, so he knocked on her front door when he arrived. When Thomas realized Ellie was serious about ending their relationship, they reportedly got into a heated argument in the kitchen. He began choking Ellie in the midst of the argument. Thomas continued to fight despite her valiant attempts to defend herself, and Ellie fainted. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and stabbed Ellie 13 times in the neck. She was unable to defend herself, but he washed the knife to get his fingerprints off it when he noticed she had stopped moving. In order to make it appear as though Ellie had caused her own harm, he then set up the scene. Once he had cleaned up the scene, he pretended to be Ellie and texted a friend using her phone. He took this action to make sure Ellie's body wasn't discovered until much later in the day. Ellie unintentionally scratched Thomas's face and neck while defending herself. Upon noticing these marks, Thomas devised a scheme to conceal his actions. In a group chat, he expressed to his friends how devastated he was by the breakup and even claimed that he was intentionally harming himself. He then suggested that they meet up to discuss their relationship while sending messages to Ellie's phone, as though he was not aware of anything out of the ordinary. To ask Thomas about Ellie, the police visited his home. His neck, which had new scratches from Ellie's brutal murder of him, caught their attention right away. The police were aware that there was more to the story, even though Thomas denied any involvement in Ellie's murder. Investigators looked at the family's Wi-Fi router settings and found that shortly after Thomas got home from school on May 3, his phone disconnected from the home network. It didn't reconnect until after 12 p.m. after being offline for several hours. Suspecting that this period coincided with Ellie's murder, they examined surveillance footage surrounding Ellie's home to learn more. A silver Ford Fiesta was seen leaving Ellie's neighborhood at 11:56 a.m. on CCTV footage from a passing bus. The police were able to identify the Griffiths family because the car's registration number was visible. Thomas was clearly implicated as the driver because no other family members were present at the time. Thomas steadfastly denied any involvement in Ellie's murder or presence at the crime scene, in spite of this evidence. Thomas's phone connected to the home network after 12 p.m., but disconnected for an 18-minute period, police found after closely examining the family's Wi-Fi router. When the police focused on the area around them, they noticed a wooded area. They walked to the woods in precisely 9 minutes after leaving Thomas's front door. When the 9-minute mark came, they stopped and looked around. Investigators found a pair of black sneakers that contained Ellie's blood during the search in Thomas's room, which further added to the growing body of evidence. They also quickly found a black bin liner that contained blood-stained napkins, clothing, and towels that were later found to contain Ellie's DNA. Thomas was then taken into custody and accused of killing Ellie Gould. Thomas admitted in August 2019 that he intended to enter a guilty plea to the offense. He described going to Ellie's house early on May 2 confessing to a fight and a blackout, and stating that he was unable to remember what happened next. In a heartbreaking statement, Ellie's mother, Carol, recalled how the family welcomed Griffiths into their home and even shared in Ellie's birthday celebration, demonstrating their faith in him. After Ellie was murdered, she described the unthinkable experience of holding her cold hand, pain no parent should have to go through. At first, she was shocked that Griffiths, the naive boy who cherished their daughter, would hurt Ellie. Ellie's father, Matthew, talked about how the eerie sight of her still body plagued his sleep and daily activities constantly. It was revealed in court that Griffiths had abused Ellie after she rejected him. According to the autopsy, she was first rendered unconscious by pressure on her neck, then she was stabbed more than a dozen times before escaping. To trick investigators, Griffiths set up the scene and put Ellie's hand on the knife he had left close to her neck. He even made a desperate attempt to convince his friends that the scratches on his face were self-inflicted. Thomas Griffiths was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 12 years by the Bristol Crown Court in November 2019. Griffiths' letter of apology was read aloud in court. Ellie's mother shook her head while gazing at Thomas. The court also pointed out that his use of a knife from the victim's home does not imply premeditation, taking into account his age as a mitigating factor, since life sentences for those under the age of 18 are prohibited by UK law. At the age of 29, Thomas Griffiths would be eligible for parole in 2031. The tragic tale of Ellie Gould served as a poignant reminder of the frailty of life and the ruthless robbery of dreams. She lost her future, her love, and her hopes. In addition, her predicament brought to light the difficulties in relationships that appear to be ideal. The sorrow of losing Ellie and the unrelenting quest for justice served as a warning to be careful who we allow into our lives. More generally, Carol Gould's advocacy for harsher punishments in situations such as Ellie's led to crucial discussions regarding domestic abuse and juvenile offender sentencing. Ellie's Law, Carol's initiative, aimed to address the disparity in sentencing between those who bring weapons and those who use found weapons in heinous crimes, as well as for adolescent killers. Ellie's mother, Carol, and her family achieved victory after 2 arduous campaigns. Those who fought so hard for justice were relieved when, 2 years later, this new law made it possible for teenage killers to receive sentences of up to 27 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Mile's mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Mile vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Mile did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Mile fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Mile had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Mile had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter, saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer, but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Miles' actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Miles abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Miles halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Miles Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Miles left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Miles pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Miles Cambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The tragic death of Barbara Faye Villarreal occurred in Garland, Texas, on November 7, 1986. A large kitchen knife was found embedded in her body after she was brutally stabbed and murdered in her own home. There were bloodstains all over the crime scene, which was horrifying and gory. Despite detectives' efforts, the case remained unsolved for almost 40 years. The killer had been hiding in plain sight, leaving a trail of unsolved questions until 2023, when advances in DNA technology revealed the truth. What sinister motives drove Barbara's horrific fate, and who was the mastermind behind it? You'll be amazed at the response. Let's examine the specifics. Garland is a city with a tale of resiliency and hope located in the center of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. The city was named in honor of Attorney General Augustus H. Garland and was established in 1887 as a result of the merger of Duck Creek and Embry. Garland eventually became Dallas County's third most populated city. However, there were difficulties along the way. The city, which is in Tornado Alley, had one of its worst days in May 1927, when a terrible tornado ripped through the streets, killing 17 people and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Even though the city was brought to its knees, its spirit was unwavering. A feeling of solidarity and resilience surfaced as the residents of Garland rebuilt their homes and lives. They banded together and helped one another through the difficult times. One family's joy and love served as an example for others. They were so cherished and admired by everyone that nobody could have predicted the heartache that would soon ensue. Everyone was delighted by Barbara's radiant smile. Her family's love was evident and strong, and her presence brightened the space. However, life had other ideas, and this family would soon experience a tragedy that would upend their entire way of life. On December 23, 1958, Barbara Faye Villarreal was born in Peru, Indiana. She was the youngest of her mother's first marriage's 4 children. Barbara suffered a terrible loss when her father died when she was a little child. The family circle grew after her mother remarried and had 2 more children. 12 Mile, a tiny community a few miles north of Peru, Indiana, was where Barbara grew up. She was surrounded by warmth and love there, which helped to mold her into the kind and sympathetic person she is today. Her early years were characterized by adventure, laughter, and a strong sense of familial values. She loved the little things, like swimming in the local lake and riding her bike to her grandparents' corner store to buy candy. Her extended family, which included many cousins with whom she enjoyed sharing recipes and making memories, was always present on Sundays and holidays. At home, Barbara loved spending time with Kami, her faithful Pomeranian friend. As she matured into a young woman, her compassion, warmth, and understanding nature became increasingly apparent. Her heart was always willing to lend a helping hand to others, and her radiant smile could light up any space. Barbara married Domingo Diaz Villarreal on February 25, 1979, and the two of them created a life full of promise, love, and laughter. Barbara had made a name for herself in the accounting division of DeGolyer and McNaughton in Dallas, Texas, by the time she turned 27. She and Domingo settled in Garland, where they were surrounded by friends and neighbors in the 3600 block of Colbath Street. One of them was Barbara's best friend, Lisa Nugent, who loved her for being a kind, considerate, sweet, and wonderful person in general. A feeling of unease descended upon the tiny New Mexico town of Lovington on the evening of November 7, 1986. In stark contrast to the horror taking place inside the Villarreal residence, the sky was a serene shade of pink and orange. Domingo Villarreal was standing at a neighbor's door at 8:52 p.m., his hands shaking, his eyes wide, and his voice trembling. Slightly lucid from shock, he begged for assistance. "There's a problem with Barbara," he managed to say. After the neighbor promptly dialed 911, emergency personnel reached the location in a matter of minutes. The house was illuminated by the flashing lights of the police cars and ambulances that occupied the street. Officers entered and were greeted by a sight that chilled them to the bone. Barbara was brutally stabbed several times, and a large kitchen knife was still embedded in her body as she lay lifeless on the floor. As a brutal reminder of the evil that had killed her, the knife appeared to mock the scene. In his first statement, Domingo claimed that two men had broken into their house, bound him, and pulled Barbara into a different room. He stated that when Barbara's screams shattered the night air, he was in the backyard. She was being held captive by two armed men when he hurried inside. Barbara was led to a different room by one man, and Domingo was able to flee after the other man made him perform a sexual act at gunpoint. The police listened carefully, but every second that went by made them more skeptical. Domingo's face looked emotionless and his story sounded scripted. Fueled by doubts and questions, the investigation got underway. What actually took place that fateful evening? Did Domingo commit the crime or was he a victim? Although paramedics responded quickly, Barbara's injuries were obviously serious. Although it was later discovered that she had been dead for more than an hour prior to their arrival, she was declared dead at 9:50 p.m. The full scope of the horror was disclosed in the medical examiner's report. She had numerous stab wounds all over her body, each of which was a testament to the attacker's violence and rage. An investigation into a homicide was started. For the Garland Police Department, the initial investigation into Barbara Villarreal's murder was a difficult and complicated procedure. It was evident as soon as they got to the crime scene that this case would call for painstaking attention to detail and unwavering resolve. With furniture overturned and personal belongings strewn all over the floor, the house was in a state of chaos that suggested a violent struggle. Several areas had bloodstains, indicating Barbara had put up a valiant fight against her assailant. To record the scene, investigators collected blood samples, removed fingerprints from different surfaces, and took a ton of pictures. A big kitchen knife that was thought to have been used in the murder was sealed as evidence and sent for forensic analysis. Nevertheless, the technology available at the time made it difficult to draw firm conclusions from the evidence. It simply wasn't adding up. Something was missing. Police interviewed a large number of neighbors, friends, and family members in the days after the murder. Barbara was described by close friends and family as a loving, kind person who had no known enemies. Nonetheless, some claimed she had been involved in a few family conflicts, which made police wonder if there might have been a personal motivation for the crime. As investigators continued their investigation, they discovered startling information about the family. Although many saw Barbara and Domingo as a happy couple, others witnessed them fighting regularly and dealing with serious problems. Their relationship was viewed differently by those who knew them. At first, the police thought Domingo might be a murderer. He was exonerated following a rigorous interrogation, but the investigation came to a standstill because Domingo was no longer a suspect. They had no additional suspects, no evidence, and no fresh leads. The investigation stalled, and the police had no idea what to do next. A faint blood trail discovered outside the house was the only hint, but it didn't belong to Barbara or Domingo. Detectives were left wondering who could have committed such a horrible crime, because this enigmatic blood was the only indication that a killer was present. The loss devastated Domingo and Barbara's family. They struggled to find peace, as the graphic picture of her death tormented them. Fearing that anyone could be the victim of such a horrible crime, the community was also rocked. The suffering and uncertainty were exacerbated by the lack of answers. It took a pivotal discovery to reveal the truth about her untimely death, so the case remained a mystery. It was challenging for investigators to make meaningful progress because of the dearth of eyewitnesses and hard evidence. Blood samples provided no useful information, and fingerprints taken from the crime scene did not match anyone in databases that were currently in use. The police were left with a number of unsolved questions and dead ends. The case started to lose steam as the weeks stretched into months. The investigation's initial enthusiasm faded, and it encountered many difficulties. Despite their continued cooperation with the police and their intense desire for answers, Barbara's family's optimism for a speedy resolution started to fade. The case was never entirely dropped, even though there was no progress. Regular reviews were carried out by the Garland Police Department, which went over the evidence again and spoke with important witnesses again. The case was still unresolved, though, and there were no fresh leads or discoveries. 2 years later, in 1988, Domingo lost his life in a shootout in Mexico, bringing tragedy once more. Detectives learned a startling fact after his death. Domingo Villarreal had been using a stolen identity. Fingerprint analysis revealed that his true identity was Jesus Canales. Barbara's parents told police in 1994 that weeks after the murder, Jesus Canales had called them from Mexico and said he had killed one of the victims and was pursuing the other, Liborio Canales of Rodeo, Mexico. Domingo was charged with orchestrating Barbara's murder with the assistance of 2 family members, but because there was insufficient evidence, police were unable to draw any firm conclusions. Detectives also spoke with a neighbor who claimed to have discovered Domingo in her kitchen a month prior to the murder. Later, she realized her kitchen knife was gone. She verified that the missing knife was the same one when detectives showed her a picture of the murder weapon. The Villarreal case became one of many unsolved murders as the years went by. The police department, however, was adamant about solving the case and refused to give up. Public assistance was requested through media appeals. The investigation was given a much-needed boost when a cold case team was brought in to offer new insights and creative expertise. Every tip, no matter how small, was followed by the police department, which worked tirelessly. Over the years, Garland police detectives and the FBI followed up on a number of leads in Mexico and the United States, officials said. However, no noteworthy discoveries were made until 2022. A major development in 2022 was brought about by advances in DNA technology. Detectives were able to re-examine the evidence with new eyes thanks to this creative tool, which gave the investigation new life. Investigators were able to use extensive public genetic databases to find possible relatives of the suspect through investigative genetic genealogy, which blends DNA testing with conventional genealogical research. Detectives could gradually identify the criminal by comparing DNA samples taken from the crime scene with these databases. The potential reward was huge, but the process was time-consuming. Barbara's family and everyone else who had suffered the loss of a loved one to violence had hope because this potent tool had already solved a number of cold cases across the country. Police reopened the Villarreal case in 2022. The case was about to take a drastic turn, and the possibilities seemed endless with the development of DNA technology. Now, investigators could examine small samples, make connections between disparate pieces, and find buried clues. The Garland Police Department used cutting-edge DNA technology to solve the long-standing mystery in 2023, a year filled with revelation. Surprisingly, a DNA sample from the crime scene was matched to Liborio Canales after police retested every sample. Investigative genetic genealogy, which followed Canales' family tree and helped identify him as the suspect, made this discovery possible. An incredible twist came to light after more research. Domingo Villarreal had a brother named Liborio Canales. Even more startling was the fact that Domingo had never told Barbara or the police that he had a brother. Liborio Canales was taken into custody by the Lovington Police Department on Tuesday, July 18, 2023, without any opposition. On a federal murder warrant, he was arrested and checked into the Lea County Detention Center. It was found by the police that he had left the country 2 days after killing his sister-in-law, Barbara. He had come to the United States from Mexico to celebrate his birthday with his family, not realizing that he was being pursued by police, which is why his arrest was successful. Authorities in New Mexico and the Garland Police Department worked together to make the arrest. Investigators had been following Canales around, and they quickly caught him when he crossed the border. Canales was taken into custody without incident and did not resist arrest. After that, he was taken for additional interrogation and processing. Liborio Canales eventually broke under the strain of interrogation and admitted to the horrible crime that had remained unsolved for almost 40 years. He came clean about the shocking reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day, because the weight of his secrets had become too much to bear. Canales claims that a family argument that had gotten out of hand was the driving force behind Barbara's heinous murder. Even though the specifics of the conflict are still unknown, it is clear that tension had been rising for a while before a tragic altercation. Authorities were able to assemble the evidence and create a compelling case against Canales thanks to his confession. Later, he was accused of killing Barbara. The legal proceedings proceeded swiftly because of his advanced age and the overwhelming evidence against him. Canales would ultimately be held accountable for his deeds, providing Barbara's family with closure and the community with justice. Given the seriousness of the accusations, the judge set Canales' bond at $1 million. After being deported to Texas, Canales was subjected to additional legal proceedings. An important first step toward taking responsibility for his actions was his booking into the Dallas County Jail on August 18. Canales received a 20-year prison sentence after his extradition and booking. This sentence probably means he will be incarcerated for the rest of his life because of his advanced age. After waiting for justice for almost 40 years, Barbara's family felt a sense of closure after the sentencing. The case demonstrated how crucial cold case units are and how DNA technology can be used to solve even the most difficult cases. It also gave families of other unsolved crimes hope. According to Barbara's mother, the way the Villarreal case was resolved had a big influence on how investigations were conducted. The Barbara Villarreal case serves as an example of the effectiveness of tenacity and creativity in criminal investigations. Through the unwavering efforts of law enforcement and the revolutionary potential of DNA technology, a cold case that appeared destined to go unsolved was turned into a tale of justice. The knowledge gained from this case will continue to direct and motivate those committed to cracking cold cases and providing closure to families as we move forward. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In December 2010, at St. Malachi's Church in Tyrone, Northern Ireland, it all began exactly where it ended. In front of more than 300 guests, beauty queen and educator Michaela Hardy and athlete John McArevey exchanged vows. But 3 weeks later, John came back with his young wife's body, buried in her immaculate wedding dress. What caused Michaela to pass away? Who could be so cold-blooded and cunning as to murder a woman who had just recently started to enjoy her wedded life with her beloved? And will international cooperation aid in the investigation of one of the most horrific and unforgettable crimes of the past several years? In 2005, John McArevey, the captain of the Irish football team, and Michaela Hardy, the daughter of one of the nation's best football managers, met in university. The young couple fell in love at first sight and had never been apart since. Michaela gladly accepted John's proposal while on vacation in Paris. On New Year's Eve, which was also Michaela's 27th birthday, they scheduled their wedding. Following the formal wedding, the newlyweds flew out on their 3-week honeymoon. Before the most anticipated portion of their trip, 2 weeks at the 5-star Legends Hotel, situated in the fishing village of Grand Gabe on the northeast coast of Mauritius, began, they spent the first week in Dubai. Michaela thoroughly investigated local hotels before deciding on Mauritius as their idyllic honeymoon destination. They chose the Legends Hotel because it has a lot of good evaluations and is well liked by Irish travelers. They asked the hotel's receptionist if they could be assigned to one of the better rooms when they first arrived. They were told that room 1025 in the premium block was available. On January 10, 2011, after having breakfast together, John opted to play golf while Michaela sunbathed. They had lunch together once more. After lunch, Michaela usually looked forward to tea with something tasty. While she went to the room to get Kit Kat bars with her favorite dark chocolate, which she had bought from Dubai and placed in the refrigerator, she requested her husband to get tea. Although John offered to bring her the snacks, she chose to go alone because the accommodation was only 150 feet from the restaurant. While waiting for his wife to come home, John viewed videos and shot some pictures. After a while, he started to question why Michaela hadn't returned. He made the decision to find her. John knocked on the door but got no answer. He went to the receptionist after forgetting his key in the room and failing to see anything through the window. After guiding him back to the room, the corridor attendant used his key to open the door. However, the corridor attendant heard a man's cries for urgent assistance as soon as he moved a short distance away from the door. John walked into the room and found his wife in the cold water bathtub. Her lips were blue, her skin was cold to the touch, and there were noticeable bruises on her neck. John tried to assist Michaela, supposing she had planned to take a bath because of back problems, but had slid or passed out. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The dreams of a young, contented married couple came to an end when medical authorities declared Michaela dead within an hour. People kept coming and going from the newlyweds' room, and no one tried to protect the crime scene, perhaps since it was initially assumed to be an unfortunate accident. When the police entered the room and saw Michaela's condition and the chaos within, they assumed a murder had occurred, even though they had been told that a tourist had drowned. After being brought to the police station, the distressed spouse was detained for 5 hours while being questioned. Given that most murders are carried out by people who are close to the victims, this was not unusual. The harshness and inappropriateness of the police officer's remarks in John's situation were unusual. John was obviously overcome with grief by Michaela's passing. He found his wife's lifeless body in the bathtub, while only 30 minutes before he had seen her joyfully making her way to their room. But when a policeman noticed that he was crying, he may have tried to comfort him by saying, "Why are you crying? You're still young, you'll find yourself a new wife." If the hotel manager hadn't stepped in, it's unclear how long they would have held John at the station. The management reported to the police that a master key that was taken and fit all the locks had been used to open the door of room 1025. It became clear that a member of the hotel staff was responsible for the murder. Most likely, it was an accidental killing. At 2:42 p.m., a staff member, possibly a security guard with the master key, entered the room. Michaela opened her own door 2 minutes later. The maid's sudden appearance forced the thief, who might have been hiding in a tiny alcove in the toilet, to make a snap decision. Since cleaning rooms is a standard procedure in hotels, he could have just grinned at Michaela and pretended to do his job if it was part of his responsibilities. Nothing would have happened. He was aware that his presence in the room would be difficult to explain, though, if he was a security guard. He then saw no choice but to hide in the bathroom and wait for the woman to just go. However, that did not occur. Michaela chose to seize the chance and went into the restroom as investigators conjectured. She found the robber inside. The thief attacked Michaela in a panic after she fled in fear. He put Michaela in the bathtub after realizing that he had killed her, possibly in an attempt to make it seem like an accident involving the maid. Despite the shock, he may have also imagined that water would wash away any DNA evidence left on his victim. The murderer was still present when John got up from the table at 3:05 p.m. to see why his wife was taking so long. John could have apprehended the murderer at the spot if he had his key card with him, but by the time he approached the administrator, requested that the door be unlocked, and stepped into the room, it was 3:26 p.m., and the thief, who had inadvertently become a murderer, had disappeared. The cops were under tremendous pressure to release John. It is critical to settle the case as soon as possible when a visitor is slain in a nation that depends significantly on tourism. The local police head claimed that the island had a 100% homicide clearance rate, which gave the impression that the case would be resolved quickly. Given that Michaela was one of 30 persons slain on the island in 2011, and that all cases but Michaela's were resolved by dubious confessions, one might assume he was merely praising the work of his colleagues, but any professional would be cautious. The police once again used admissions to solve every case the following year. The investigators had a perfect crime scene, which may have made up for the police's over-reliance on instinct and intuition, if that's what it is. Surveillance cameras were installed all throughout the hotel, the room was cleaned daily, the security system recorded every entry, and the hotel itself was essentially an invincible fortress with watchful security personnel everywhere. That was not at all the case, as we shall see in a moment. 2 hotel staff members were detained by the police within 2 days after the murder, and 2 of them, Avinash Tribhovan and Sandeep Munia, were charged with the crime. The other staff members obligingly became important prosecution witnesses. Dasan Narayanan, a hotel security guard, was also taken into custody a week later. On the day of the murder, Dasan was on duty. His fingerprints were discovered on a phony key that the robbers used to replace the stolen universal key in the security room. although it was impossible to determine his precise position at the time of the crime. There was nothing Dassin could do to explain how his DNA got onto the room's safe door. He gave a preemptive explanation for why his DNA might be present if it were discovered, acknowledging that he had touched Michele's cheek in his haste to assist John. Nevertheless, the police chose to concentrate their efforts on Avinash and Sandeep and merely charged Dassin with being an accomplice to the thefts, despite his contradictory testimony. In 2012, the trial started on May 22. The police's pattern of obtaining confessions served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Michele discovered Avinash and Sandeep stealing cash from the safe or her purse when she returned to the hotel that day. In order to save their jobs, the robbers chose to silence Michele because hotel workers frequently provide the majority of their family's income, not just their close relatives. Their colleague Raj Thikoi also provided testimony during the trial. After being arrested at first, he was granted immunity and turned out to be the most important prosecution witness. Raj claimed that although he was close to the room and heard a woman's anguished cries, he chose not to knock on the door. Rather, he hid and watched as Sandeep and an upset, sweaty Avinash left the newlyweds' room. When he later inquired about what had transpired, they responded, "Nothing happened, just keep quiet. If you say anything, we'll involve you in this matter." Prosecutors mostly relied on the confession that one of the suspects, Avinash Triboan, gave, in accordance with standard police procedures, in addition to witness statements. Because of their negligent investigation, it appeared as though the police were being judged alongside Sandeep and Avinash, even though they were the ones who were implicated. The defense lawyers called attention to all of the investigators' obvious flaws, errors, and gaps. First of all, the hotel was not closed when Michele's death was found, and neither a visitor nor a staff member was questioned. The evidence was compromised since some tests were not carried out and others weren't done until the hotel room was given back to them. Although palm and fingerprints were discovered in the room, their owners were not recognized. However, there was no DNA evidence that Sandeep and Avinash were guilty. Even the paper money, which the authorities said the robbers were interested in, was not scanned for DNA or fingerprint. The court was also informed that numerous significant artifacts were not captured at all, and that all of the photos taken at the crime scene were in black and white. The enigma surrounding the 46 security cameras that recorded the activities within and outside the hotel, however, generated the most controversy. The cops refused to give the defense lawyers the videotapes in spite of repeated requests. As it turned out, they were unable to conceal the footage, not because they wanted to. Due to their inability to control the cameras, the police officers deleted 90% of the videos. Instead of providing a truthful response when asked to explain how the apparatus operates, they merely hit the button, which also happened to be the record button, and when they believed they were playing back the recordings, they were actually erasing them. International media questioned whether the local authorities were purposefully undermining the probe due to the police's obvious incompetence. Lastly, the defendants asserted that they only confessed after the police tortured them. Sandeep, who reportedly handed the keycard, stated that he was forced to make the confession under threat of a firearm. Avinash also refuted his testimony, claiming that he vomited blood after being tortured and subjected to water interrogation by the police. He was also allegedly informed that his wife would be deported and that he would have to move to Ireland to live with John McAvery, who would now require a new wife. Avinash claimed that he only signed the document that was given to him, not even reading his own confession. Even though he and Sandeep were in room 1009 where a VIP customer was scheduled to stay when the murder occurred, another witness said he was coerced into providing false testimony. Sandeep demanded that his subordinate keep the space spotless at all times. He even picked up the mop personally at one point to show how the floors should be cleaned. Telecommunications data also supported Sandeep's assertion that he was speaking on the phone with his sister in Britain at the time of the incident. Lastly, it was verified by the retained security camera film that he was in a separate area of the hotel when the murder occurred. The court case took over 8 weeks to complete, even though it was only supposed to take 2 weeks. This was mostly because the defense lawyers went beyond the bounds of decency and made the trial into a spectacle. They frequently cracked jokes and caused the board, spectators, and law students in the courtroom to erupt in laughter. The defense brought up the possibility of a sexual motive for the crime, implying that Michele's husband was involved, They implied potential wrongdoing between John and his wife and mentioned an intimate aid they discovered in the hotel room, but it was actually a straightforward insert from Cosmopolitan, a women's magazine Michaela had bought at the airport. Then, using a purportedly verified video, they tried to demonstrate that John and Michaela had a heated argument, but the people in the video weren't Michaela and John. Rather, they were two Germans who looked like them. In order to verify that he was the man in the video, John had to reach out to him on Facebook and ask him to give a statement at a German police station. All things considered, the sensationalism surrounding Michaela's murder case caused great distress to her family. Specifically, John was ranked highly on the list of readers' choices in a survey called Who Killed Michaela that was published by a local newspaper. In addition, the police released pictures of Michaela's battered and nude body to the Mauritius newspaper, which caused her family unimaginable distress. But these 8 weeks were over, and the jury members had to decide what to do. After a guilty conviction, Michaela's family thought the accused would have the right to request a review of the case because the judge gave a clear summary of the case and highlighted the suspect's culpability. They were certain that the verdict would be just what they had expected. The court also firmly asked the jurors to make the appropriate choice from their point of view, rather than to think about how this case would affect the nation's reputation. And the jury found Avinash and Sandeep not guilty, after 2 months of trial and just 2 hours of deliberation. After the acquittal verdict, John and Michaela's families were incredibly disappointed. They endured all the agony of the process, inappropriate remarks from attorneys and police, tolerated laughter in the courtroom, and even faced aggressive behavior from the locals because they were confident that the guilty parties would be punished for the murder. They were certain of Avinash and Sandeep's guilt and believed that they were acquitted because the case received global media attention, and the jurors did not want the murder case to reflect negatively on Mauritius' image. The Hart and McKervey families cannot forget that Avinash's lawyer appeared on a local radio station and essentially admitted his client's guilt, mentioning how Avinash cried and apologized to Michaela's family. The interview was supposed to be presented in court, but the lawyer managed to evade his responsibilities. John believes that Avinash told the truth when he confessed to Michaela's murder. He is why, when everyone hears about death by strangling, they image the killer suffocating the victim, ripping their neck with 2 hands. But Avinash recalled that when they were in the honeymoon suite, Michaela walked in and spotted him clutching a pocketbook. She asked what he was doing. She couldn't have known that Sandeep was in the bathroom. When the girl tried to prevent Avinash from leaving the room, standing in his path, Sandeep approached her from behind and put one hand around her neck. The truth is, the autopsy report was prepared much later, and it confirmed that everything happened exactly as Avinash claimed. If Avinash wasn't certain, how could he have created such a strangulation technique? Avinash added that when Michaela fell, she struck her head on the ground. That was further supported by a bruise discovered on the back of her skull during the post-mortem. Furthermore, in summarizing the case, the judge reminded everyone that Avinash made his confession on January 12 and signed it on the 13th in the presence of his lawyer. Avinash would have been made to sign something else on the 12th if the cops had intended to fake the confession. Furthermore, 3 other doctors evaluated the youngster on separate days, and none of them discovered any evidence of abuse. After the acquittal verdict, a new investigation was launched. The key card that the murderer and thief used to enter the room was the main piece of evidence that the police concentrated on. Even these locks' mechanism, though, is unreliable. It is impossible to pinpoint the precise moment the murderer entered Michaela's room because the 240 locks in the Legends Hotel are not synced, and each one displays its unique time on the security system's dashboard. Because the precise hour of the crime is uncertain, this puts almost every suspect's alibi into doubt. The situation was exacerbated by the discovery of yet another serious weakness in the hotel's guest security. The number of possible suspects could rise from dozens to hundreds as a result of this vulnerability. Mauritian law states that the beach is public property if the hotel owns the guest rooms, dining establishments, bars, golf courses, and other such places. Locals own the island's beaches, and traders and fishermen have always had complete access to the hotel's grounds and the beach. Young boys are used to hanging around on the hotel grounds, and local craftsmen sell their wares to visitors. To put it another way, the hotel cannot guarantee the security of its property, even with cameras, gates, and security guards. and there is no way to confirm who entered the honeymoon room. Consequently, there were no noteworthy discoveries made during the fresh inquiry into the matter. Under international pressure, the Mauritian police examined Michaela's murder many times and even sought the services of a French laboratory for retesting DNA evidence. The discovery of DNA on Michaela's clothing that matched that of one of the suspects was reported as a major breakthrough in 2014, but this finding wasn't enough to justify a new trial. John offered a sizable reward for information regarding the case in 2017 in an effort to bring it back into the public eye. A lawyer called him a few weeks after he got back home to tell him that Sandeep and Avinash would now undoubtedly be arrested. Michaela's family was relieved and thought they would finally receive justice, but the attorney did not name the new evidence that made this possible. But months and weeks went by with no one being taken into custody. The case was formally ended in 2020, but the Mauritius government agreed to revisit it in 2021 after pressure from Irish MPs. A desire to re-examine the matter does not ensure that it will be resolved, which is the problem. It is difficult to investigate any crime after 10 years, not to mention the potential that Mauritius's authorities would not be motivated to track down the murderers. Many investigators have advanced in their careers over the course of 10 years, so if something is disclosed in the case that many would rather keep hidden, heads will roll. Following the trial, the relatives of John and Michaela sued the hotel for $1.6 million. The terms of the out-of-court settlement are not made public, but the funds were donated to a charity set up in Michaela's memory. Both the Legends Hotel, which was renamed the Lux Hotel, and Room 1025, which was renovated and given the new number 1026, are still quite popular. At a memorial luncheon for Michaela in 2013, John, who is now an accountant, met a sweet girl called Cara Brennan. John proposed to Cara, who works as an accountant, in 2015. James McAravey, the couple's first child, was born last year. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Everett, Washington, on September 20, 2017 at 1:55 a.m., when multiple people called 911 after hearing loud explosions as soon as the police showed up. They discovered a horrifying image on the doorstep 10 minutes later. Directly outside the door was Alicia Canales McGuire, 24. Sadly, she had already passed away. Thanks to CCTV footage and social media, investigators were able to solve this tragic case. Alicia was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. She spent a significant amount of her adult life working as a caregiver because she enjoyed caring for others and always wanted to assist everyone. Raised on a farm, Alicia began working at the age of 5. She frequently went back to assist on the family farm because she understood the importance of hard work. Alicia loved spending time with her family, and she saw and talked to them often, always remembering to say "I love you" when she said goodbye. She and her spouse, Bradley, resided in Bird's View. In July 2017, Alicia and Brad tied the knot in a stunning beach ceremony at Deception Pass. As a result, investigators quickly discovered that Alicia did not reside in the home where she passed away. It belonged to her sister, Amanda Canales, who shared it with her 3 kids. Amanda asked Alicia to watch her kids while she was away because she had to travel to New York for work. Alicia was glad to assist because she loved her nephew and nieces. 2 months prior, she had tied the knot and was eager to begin a family of her own. One of the people who called 911 was the stay-in nanny who was in the house with her. When she went downstairs after hearing gunshots, she discovered Alicia motionless and lying at the front door. When the police officers got to the scene, they looked at the house first. They had to see if the criminal was inside. They made sure that the only people in the house were Amanda's kids and the nanny. By closely inspecting everything, the police began searching for evidence after the terrified kids were removed from the house. The house had a car parked in front of it. Beside it were shell casings. It indicated that the person who shot Alicia was standing close to the vehicle, just in front of the front door. The door frame was struck by several bullets. Just outside the door, Alicia was lying face down. It did not appear to be a robbery. The house was not a mess. Furthermore, it appeared that the criminal had not even gone inside the house. However, why and by whom would someone wish to kill Alicia? The detectives suspected that it was a case of mistaken identity after learning that it was her sister's home. The investigators questioned Amanda, who may have been the target, but she was in New York when the nanny, who was also present in the house when the crime was committed, relaxed. They inquired as to whether she knew who would want to harm her or if she saw the person who shot Alicia. The nanny claimed that when she heard gunfire, she was upstairs. She noticed that Alicia was motionless and face down on the floor when she looked down. She called 911 because she was afraid and didn't see the person who had shot Alicia, the nanny. As far as she was aware, she told investigators, Alicia and her husband Bradley got along well, but she provided the first important lead to the police. According to her, there were issues between Amanda, Alicia's sister, and her former spouse, Kevin Lewis. The detectives discovered from looking through the local sheriff's office reports that this was not the first time the police had been called to this address. Every incident had something to do with family disputes between Amanda and Kevin Lewis. The detectives were therefore intrigued by this version. Kevin Lewis lived in a different area of Everett, so they located his home address and went there before dawn to speak with him. It was dark in his home. During the conversation, Kevin answered the door when they knocked. "Talk to Lewis." "She should be home," he said in response to the officer's question about his ex-wife's whereabouts. He appeared to have just awoken. He was asked to tell the detectives where he had slept. He claimed that his mother and sister could verify that he had spent the entire night at home. When the detectives told him that there had been a shooting in the home where his children lived, he didn't inquire as to why they were there. It was odd that he didn't show any emotion. He should have inquired about his children's well-being as a parent, but he chose not to do so. Kevin looked shocked and said, "Really, that was the end of our conversation?" when the detectives informed him that Amanda had been out of town on business. While strolling down the street, the detectives noticed that 2 nearby homes had security cameras that they could use to verify Kevin Lewis's story. He said that instead of going out, he spent the entire night at home. However, after reviewing the video, the investigators discovered that approximately 40 minutes prior to the assault on Alicia, a car was pulling up alongside Kevin's driveway. Then someone who looked a lot like Kevin came out the front door, approached this car, and got in. The vehicle drove off a short while later. The quality of the recording prevented the police from conclusively identifying Kevin as the next victim. The footage was seen by the investigators from a different camera. Despite being able to examine the car more closely, they were unable to identify it. They could only make out that the car was light in color. About 20 minutes later, they saw the car return after fast-forwarding the recording. But they had one important detail to notice. This car's front right rim was different from the other 3. The front right rim was dark, while the other 3 were light. Kevin Lewis, who was in the first recording, got out of the car and went back to his house when the car came to a stop close to it. Approximately 20 minutes prior to the 911 calls regarding a shooting, this man, whoever he was, entered the house. The car then drove off and never came back. The drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's was 15 minutes. This could indicate that the car had enough time to reach Amanda's house, or it could indicate that the car was unrelated to the shooting. It was too soon to say. Amanda learned of her sister's passing. She was in New York a few hours later when their father called to inform them that Alicia had passed away. Alicia married, was content, and hoped to start a family of her own, but now her family had to grieve for her. Amanda said she had no doubt that her ex-husband Kevin was the one who shot Alicia when the investigators asked her if she believed he could have done it. Amanda Canales wasn't prepared to publicly acknowledge how toxic her relationship with her ex had been, even after her 8-year marriage ended. Despite having 3 young children, 2 girls and a boy, and spending 10 years with Kevin Lewis, Amanda had been extremely unhappy and continued to live in fear of him even after their June 2017 divorce. Amanda had been bruised by Lewis's previous physical abuse, and even after they had parted ways, he continued to threaten her. Amanda was granted full custody of their children in August 2017. Lewis was ordered to pay $800 a month in lieu of child support. For Amanda, it was a new beginning. As a single mother, she was grateful for the support she received from her family and concentrated on her home in Everett, Washington. Amanda was threatened by Kevin. He threatened to kill her. He had the training because he had served in the military. Although her sister passed away, Amanda thought she was the one who had been attacked. Rather, she even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he repeatedly broke. Amanda and their 3 kids were both terrified when he wandered outside her house and peered in the windows. Kevin was not charged by the police with any of the restraining order violations. Amanda was returning home late at night and parked in the driveway next to her house when she was brutally beaten as she got out of her car a few weeks prior to her sister's death. Someone attacked her as soon as she opened her car door. She didn't have time to see the attacker's face because everything happened so quickly, but given everything, she was certain that Kevin Lewis, 30, was responsible for Alicia Canales McGuire's death. The investigators thought he was planning to kill his ex-wife. At the time, Kevin was unaware that she was in New York. He was unaware that Alicia had been asked by Amanda to watch her kids while she was away. Today, though, this version contained an error. Kevin would have been at his house when the shooting occurred, if the man in the video was indeed him. He was also given an alibi by his mother and sister. As a result, the police kept looking into the incident and took into account various theories. After going back to Amanda's house to take another look at everything and analyzing the bullet trajectory, experts came to the conclusion that Alicia was shot while the door was partially open and that the shooter fired at least 7 shots that entered the house from the outside. According to the evidence found at the scene, someone fired a shot while standing next to the garage, then proceeded to the house's door and fired once more inside. Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso were determined by the medical examiner to be the cause of Alicia's death. She was hit by 5 shots. There were gunpowder stippling injuries in 2 of the wounds. The last 2 gunshot wounds to the head were most likely the last 2 wounds administered, according to the medical examiner, who testified that he was unable to ascertain the order of the 5 shots. The 7 shell casings discovered at the crime scene were fired from the same firearm, the experts concluded. Alicia was shot at close range, resulting in head injuries. After examining this version, the investigators were unable to locate any proof to support this. Due to the rarity of this particular brand of shell casings, the police were also interested in the ones discovered at the crime scene. These casings were produced in Russia and sold under the Tulimo name. The investigators hoped to identify the seller of these cartridges and possibly the buyer because the brand was not very popular. The investigators found that this brand of cartridges was sold by Walmart. The crime scene was close to one of these shops. Walmart representatives informed the detectives that they had CCTV footage showing a man paying for 9mm Tulimo cartridges that he had recently purchased. The detectives went straight to Walmart to view the video. They thought Kevin Lewis might be the buyer when they made the recording on September 18, 2 days before Alicia passed away, but they were mistaken. The police now knew the identity of the man in the video, who wasn't Kevin, because he used a credit card to make the purchase. When the investigators looked into this man, they discovered no relationship to the nanny, Alicia Amanda, or Kevin Lewis. They now had to find fresh evidence. The investigators looked through every version that was available at the time before turning to Amanda for fresh details about Kevin. They had a good relationship at first, she said. Kevin was restrained in his behavior during the honeymoon. She didn't anticipate that he would start hitting her and grow more hostile over time. After their relationship ended, Amanda was granted full custody of the children, a restraining order was issued, and they got divorced. However, a distraught Amanda was aware that Alicia wasn't supposed to be killed in the shooting and thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She told police that Lewis had somehow planned the attack and that Kevin was home when it happened. The footage from the night of Alicia's death has been examined by the investigators once more. They saw something now that they had never seen before. The man who left his house, Kevin, can be seen approaching the car and settling into the back seat behind the driver in this grainy video. Why, though, did he not take the front passenger seat? As the investigators searched for a solution, they came to the conclusion that someone else was already occupying the front passenger seat. As a result, by the time the car arrived at Kevin Lewis's house, there were most likely 2 people inside, which may have been the reason he had to take the back seat. there was insufficient evidence for the police to connect Kevin to Alicia's demise. But after gathering proof of Kevin's assaults on his ex-wife Amanda, they detained him in November 2018 and gave him a 3-year prison sentence. In the meantime, Alicia's case was still unresolved over a year after her death. The only break in this case came in 2019 when a woman with crucial information called the police station. A girl from nearby Spokane who had attended a party and boasted about being hired to kill someone on York Road, the street where Alicia was shot, was the source of the detective's tip. Given that Spokane was roughly 5 hours away from Everett, the police were unsure of what to believe. According to the caller, she was at a party when a young woman walked in. Angelica is who she is. The latter boasted about her involvement in the crime with her boyfriend. This woman claims that Angelica stated that a person died as a result of being shot in the head. They were hired to shoot from around the corner by the children's father. Additionally, according to Angelica, they killed the wrong person. A case of mistaken identity was involved in the incident. The specifics of this case have never been made public by the police. Alicia's head injury was only known to the investigators and her family. Angelica's knowledge of numerous details about the crime piqued the police's interest as they searched for her. Her true name, Alexis Hale, was discovered by the investigators. On her social media, they discovered pictures of her brandishing a 9mm handgun. It might have been the crime's weapon. Additionally, there were multiple videos with a man in the background. It was Jaredon Phelps, Alexis's boyfriend. Alexis Hale shared a video taken through a car's windshield that examined the road signs the night before Alicia passed away. The investigators were able to pinpoint the precise location of the car at that time, which was roughly 10 minutes away from Kevin Lewis's home. A few hours after Alicia's passing, Jaredon Phelps boasted about a wad of cash in the video below. One of the 5 comments that the investigators saw on Phelps's social media photo was from his aunt. They identified his aunt as Kevin Lewis's mother after clicking on her social media profile. As it happened, Kevin's cousin was Jaredon Phelps. The police had good reason to make an arrest. Alexis Hale was the first to be placed in handcuffs. She screamed and claimed that because she was only 17 years old, the police were unable to arrest her. She demanded a lawyer because she understood why she had been arrested. Jaredon Phelps was taken into custody by the police in a different area of the city at the same time. Phelps and Hale had driven from Spokane to Everett to carry out the shooting, according to the investigators' phone records. Additionally, early on September 20, Lewis's neighbor's security footage captured someone getting into a car. At 1:13 a.m. EM, the man in the white top departed, and at 1:37 a.m. he returned. Following Alicia's passing, Lewis was wearing a white top when the police visited him. Alexis kept everything from the investigators. At the time, Kevin Lewis was serving a 3-year prison sentence for assaulting Amanda. As a result, the researchers were hoping that Phelps would provide some information. The investigators suspected it was Kevin Lewis, and now the police had a confession and the name of the man who hired Hale and Phelps. Phelps provided them with additional information about the crime when they brought him to the scene. Following Alicia Canales McGuire's death in September 2017, Kevin Lewis, who was already incarcerated on an unrelated charge, was charged with aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in July 2020. At the age of 20, he entered a guilty plea to first-degree premeditated murder. He was given a 31-year prison sentence by the court. At age 18, Hale entered a guilty plea to the same charge and received a 15-year sentence. During the trial, Phelps testified that he had committed the crime for financial gain and to gain notoriety. Lewis gave Phelps money, which he used to purchase a Ferragamo belt buckle, Timberland boots, and some tattoos. He asserted that he had given his ex-girlfriend $200 after she obtained the pistol from a family member. Later that year, Lewis entered a not guilty plea and was put on trial by the prosecution. Claimed that in order to get his ex-wife out of the way, he had given $2,400 to his cousin and his girlfriend. Although he had made them into adolescent killers, Alicia had unintentionally opened the door in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Lewis gave Phelps an envelope of cash on the way back. Phelps said Lewis had led them to the house, but that he didn't know who the target was. Phelps and Hale dropped Lewis back at his house and then went back to the spot Lewis had indicated. After getting out of the car, the two headed for the house. Hale went to knock on the front door, and Phelps stopped beside the garage. Hale left as soon as Alicia opened the front door, and Phelps fired the gun until it was empty. The gun's muzzle crossed the threshold as Phelps fired the first few shots from his position close to the garage, and the final two after approaching the front porch. The final two shots were directed at the head and neck region. Phelps and Hale returned in their vehicle because of a glove that might have been left at the scene. They turned around and departed when they saw police cars upon their return. After getting GPS directions, they returned to Spokane by car. The defense contended that Lewis had only said to move the target out of the way and had never used the word kill in his conversation with his cousin. However, the court was reminded by the prosecution of Kevin's violent past and his threats against Amanda. They claimed that power and control are at the heart of this case, and it was obvious what the goal was. Amanda described him as pure evil. He had played with their kids, who were in the house when she was supposed to die, she remembered incredulously. I assumed you loved them, but a person who truly cares for someone would never want to put them in danger or cause them any trauma. Did you care that they would have woken up to find their own mother dead, lying in a pool of blood, if it had been just me home that night? She asked. She also discussed finding her kids a safe place to live. She informed Louis that, in spite of all the harm you caused, they are recovering and moving on. In case you were wondering, they never inquire about or discuss you. The jury found Lewis guilty of first-degree murder in less than 3.5 hours after a 6-week trial in November 2021. In January 2022, 34 Kevin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Records show that Lewis is still incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla County, where Judge Thompson also ordered him to have no contact with his former wife, his children, Phelps, or Hale for the remainder of his life. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A plastic bag was discovered by a woman walking her dog along the shores of Deer Island, which is close to Boston, Massachusetts, on the afternoon of June 25, 2015. Her dog's incessant curiosity led her to a horrifying discovery: the dead body of a child. After she had initially written it off as discarded trash, she was so shocked and scared that she called the police right away. Because of the extreme stage of decomposition, the child's identity remained elusive despite their best efforts. 3 months passed before the child was identified. Who could have committed such a crime in their right mind? As soon as the child's body was discovered on Deer Island, the investigation into her death got underway. Authorities put forth a lot of effort to identify her despite her extreme decomposition. She was found with a zebra print blanket inside the bag, and only a pair of white leggings with a black polka dot design. Early skepticism resulted in fruitless efforts to use cadaver dogs to find more bodies or remains. The body had already started to decompose, making visual identification impossible, and fingerprints could not be collected due to prolonged exposure to water. The race and ethnicity of the child were unknown to the investigators. How her remains got to the scene was unknown. It was unclear if the body had been dumped on the beach or if it had floated in the water from somewhere else, possibly as far away as Canada. Because the body was not sufficiently decomposed, authorities thought the victim had been placed at the scene rather than washing ashore. On July 3, 2015, an autopsy was performed after the child's body was found, but the cause of death was not established. Authorities suspected foul play, but the remains showed no obvious signs of injury. Tests were then performed to look for alcohol, drugs, or toxins that might have contributed to the death. Eventually, it was discovered that the child had Hispanic heritage. According to the description, her hair was 14 inches long, wavy, and brown, indicating that it had been untrimmed for some time. She weighed about 30 pounds and was estimated to be between 3'1" and 3'6". There were no noticeable scars or birthmarks on her body. The blanket was thought to be from Cannon Mills, possibly sold at Kmart, while her clothes, which were estimated to be a size 4T, were made by the Serco company and might have been purchased at Target. There was also an elastic hairband. Despite her unknown status, she didn't show any symptoms of malnutrition and seemed to have had a good life. After earlier attempts to identify the body failed, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children digitally recreated the child's face to help identify her. Adobe Photoshop was used to create the reconstruction, which included stock and mortuary photos to approximate her appearance and life. In an effort to gather more details, flyers with pictures of the child and her possessions were handed out. On July 4, 2015, information about the child's discovery and physical measurements were added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NAMUS. Despite ruling out more than 200 missing persons, no matches were found. No one came forward to identify the victim or take responsibility for the crime, despite a lot of effort. The investigation relied heavily on forensic testing. Although DNA samples were taken from the body's teeth and hair, none of the profiles found in databases of known missing people matched. The University of North Texas received additional samples for more detailed profiling. Despite the lengthy process, it was concluded that she might have traveled to any of the 6 New England states, as well as possibly other places. She could have traveled across the nation, according to tests on her hair and enamel. In an interview, television host John Walsh discussed the case and encouraged viewers who have information to come forward. Authorities received a lot of tips, but many leads did not result in meaningful action. The establishment of a 24-hour hotline and fax hotline allowed people to submit information anonymously, and as a result, submissions came from all over the United States and beyond. The child was identified as Bella Nevaeh Amoroso Bond on September 18, 2015, following 3 exhausting months of ceaseless searching. On August 6, 2012, Joe Amoroso and Rochelle Bond welcomed her into the world. After Laura Springs, Rochelle Bond's neighbor, revealed a connection between Bella and the baby doe, Bella was identified. Michaela Springs, Laura's sister, was worried about Bella's ongoing absence from the home. She confronted Rochelle and Michael McCarthy, her boyfriend, who said the Department of Children and Families, DCF, had taken Bella away. This was later shown to be false, though. On September 17, 2015, Michaela called the police believing baby doe to be Bella. At Rochelle Bond's residence in Dorchester, Massachusetts, a search warrant was carried out. Joe Amoroso, Bella's biological father, had spoken to her over the phone but had never met her. Amoroso expressed skepticism about Rochelle's involvement and conjectured that her boyfriend might have given her heroin to sedate her. But Bella's paternal grandmother doubted the veracity of Rochelle's claims and thought she had a significant role in Bella's demise. Detectives dug deep into Rochelle and Michael's past, all the way back to November 2011 when Bella was conceived, in order to piece together what had happened. Her mother, Rochelle, was heavily involved in the local drug scene, had a strong heroin addiction, and used illicit means to finance her addiction. Joe Amoroso, Rochelle's partner, was also battling addiction in spite of the difficulties. When Joe learned that Rochelle had cheated on him, their relationship soured. He never saw his daughter and vanished before Bella was born. Rochelle was adamant about keeping Bella, even though her addiction had previously cost her custody of her other children. Bella was born at Boston Medical Center on August 6, 2012. Rochelle's determination to be a responsible mother was reinforced when she saw her daughter for the first time. However, allegations of neglect surfaced in spite of her efforts. She found an apartment in the neighboring city of Dorchester and made an effort to give Bella a secure home. Even though Rochelle loved Bella, she battled her addiction, and sometimes her old habits came back. Carelessness was still being reported, which was indicative of Rochelle's ongoing struggle with heroin addiction and how it affected her capacity to look after Bella. As the months went by, Rochelle received calls from the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families in 2012 and 2013 regarding the domestic situation. Feeling the pressure of being a single parent, Rochelle continued to speak with Joe on the phone. Although he re-established contact with the family, he never made it back to see Bella in person. In January 2015, Rochelle started dating Michael McCarthy because she was looking for a partner. Everything appeared to be normal at first, but Michael's behavior quickly began to become unpredictable. He lived with Rochelle and Bella and was obsessed with supernatural subjects. Their relationship rapidly deteriorated as they both became addicted to drugs. When the abuse was reported to the police, nothing was done, and things continued as they were. Rochelle had been lying to them, which is why no one noticed Bella's absence. After visiting their home, she made a false claim that Bella had been taken away by the DCF, saying that the situation was too difficult. People accepted Rachel's story without question because of the situation. Investigators obtained a search warrant and questioned Rachel and Michael because of their suspicions and Rachel's false claims about the DCF removing the child. Eventually, Rochelle admitted to the terrible things that had happened that fateful night. She claimed that Michael had become enraged and had attacked Bella several times because he thought the child was possessed. Rochelle tried CPR on Bella after she passed out, but Michael intimidated her and disposed of the body in the harbor. This supported the investigators' long-held suspicions of foul play in Bella's case. However, Rochelle's participation sparked doubts about her competence. Some inconsistencies, like declaring Bella alive on a benefits form, raised questions about her intentions and degree of participation. On September 18, 2015, Michael and Rochelle were taken into custody. According to medical evidence, Bella may have died from severe abdominal trauma. The chief medical examiner, Dr. Henry Niels, suggested that this trauma might have resulted in cardiac arrest or asphyxiation. When Michael was arrested, he denied knowing about Bella's passing in spite of these facts. Michael McCarthy and Rochelle Bond each gave their own account of what happened during their June 2017 trials. Michael made an effort to place the blame on Rochelle by depicting her as a drug-addicted and careless mother. Rochelle, meanwhile, insisted she was innocent of the crime, but acknowledged that she assisted in disposing of the body under Michael's pressure. Because she kept claiming benefits for Bella after her death, she was also charged with welfare fraud. Although the court tended to accept Rachel's account during her trial, she was still charged with serious crimes, with cadaver dogs proving that a body had been found in the McCarthy home and bruises on the body that matched Rachel's description. The evidence against Michael appeared to be stronger. But there was no concrete proof that Michael was responsible for Bella's passing. Michael's defense team claimed that because Rochelle had allegedly informed him that Bella had been taken away by the state's child welfare agency, he was unaware that she was missing. A complicated web of deceit, abuse, and addiction within Bella's family was exposed by the trials. Michaela Springs' testimony as a crucial witness, meanwhile, highlighted the emotional cost of pursuing justice for Bella. Following the untimely death of Bella Bond, Michael McCarthy was found guilty of second-degree murder on June 28, 2017, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release in 20 years. In the end, Rochelle entered a guilty plea and was given a considerably reduced probationary period. Investigations into Bella's case, however, revealed grave mistakes and misconduct, raising concerns about how the Department of Children and Families handled her case. Prior to McCarthy's sentencing, Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, gave a victim impact statement in which he expressed his deep sorrow over the death of his daughter. Although Joe had never met Bella, he stressed the importance of her life and regretted not being able to be her father. The Office of the Child Advocate's investigation found significant mistakes in the child welfare system. Only a formal written warning was given by the agency to the employee who committed the misconduct. Bella Bond's case generated a lot of national attention, as evidenced by the activity on Facebook and Twitter. A funeral home promised funds for a dignified burial with a headstone, and other people offered to pay for her funeral and burial. Joe Amoroso disclosed that Bella would be buried in Winthrop, Massachusetts, with her family by her side, choosing to hold wake services and a public funeral. However, after both of her parents ultimately decided against holding a public funeral, Bella was finally buried in a private ceremony at Winthrop Cemetery on November 28, 2015. Her name and the date of her discovery were engraved on the headstone beneath which she was interred. Later, Bella's mother's Facebook page posted pictures of her. When we consider Bella's story, it becomes evident that her untimely death was caused by her parents' negligence. The acts of Rochelle Bond and Michael McCarthy, both inside and outside of prison, were heinous. Bella's story emphasizes how urgently vulnerable children need to be better protected. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.